Hello everyone, Xeno What If here. Bring in part 15 of What If Sonic and his friends were in Remnant. Link in the description of the fanfiction of this What If. Listen here YouTube. I do not own anything and this is not a scam. The Battle of Beacon. Where is Eggman? That was the question that was asked by General Ironwood as he sat across from the captured shapeshifter, Mimic, shortly after being brought in by Team Sonic, RWBY, Dark, and JNPR after the destruction of Merlot's laboratory. The general sat on one side of a table while Mimic himself was on a chair on the other side, his hands cuffed behind him as a pair of armed Atlesian soldiers stood behind the shapeshifter to make sure he didn't try anything. I heard you have robotic prosthetics. Mimic said to the general. Kinda easy to see, at least with the arm. He gestured to Ironwood's right arm, the only hand that had a glove over it. But was part of your brain ripped out too? Answer the question. Ironwood glared. And I'm saying you can figure that answer out on your own. Mimic replied. Merlot's dead, and I'm not. That guy was a fanatic, but I'm a professional. I take what information I can, but I'm also careful not to take so much that it makes me a liability. The fact that Eggman even left me alive should give you the answer that you need. I got no clue where he is. Because knowing so would make you a liability. Ironwood quoted him. Is that the reason you betrayed your old team? So, Sonic and the others told you, Mimic was neither surprised nor impressed. Why do you care? You never knew them. That doesn't make you any less of a snake. Ironwood narrowed his eyes. Judge me all you want. I'm a professional, remember. I don't care if you disapprove of my methods. Mimic smirked. What I care about, is what information you do have. Ironwood was getting more irritated by the minute. You might not know where Eggman is currently, but I imagine you've been around him long enough to at least get an idea. So, where do you think he's going to be? And when? Mimic's smirk only grew as he used his natural abilities to take the form of Eggman himself. How about right here, right now? Don't play games with me. Ironwood glared. In response, Mimic took the form of the general himself. Oh, you don't want to play games with me. I thought you were a professional. Ironwood said as he clenched his fists together in anger. Mimic's shape shifted yet again, this time into winter. Doesn't mean that I don't enjoy doing what I do. By the way, this is a pretty little face you got here. You sure your relationship with little Miss Schnee here is professional? He then shape shifted into Glinda Goodwitch. Or do you prefer older women? Ironwood appeared to have had enough as he stood up volatilely from his chair, looking ready to beat Mimic to a pulp right then and there. That's quite enough, General. Ospin stepped in behind him, placing a firm yet comforting hand on his shoulder, which seemed to calm Ironwood down. Let me have a go, now. Take some time to cool down. Ironwood gave a sigh to calm himself. I'll leave my men here, just in case. He said, to which Ospin nodded before walking out of the room, leaving Ospin to face Mimic as he shape-shifted back to his natural form. Ospin then sat across from Mimic, before placing a tray of cookies in front of him, to which Mimic looked more amused than anything else. The old, good cop, bad cop, routine. He mused. I am merely offering you something sweet to eat. Ospin said. I can't imagine the food they are giving you is particularly tasty. Hard pass. Mimic shook his head, not taking any chances that you put something in them. Do you really think I'd do something like that? Ospin asked. To a known killer who sold out his teammates. Yep, Mimic replied. And if not, then it's a manipulation tactic. I know one when I see one. Why did you do it? Ospin asked. Why did you betray your team and join Dr. Eggman? I'm sure Sonic's already told you, Mimic replied. Yes, but I'd still like to hear your side of the story. Ospin offered. Ah, I see what this is. Mimic began. Trying to get me on your side. You want a confession, try and find some kind of lingering guilt that you can use to get me on a path of redemption. Or at the very least, appease to my own need for survival since I'm a mercenary. Well, let me just set the record straight and tell you why I did what I did. The hedgehogs were Mia at the time, and Eggman was set on complete world domination with no real opposition. My old coworkers still wanted to keep fighting, but I saw that our little crusade wasn't going to hold out. So I made the smart move, at least for my own freedom. I joined the Diamond Cutters to reap the rewards, but no reward was worth risking my own life over. Like I told the kid, Those guys weren't my friends, not even my comrades, just a means to an end for me. He saw the look of disappointment in Ospin's eyes, which only caused his smirk to grow. What? I felt the winds of change back then, just like I feel them now. How do you mean by that? Ospin asked. I've seen a few recordings of you, Professor. Quote. Mimic began. All your little speeches about peace and unity and all that jazz. But while you wear all that on your sleeve, I see the naked truth. You don't actually believe any of that, you just want other people to. I see the fear in your eyes, the fear that this fragile little society you've built is about to crumble. I don't know what exactly Eggman is doing, but I do know that the wolves are already at your door. And your only real defense, he shape-shifted into none other than Ruby Rose. Or a bunch of kids playing with deadly weapons like toys. Your little house of cards is about to fall, but I wonder who will be the one to take the fall, cause we both know it won't be you. Ospin gave a sigh of disappointment. You underestimate the strength of people, and their faith in one another. We may be facing adversity, but we're all facing it together. Tell that to the White Fang. Mimic said as he turned back to normal. Faunus rights and all that, cause you know that's gonna be a big mess. But hey, if you got nothing better to do, let's keep arguing in circles. Beats just me sitting my cell all day long, at least until the big event where it all comes crashing down. Thanks for the front row seat, by the way. Seeing how he was not about to get anything from Mimic, Ospin stood up from his spot and took back the untouched tray of cookies. We shall see, he said before leaving. End flashback. Mimic was laying down on the seat of his cell within Ironwood's ship, his hands behind his head as he seemed rather relaxed, despite the thundering sounds of explosions outside, and the vibrations he felt through the ship's hull. Even though he couldn't see any of it, he recognized the sounds of battle and warfare. And he wasn't the least bit intimidated as his smirk had never left his face. Told ya, Professor. It all comes crashing down. The night sky was now lit up with countless explosions as the aerial forces of the Atlas military engaged in battle with the flying robots that belonged to the Eggman Empire. While the Atlas ships, such as the Mantas and other gunships, were rather large. The flying badniks that resembled birds, such as the condors and bakiris, were smaller and more nimble. The frontmost were quickly shot down by the raw firepower of the gunships, but this allowed those behind them to fly up, below, and around to get in close and fire guns and missiles at the gunships. The wings were the flying badniks' primary targets, which would soon cause the ships to begin falling where gravity handled the rest. But none of the flying badniks ever got close enough to the much larger Atlesian airships. They were too big for their firepower, and the defenses built into them quickly made short work. But for every Bakari or Condor that was shot down, it seemed like 3 more would take their places as the Egg Fleet's own battleships produced several more from their underbellies. As said flying battleships made their way closer, their own heavier cannons fired straight forward, blasting away several smaller gunships, taking out a few of their own robotic numbers along the way too, not that the mindless robotic drones that operated the controls of each battleship cared. But it was this heavier firepower that did deal damage to the Atlesian airships. One of which was already on fire is a Sawfish battleship, along with a pair of slightly smaller Mako gunships on its flanks, closed in on it, all 3 ships focusing their power on that single airship as explosions lit up all over the vessel, which was now beginning to fall towards the ground. We're losing altitude, one of operators on the ship's bridge exclaimed. Engines are down, we can't fight anymore, another operator exclaimed. Have everyone evacuate the ship. I'll handle the 3 in front and give you cover. Tails ordered over their shared communications channel. Tails flew the Cyclone masterfully through the sky, flying quickly past the descending Atlesian vessel and gunning straight for the Sawfish and the 2 Mako on its sides. Despite the cannon fire that was shot in his direction, Tails was able to fly, maneuver, and spin around nearly every single shot as he got closer, gunning straight for the ramp at the nose of the central vessel. Using his targeting system, Tails concentrated all his firepower onto the central part of the ship, just at the base of the nose to blow a hole clean open inside, one big enough for the whole Cyclone to enter. Less than a second later, multiple explosions erupted from within the vessel, leading all the way to the rear engines, which soon exploded just as the Cyclone emerged from the flames. Wahoo! Tails cheered as the sawfish battleship exploded behind him. The resulting explosion sent fiery debris into the pair of Mako gunships on its flank, causing them to blow up soon after. Thanks for that. An Atlas soldier contacted him. We were able to evacuate before the ship went down. Our forces are being dropped off back at Beacon campus to help on the ground. But the sky is not a friendly place right now. I noticed. Just keep. Whoa. Tails felt an explosion on the cyclone's side. Though its shields kept it from being too badly damaged, the shockwave still rocked him in his seat. The young fox looked ahead at something that made his eyes widen in surprise. Oh boy. What he saw in front of him was a large attack squad of Egg Hawks, similar to the one that Eggman, or rather Metal Sonic disguised as Eggman at that time, piloted way back when. But unlike before where it was mostly manned by robots, every Egg Hawk had 3 living beings at the controls. One is the center pilot, and the other 2 manning the side artillery guns. And every single one of them was a member of the White Fang. Mow them down. Send that Atlesian trash burning to the ground. One White Fang agent who was at the cockpit of the frontmost Egg Hawk called out, before all the Egg Hawks flew forward as their pilots cheered and hollered, and opened fire on not only the Atlesian vessels in front of them, but even Tails himself. Whoa. Whoa. Tails pulled the cyclone downward diagonally as one Egg Hawk flew in pursuit, all 3 of its main guns targeting and firing at his tail. Sonic, the White Fang is here. Eggman's given them some of his most heavy artillery. Yeah, figured. Sonic said as he used his speed to burst his way through a horde of badniks, sending a multitude of them flying in all directions. He soon came to a stop as a mass-produced Egg Centaur landed directly in front of him. Hold still, Blue Boy. The Egg Centaur raised a large broadsword and tried to bring it down on Sonic, but the Blue Hedgehog zoomed back to avoid the devastating slash that brought the sword to the ground. Seeing a split-second opening, Sonic used his trademark spindish to zoom up the sword and the arms of the Egg Cerberus, drawing his sword the very instant he made it towards its head unit, decapitating the machine right before he landed behind it. Turning backwards, Sonic saw the cockpit in the unit's back open, to reveal a White Fang pilot, who pulled out his gun to shoot at Sonic, but he was swiftly taken down by a homing attack. Got some WF goons down here too. Eggy's not the kind of guy to have living infantry. Sonic said before he leapt toward a group of ground-based badniks to obliterate them all. This was likely an idea coined by Salem. Shadow assumed while he was airborne as he threw a hail of chaos spears to obliterate the badniks below. And when he landed on the torn ground, he himself came face to face with an Egg Centaur that raised its frontmost feet to try and crush him. Shadow simply teleported behind its head in midair and jammed a rondite into the neck area before pulling it up to bisect the head entirely. Using his sword, he easily cut apart the cockpit before it could open to grab the White Fang agent inside and throw him away. Knuckles had run straight at the feet of an Egg Centaur himself, avoiding the mace that it wielded, as well as the heavy feet before appearing right under it. He then jumped up, spun around like a corkscrew, and used his dual axe blades of Galatine to easily tear his way through the lower half of the Egg Centaur, leaving only the upper half that was blown away by the resulting explosion. He then went straight for a group of incoming badniks with his fists and axe blades to reduce them all to a pile of rubble. These guys are going down way too easy. The Red Echidna reported as he continued to smash, slice, and pound. This is only the beginning of Eggman's assault. Omega said as he grabbed 2 egg pawns by their faces and uses his rear thrusters to boost himself and his captive robots into a pack of badniks, using the 2 egg pawns as both a shield and a battering ram to tear through the robots, as well as the 2 he held before facing an Egg Cerberus of his own. Now that the battle has begun, the surrounding Grim will soon be drawn to the source of the conflict. The Egg Centaur had raised its feet to try and crush Omega, only for the former badnik to catch the feet in his metallic grip and use his rear boosters to give himself a boost up and to flip the Egg Centaur over and upside down, where he proceeded to obliterate it, and the White Fang pilot inside, with a volley of missiles. Yeah, buckle up boys. Sonic said as he zoomed in close to Omega, with Shadow and Knuckles regrouping alongside them as they faced against several more Egg Centaur units and even more smaller badniks. This is gonna be a long night. The Blue Hedgehog said reluctantly before all 4 charged towards the enemy. Despite the best efforts of Sonic and his friends, there were many badnik forces that had managed to make their way past them, all consisting of egg pawns, egg knights, and egg fighters, many wielding shields and swords or lances, some with none at all, and egg gunners, that charged straight at the line of Atlassian knight robots and paladin mech suits before the guns on both sides were fired. The stationary Atlas forces were able to blow away many of the frontmost badniks, but that only seemed to push them back somewhat as the invading robots had the Atlas forces severely outnumbered and would soon close the gap. The AKs would stay where they were, despite the advancing enemy and keep on shooting, though some were shot down themselves by the advancing egg gunners, which thinned the defenses enough to allow those made for close combat to close in and tear them apart, despite several being torn apart themselves. This too also made an opening for a line of the larger and more durable egg hammers to gun straight for the paladins. A row of missiles were fired by the Atlas soldiers that operated their large mech suits, and while a few egg hammers were destroyed, many surveyed, though a few would lose their arms or even the sides of their faces, and close in to bring their mighty hammers down on the paladins. A few were smashed to pieces, including the screaming pilots inside, but the others would soon engage in close combat with the egg hammers, smashing metal against metal as they threw themselves at one another. One egg hammer, that already had its left arm obliterated and the right side of its face torn off, had smashed the right leg of a paladin to knock it down to the ground. The pilot inside could only look in fear as that very robot raised its hammer again to smash it to pieces. Only for a mighty yell to echo through the air as Kiro Bronwyn suddenly appeared from above to drive his mighty sword into the opening of the super badnik's face before pulling the trigger to shoot the shotgun ammunition and blow its head clean off. Kiro then jumped from the falling egg hammer and into a pack of smaller badniks as his sword converted into its scythe mode, which he spun in a circular motion to chop all the badniks like they were in a blender. Kiro however found himself against a line of egg gunners, all of whom had their guns aimed directly at him. Suddenly, all the broken pieces of metal around him were telekinetically lifted into the air before they were sent forward like a hail of bullets to shred the egg gunners like wet paper. All of this was from Glinda Goodwitch as she aimed her crop forward and walked by Kiro's side. "How the hell does this guy make so many robots?" Kiro questioned. "Can't imagine how big his pocketbook is." "Focus, Kiro. We're not done yet," Glinda told him as they saw even more badniks marching their way, the man giving a long and exasperating sigh, much to Glinda's annoyance before they both readied themselves. "It looks like everything is going as you thought it would, sir," Orbot reported as he and Cubot were at the operating stations of Eggman's current flagship, Eggman himself sitting in his command chair observing all the explosions in the sky with the Seer Grim just a little bit behind him. Sonic, Shadow, Knuckles, and Omega are on the front lines, with Tails taking on our aerial forces. "The flying guys are doing great," Cubot said, "but the ones on the ground are losing pretty badly. But of course, they're just cannon fodder." Eggman brushed off. "It really doesn't matter if the White Fang win or lose. Their presence in this battle has all but sealed the Faunus' fate. Our ground forces do appear to have reached the front line of the Beacon campus, but the enemy seems to be holding the line," Orbot observed. "Well, let's not let the adults have all the fun. Deploy the buzz bombers," Eggman ordered. "I want to see how some of my prototypes work against those meddling kids." The hulls of several of Eggman's battleships opened up, which released at least 24 large bug-shaped badniks, all the size of Atlassian gunships, that gunned straight for Beacon campus. Though they flew at a slower pace compared to the Egg Hawks or the smaller flying badniks, this also allowed them to drop a series of bombs from their tails onto the ground below. Though the most that suffered were from the badniks, it did disrupt Sonic's charge a bit as he was blown back by a resulting shockwave. Sonic groaned a bit as he picked himself up to see the line of buzz bombers making their way towards Beacon campus, flying too high for the ground forces to shoot down, but also low enough to avoid being caught in the ongoing aerial battle. "Heads up, RWBY. You guys got company," Sonic relayed through his earpiece. "ICM." RWBY herself remained in the same perching position she was at on the northern side of the area surrounding Beacon Tower when this battle begun. While Amy, Young, Blake, Weiss, John, Pyrrha, Nora, Ren, Penny, and Seal, and even Sway, were all near the main statue of the campus and all had their weapons out, with Penny hovering in the air with her jet boosters. RWBY looked through the scope to see the pack of buzz bombers breaking off in 5 groups and heading in separate directions. One group that consisted of 4 were heading right for them. "They're splitting up," she called to her teammates and friends. Focus on those in front of you. Seal ordered. Leave the rest for our allies to handle. Agreed. Pyrrha had her Milo converted into its rifle mode and fired Nora, Blake, Ren, and Yang as they too fired the guns of their respective weapons, while Weiss swung her sword to send waves of dust in the same manner. These long-ranged attacks did seem to do damage to the frontmost part of the buzz bombers, but not enough to stop them. Pyrrha, shoot at their wings. RWBY told her as she fired Crescent Rose's rifle mode at the wing joints of one damaged buzz bomber. Excellent idea. Pyrrha followed her lead by using her own rifle to fire at the wing joints of another mechanical bug. With their wings clipped, the two buzz bombers at the front fell hard to the ground in a fiery mess. I will deal with the two at the rear. Penny focused her attention on the remaining two as she flew straight at them. Her own robotic sensors targeted the wing joints as she also calculated a flight path in between them. After making the necessary calculations, Penny dispersed 4 of her swords in total, 2 pointing on each side, almost like wings, before shooting them out just as she flew past the buzz bombers, severing their wings and causing them to fall and skid to the ground. "Goddamn." John smiled. "Hell, yeah. Smash some bugs." Yang pumped her fist. "Hold it, that was too easy. Even for Eggman." Amy narrowed her eyes, her instincts telling her this wasn't over. As she sat down back near the group, Seal approached Penny. "Do you see anything?" Penny's eyes scanned the remains of the buzz bombers and she was quick to notice something. "There is movement inside." Even Blake picked it up, her cat ears underneath her bow picking up on the sounds of moving metal coming from within. "We got company." The sides of the buzz bombers were blasted open from the inside as several robots began to pour out. Emerging from 2, were a couple of large badniks under the designations of Egg Guardians, while the remaining 2 each had a dozen smaller robots claw and bite their way out. They seemed to be much smaller versions of the Egg Cerberus that Eggman once piloted back at the docks, being roughly the size of jungle cats, and each one had a single head as opposed to 3. Many of them however had glowing red circuitry underneath their metal, others had their circuitry glow a bright blue, and a few were glowing yellow. They were dropships, Ren stated. "Are those robot dogs?" Weiss questioned. "Never seen that type of badnik before." Amy noticed. "Must be a new model. They have dust inside them." Penny alerted the group. "Of course they do." Amy shook her head. "Scatter. Everyone move." John ordered as the large group split off into several directions while the badniks gave pursuit, the robotic dogs, known as the Egg Hounds, being noticeably faster than the larger and bulkier Egg Guardians rushing towards the fleeing students and their friends. A red one closed in on John to open its mouth and blast a stream of fire at him, forcing him to raise his shield and protect himself. But the force did knock him on the ground with that very Egg Hound about to pounce on him, with John raising his shield to keep it back as it snarled and bit at him with its razor-sharp metallic teeth. Though John was able to lunge his sword into its open mouth and out of the back of its head, the now busted robot fell on top of him and left him vulnerable as 3 more Egg Hounds closed in on him, 2 glowing blue and the other glowing yellow. They opened their mouths as icy mist and electricity formed in their jaws. Fortunately, a series of precise shots into each of their opened mouths caused them all to explode in icy and electric fashion. Just as John hauled the Egg Hound he had killed off himself, RWBY had sped towards him and offered him her hand with a smile, which he accepted with a smile of his own as she helped him back on his feet. Yang pounded one Egg Hound into the ground, but soon felt her right fist being frozen by an icy blast from another. She just smashed her frozen gauntlet into its face to smash it and free herself from the ice, but this brought her into the path of 2 more Egg Hounds, all of whom shot streams of fire at her to push her down. Fortunately, she would soon get some aid in the form of Blake, who shot at the side of one to draw its attention, who aimed to fire another fireball at her, but Blake rolled out of HTE way before she fired a precise shot into its open mouth just as another fireball had formed, causing its upper half to explode. While the other was smashed in the side by Sway, who curled himself up into a ball to knock it over before bouncing up to smash its head to pieces. "Thanks," Yang said as she picked herself up. "Don't mention it." Blake smiled as Sway barked happily. Amy and Weiss were back to back as they faced against a pack of Egg Hounds and an Egg Guardian respectively. "Let them come in close," Weiss said. "When I say now, use that tornado hammer move you got." "You got it," Amy agreed. The egg hounds snarled before the charged closer just as the egg guardian did the same. Now, Weiss ordered as Amy held her Pico high and spun it over herself and Weiss to create a small tornado-like effect around them, which Weiss added to with a swipe of Mertonaster and the usage of wind dust. This combination created a powerful tornado that sucked in the egg hounds and smashed them into the egg guardian to tear apart its frontmost armor and expose its more vulnerable circuitry, which Amy and Weiss were quick to smash and tear apart with their hammer and rapier respectively. One egg guardian gunned straight for Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha, the three dodging and rolling out of the way to avoid the double smash of its large arms. The egg guardian then spotted Ren and went for him, who ran to avoid it while also running straight for the statue and leaping toward it, using his graceful agility and reflexes to leap away from it just before the hulking robot smashed through said statue and continued its pursuit. "I'll blow that thing to pieces." Nora had her Monhild converted into its grenade launcher mode. "Wait, not yet." Pyrrha stopped her before calling to her other friend. "Ren, get it to come back. We'll meet you in the middle." Having heard his teammates' call and trusting her judgment, Ren skidded to a halt and turned around, sprinting straight for the egg guardian and sliding under its feet to avoid a swing of its massive fist, and appearing out from behind it before kicking back on his feet to dash back to his teammates just as Pyrrha and Nora caught up. When they did, Pyrrha reached out with her hand to use her polarity semblance, catching the egg guardian's right arm before pulling back to completely tear it off. "Shoot its insides," she stated. Nora quickly ran to the egg guardian's limbless and more damaged side and fired a grenade from Monhild, blowing the mech to pieces. "Gotcha." The last two egg guardians faced off against Penny and Seal. "I will take one, you take the other," Seal told her. "Understood." Penny had floating array at the ready, the multitude of swords appearing all around her before she flew at one egg guardian, leaving Seal to face the other. The young Atlesian woman had a single weapon drawn, which appeared to have the shape of French 1733 model military pistol, with the word, "Cricket," engraved on it. She aimed it and fired, shooting explosions of fire at the egg guardian, likely from the dust ammunition. This only seemed to aggravate the robot as it moved to get in close, but right as it lunged its fist at her, Seal had leapt up in the air as she flicked a switch on her gun, converting it into something like a rod before she closed her eyes and appeared to be landing behind the larger robot. A glowing yellow energy shot out from the handle, taking the form of an energy whip to ensnare around its neck right before she landed behind and she pulled downward, her right leg wrapping itself around the energy whip, causing the robot to tumble backwards before she jumped up onto its head. The energy that made up her whip had shrunk and took a more solid state resembling something like a blade, which she used to impale into the egg guardian's neck before swiping to cut its head off completely. Penny, meanwhile, had little trouble against her opponent. Thrusting her swords as they struck the joints of the egg guardian she was fighting before hauling them up, pulling the large badnik up with them before she smashed it down hard enough onto the ground to smash open its armor, which she quickly exploited by having her swords cut up its now exposed insides with the kind of precision that would make a surgeon jealous. By the time she retracted her blades, the egg guardian had fallen apart into a pile of scrap. Though one egg hound appeared behind her and looked ready to blast her with lightning. Fortunately, it was quickly cut apart by a slash from Ruby's scythe as she sped her way to the area. "Penny." Ruby went by her side. "Are you okay?" "I am fine. Thank you for asking." The android girl smiled casually. Ruby then turned to see Seal approaching them. "I saw what you did. What kind of weapon was that?" "My weapon is named Cricket." Seal explained as she showed said weapon to Ruby. "It can act as a firearm, but it also serves as a conduit for my own semblance. It is known as Sol, and it allows me to convert light energy into solid matter which I can use for weapons." "That is so cool." Ruby beamed. "It can be effective, but I cannot make any complex constructs." Seal continued. "The most I am able to create are swords, staffs, and whips. And overuse of it can drain my aura." "Well, I still think it's cool." Ruby smiled. "Yes, I too find your semblance to be impressive, Seal." Penny complimented. A small smile formed on Seal's own face. "Thank you, but now is not the time for praise. We must regroup and maintain formation in case more of Eggman's forces breach the area." "Yeah, okay." Ruby saw her point. "I hope the others are doing alright." East end of the courtyard. "We are so not doing alright." Neptune exclaimed as he was sent flying by an explosion on the ground from one hovering buzz bomber. Though Coco was quick to come by his side as she brought out her massive Gatling gun weapon, Janduya, and opened fire. Her bullets tore through much of its outer armor as she aimed for its head, a few of her bullets catching its wings before they too were torn apart, and the giant mechanical bug fell before it exploded, destroying whatever robots may be inside as well. Sun and Velvet came together as they charged an E-2000 that had emerged from one fallen buzz bomber. The robot had aimed its cannon arm to fire a powerful laser at the pair. But the two Fauna students were able to skillfully dodge it as Velvet closed the gap first, as she drew her camera, Anisadora, and used it to create a hard light copy of RWBY's crescent rose, which she used to hook at the cannon arm of the E-2000 and mimicked RWBY's own moves to leap up and slice upward to sever the arm completely, allowing Sun to smash it to pieces with repeated strikes and gunshots from RWBY Bang and Jingu Bang, albeit from a few 20 bashes. "Alright, give me 5. Sun offered Velvet his hand for a high five, which she accepted with a smile. However, one active buzz bomber appeared over them with its guns at the ready, only for a white blur to move in from above and sever its wings, and right before it could even fall, Rouge had flown high enough above it that she shot herself downward, spinning as she did with her heels pointing forward to pierce through its head just as she landed. The buzz bomber then exploded from the pair of bombs that she left inside from her last attack, taking all the robots inside with it. "Don't get distracted, kids," Rouge told them. "This night is just getting started." They looked to see how the rest of their friends and allies were doing. Yatsuhashi and Sage both ran towards the large bipedal mech known as the egg cannon before it unleashed a volley of missiles at them. Both of them had their large broadswords drawn to cut through a few of the missiles as they continued to run, the explosion erupting behind them as they rammed and tackled the mech's enormous legs and used their respective strengths to push it down. While it was down, they were quick to bring their blades down on its central unit to destroy it before it could get back up. Fox and Scarlet quickly moved in on another E-2000 as the former flipped and dodged to avoid the enormous laser shot at it, while Scarlet used his semblance to fly over it and fired the grappler from his pistol, hook, to grab at the joint of its shield arm and landed behind to pull back and pull its arm backwards. "Go, now," Scarlet exclaimed. With its only defense gone for now, Fox, as well as Neptune, both rushed to jam their weapons into its neck and side respectively before pulling out as the dead Badnik fell to the ground. West side of the courtyard. Arslan, Bronze, Roy, and Nolan were all knocked down by the swing of one Egg Hammer's signature weapon, having emerged from one of the 3 buzz bombers that May had shot down with her rifle, having shot at its wings. Though Port was quick to come to their aid by firing his axe gun at its face, blinding it and giving the youths a chance to fall back. Reese used her hoverboard to skate directly towards the second Egg Hammer with a buzz bomber hanging over it. She pulled back slightly to avoid the smash from the Egg Hammer's own mallet and then immediately sped up the rod of the weapon and used the large Badnik as a ramp to boost herself over the buzz bomber. She quickly split her board apart into a pair of energy pistols, which she used to fire at the buzz bomber's wings, causing it to fall on top of the Egg Hammer, crushing it underneath. Bolin and Nadir went to inspect the 3rd buzz bomber, the last one that May had shot down, only to back away as its insides were torn open and several egg hounds emerged from the flaming rubble. "Get back. Everyone, get back," Port ordered as he fired his weapon at the egg hounds, the 8 students regrouping around him to form a defensive line to fight back. South side of the courtyard. Flint had used his killer quartet to split himself into 4 copies as they were all positioned under a buzz bomber just as it fired its bombs at him. Flint and his clones all blew into their horns to emit a sonic blast to resend the bombs back at the buzz bomber, causing it to explode and take out several of the robots inside before it fell to the ground as he fell back. "Never miss a beat. Never miss a beat. Never miss a beat." Neon skated in circles around one buzz bomber to keep it distracted, allowing her teammates, Ivory and Cobalt, to leap up onto its back. Ivory snapped his whip at the right wings while Cobalt used his hands to rip off the left ones. They both jumped off the robot before it fell and crashed. However, just as Team FNKI regrouped with smiles, the outer hull of that buzz bomber was ripped open as 2 egg guardians emerged from the rubble. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," Flint moaned. The last buzz bomber appeared to have Team CRDL cornered as it aimed its weapons at them. "Oh, this is it. Game over, man. Game over," Sky cowered as Russell and Dove were quaking in their boots. Even Carden, who still held his weapon, was shaking, unsure of what to do now that they were cornered by an airborne enemy, and they had no long-range weapons to shoot it down with. However, a burst of flame appeared from the left side, setting its left wings on fire and causing the buzz bomber to veer out of control before it crashed to the ground, much to the surprise of Team CRDL. Dr. Oobleck suddenly appeared before them in a blur to slap each member of Team CRDL in the face. "What are you all doing? You are training to be huntsmen." He went into Sky's face first. "Warriors who risked their lives." He then went into Russell's face. "It is fine to be scared." He was then at Dove's face. "But do not let that fear control you, or else you will die." Finally, he came to Carden's face. "If you die, then those you protect will die next. Fight to live. Fight so that others around you can live, because that is your responsibility. No, pull yourselves together and fight back." Carden had to shake his head as he let Oobleck's words sink in. For some reason, he thought back to when he picked on John, someone smaller than him. But despite being smaller and weaker, despite cheating his way into this school, he stood his ground against him. Hell, he stood his ground for him against the much larger Ursa, and killed it. If someone like John can stand up against something bigger than both of them, then he sure as hell can too. "Alright, tell us what to smash next," Carden said to Oobleck with a straight face, causing him to smile. However, their attention was caught by the sounds of tearing metal as they looked to see a pack of egg hounds claw their way out of what was left of the buzz bomber that Oobleck brought down. "There is something to smash right there, gentlemen. So, let's start smashing, shall we?" the doctor offered. "Beacon Tower. Incoming." One Atlas soldier reported as the multitude of soldiers, 6 advanced paladins, Ace Ops, and Winter, all spotted the approaching buzz bombers. There are 11 enemy units in total. I just received word from Operative Soleil that these are dropships containing multiple enemy units. Vine reported. "Marrow, can you freeze that many?" Clover asked. "Maybe 2 or 3, but not all at once. That's too big of a group for me," Marrow stated. "Paladins, concentrate your heavy fire power on the frontmost badniks. Force them to split apart before they reach us," Winter ordered. "Yes ma'am." All 6 heavily armored paladins stepped forward and made a line. Their targeting systems locked onto the 3 buzz bombers that were in the front before all of them fired a massive volley of missiles. The rockets flew through the air before they made contact, each one striking their target, sending all 3 buzz bombers up in a fiery blaze, likely destroying whatever badniks may have been inside before their remains fell to the ground. Just as Winter had predicted, the remaining 8 buzz bombers split apart slightly into 2 groups of 4. "Marrow, Vine, Harriet, you're with me." Clover took 2 of his teammates in one direction. "Elm, help Winter. Do not let those ships touch the ground." "Yes sir," the rest of the Ace Ops said before they split off in their respective groups, running towards the targeted badniks. While running, Winter had erected a glyph behind her to summon a white Nevermore, which flew behind her and Elm, allowing them both to hop on before they went straight for the 4 buzz bombers that were already opening fire upon them. "Keep us firm," Winter ordered, prompting Elm to grab Winter tightly while using her own semblance to weld her feet onto the white Nevermore, which flailed its wings to send several razor feathers at the incoming enemy fire, intercepting them in midair and creating an explosion, which Winter used to their advantage as she and Elm, who still kept them rooted on their ride, rode the white Nevermore that picked up its high speed to ram its forehead through one buzz bomber to eviscerate it and any smaller robots inside. That same summoned Nevermore now hovered above the remaining 3. "Deal with one, I'll handle the other 2. Winter ordered again. "Leave it to me." Elm leapt off the white Nevermore and straight towards one buzz bomber. She held up her hammer, Timber, before smashing it right into the buzz bomber's wings, sending it careening off its path just as Elm landed on its side. She quickly used her aura roots to weld herself to the out-of-control buzz bomber and converted Timber into its rocket launcher mode before firing at the neck joint to decapitate it. She then deactivated her own semblance and let herself fall, but not before she fired 3 consecutive rounds from her rockets into the buzz bomber's underbelly to destroy it, and all the badniks inside, before flipping and landing on her feet, the burning remains of the robot landing behind her dramatically. Winter had followed a similar lead as she leapt off her own white Nevermore before it dove into the back of one buzz bomber, aiming for the largest area that would likely house any smaller badniks inside to obliterate it just like the one before, with the white Nevermore disappearing soon after. Winter herself landed on the back of the last one and ran to slice its off its wings and quickly plunged her sword right into its back while also erecting a glyph and infusing it with some gravity dust, causing it to turn black and creating a powerful pulling force that began to pull the buzz bomber in on itself, causing it to implode just as she leapt off. Whatever machines were inside had already been crushed just before it went up in an explosion. Meanwhile, Clover led Marrow and Harriet to meet the remaining 4 buzz bombers. Taking a quick look at their wings, an idea soon came to him. Clip their wings first, bunch them all together. The leader of the Ace Ops commanded. Yes, sir. Harriet responded. You got it. Marrow nodded as he quickly made his way to a lamp post and leapt to climb to the very top. He saw how 2 buzz bombers were rather close to each other and quickly took out his boomerang-like weapon, Fetch, and threw it as hard as he could. Fetch spun and curved towards the 2 buzz bombers, and struck their wings. At the exact same time, Harriet zoomed as fast as she could, going below one buzz bomber and behind it, her own speed making it hard for the large bug-like badnik to gun her down. She went straight for a lamppost, grabbed it with one hand, and sped herself around and round in a circle. She moved so fast that an electric tornado appeared to be forming. She had finally let go, using the gathered momentum to send her flying at that buzz bomber. Seeing what she was doing, Clover flicked his badge, and Harriet was able to luckily make it onto the buzz bomber's back. She quickly moved in to punch out the joints that connected the wings to the rest of her body, just as Clover leapt to the top of one lamppost himself and flailed Kingfisher, sending the hook to ensnare around the wings of the last buzz bomber before he pulled and tore them off. This caused that one buzz bomber to fall towards its right, moving to collide with the buzz bomber that Harriet clipped just as she jumped off, which then careened into the 2 that Marrow had already taken care. Marrow. Clover called to him. The rookie of the Ace Ops then saw what his leader was planning. Though he said 3 may have been his limit, if they were all bunched together like this, it may be easier. He snapped his fingers and pointed at the buzz bombers that crashed together in one pile as they fell. Stay. At his command, all 4 of the crashed buzz bombers had halted even in midair. Even a few fires that were already forming on impact were frozen solid. I can't hold them forever. Don't worry. We got this. Unclipping a few grenades from his belt and hooking them up to the hook of Kingfisher, he flailed them upward and pulled back on Kingfisher, the hook pulling the pins out of the grenades before Harriet zoomed in to grab them to quickly and precisely throw them at the more damaged areas of the buzz bombers, which now had holes in the armor and allowed the grenades to fall inside. After flicking his pendant again, Clover watched as a gigantic explosion erupted and all 4 buzz bombers, as well as any badniks inside, were obliterated. Marrow relaxed, dropping his semblance before setting down just as Clover and Harriet regrouped. Not bad, rookie. Harriet nodded with a small smirk, causing Marrow to smile. We keep this up, we can win this. Don't get too cocky. Clover advised. We're getting word that our forces up front are holding the line, but they'll be overwhelmed soon. And the Grimm haven't even shown up yet. What is that blue idiot doing? Harriet scowled. Made himself into such a big deal and he can't even. That's enough, Harriet. Clover told her sternly. Now is not the time to pass the blame. Focus on guarding the tower, that's all that matters. Understood, sir. She nodded. Despite being so deep underground, and the sounds of machinery beeping right next to him, Ospin could practically feel the battle unfolding just outside. Despite the faith he had for his comrades and allies, he couldn't help but feel nervous, even as he tightly held his own cane. Eggman had absolutely no regard for collateral damage, that combined with the machinations of Salem's own schemes made them a very dangerous combo. He turned again to Amber, still frozen in her pod, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for the poor girl. She was granted such a gift, but because of that, she was now the target of the 2 most dangerous beings he had ever known. And she wasn't even aware of what was going on. He had hoped putting her underneath Beacon, a school under his own protection, would be enough to safeguard her until they could find a solution regarding the Fall Maiden power, and a way to put her out of her misery painlessly, but it seems that only endangered everyone at the school. This always happens. No matter his intentions, the end result is usually more catastrophic than even he imagined. Despite a few situations working out the way he hoped, most of them only endangered more people and only delayed the inevitable. But, that was about all he can do. Delay. Postpone. But now, with everything happening, and the walls closing in around him, leaving him with less and less room to run by the second, Ospin had to wonder. How much longer can this truly last? Oh ho ho ho. Eggman laughed as he sat back in his command chair, watching the ongoing fights outside through a series of monitors around him. Now this is the show I've been waiting for. Two sides throwing everything they have in order to obliterate the other. This is entertainment at its finest, especially since I already know the ending. While I applaud your enthusiasm and confidence, Doctor, you should not let it go to your head until we know for certain that victory is in our grasp. Salem advised, speaking through her seer grim. Sure, but almost a third of Atlas forces have fallen. Eggman said. And even with Sonic and the others helping out, we haven't even unveiled our best cards yet. This is just the appetizer. They're going to choke on the main dish. While we're on that subject, I have located Cinder. Salem revealed. I can sense her, the beetle inside her anyway, on board the largest vessel. That appears to be Ironwood's flagship, boss. Orbot reported. And it seems the rest of the Atlesian battleships are converging together to better protect it. It'll take a lot of firepower to break through that, Cubot said. Or, something small and fast enough to slip through. Eggman smirked as he pressed a button on the arm of his chair. Metal. Time to fetch. Sir, we've lost another gunship. The White Fang's airships are faster and stronger than anything we have. Our ground forces are being pushed back. It's only a matter of time before they breach the perimeter. Ironwood clenched his fists as he heard all these numerous reports from his operators, as well as distress calls from his pilots over the comms. He watched with an anxious and angry expression at the battle unfolding outside, the explosions that lit up the night sky, the sight of his own ship falling to the ground. Despite the best efforts of his ships and their pilots, they might not be able to hold this line much longer. Any Grim in the area? Ironwood asked. Not yet, but that could. Sir. We have projectile incoming. Tell whoever is closest to shoot it down. The general ordered. We can't let anything else get past us. It's moving too fast. The operator exclaimed in a panic as he saw on his radar a red dot approaching faster than anything he's seen before. It's here. Looking out the window, Ironwood's eyes widened to see something small and incredibly fast just about to breach the bridge. Acting on pure instinct, he tackled his two operators and dove with them just as something smashed through the window and onto the bridge of the flagship. Metal Sonic turned his blood-red optics towards the pair of soldiers on port side of the bridge as they had their guns out. But Metal was already on them as his right arm converted into a blade and sliced their guns apart before they could even pull the trigger. He converted his left hand into a blaster to shoot them with multiple electric blasts to incinerate them at close range. Several gunshots came at him from behind, prompting Metal to activate his black shield and protect him from Ironwood and the remaining two soldiers as they unloaded their guns at him. Taking a brief scan of the three enemies, their guns, and the directions of the shots, Metal deactivated his black shield and sped directly at them, skillfully moving his body and limbs to avoid all the shots before closing the gap. He struck Ironwood with a point-blank homing attack to knock him to the wall before grabbing both soldiers by their throats and throwing them out the broken window, leaving them to fall. Metal set his eyes on the two operators as they quaked in fear at the small yet deadly robot. But before he could even make a move, Ironwood had appeared to deck Metal in the back of his head with a punch and knocked him to the ground, with the general quickly pinning him down. Get out of here. Evacuate, now. Ironwood ordered his operators. But sir, I gave you an order. Go. He all but shouted. With great reluctance, the operators left just as Metal had recovered, using his jet booster to slip through Ironwood's grasp. Metal flew to the wall, turned around, planted his feet on it, and zoomed at Ironwood. The general limboed underneath the flying robot as he passed over him, and quickly grabbed one of his feet to slam him to the ground. With his gun in the other hand, Ironwood attempted to shoot Metal, only for his black shield to activate again and force Ironwood off. This brief moment allowed Metal to come in and swing his sword, which Ironwood caught in his gloved hand. Metal Sonic only gazed at Ironwood's gloved hand for a moment, quickly scanning to identify the robotic prosthetics and seemingly leaving him open for Ironwood to aim his gun at his face, but Metal simply boosted straight up to slam Ironwood on the ceiling before spinning around rapidly and forcing Ironwood to let go, sending him flying out the window of his own flagship. Ironwood fell, looking around in a panic for anything that he could use to save himself. Taking a look at his gun, he quickly thought about using some shoots to angle and steer himself to something he could catch, but with everything moving around so chaotically in this war zone, there was no way he could catch anything airborne. Maybe if he contacted Glinda, she could use her semblance too. General Ironwood. He heard his name being called and turned to see Tails flying the cyclone at a diagonal angle toward the area where he would be as he fell. No time to question, Ironwood reached out just as the cyclone met him, with Tails flipping it over to reach out his own hand, grasping onto Ironwood's before he flipped his plane back over and allowed the general to land in his passenger seat behind him. "Are you okay?" Tails asked. "I'm fine, but Metal Sonic has taken the bridge of my ship," Ironwood stated. "And if he took it over rather than destroy it, he's there for Cinder and the others." Tails' eyes widened in surprise before contacting his friends. "Sonic, Metal's taken Ironwood's ship. He's probably gonna try to free Cinder. Can't do anything about that right now," Sonic said as he zoomed under the sword swing of one egg centaur and straight into a battalion of badniks. He then performed his blue tornado to pull in all those at once before stopping to send them flying and crashing into the egg centaur. "Shadow," Sonic called to his lookalike as he saw a streak of red and black shoot through a line of badniks before they all exploded. "Think you can chaos control onto Ironwood's ship and stop Metal?" "Oh, I almost forgot," Eggman mused as he pressed a button on the console in front of him. "Just to make sure no pesky rodents get in the way this time, let's give them too much to work with." Just as Knuckles had flipped a White Fang-operated egg centaur on its side, he looked in surprise to see an enormous drill emerge from the ground in front of him, tearing away the egg centaur he had just flipped over, including the pilot inside. This forced him to leap backwards as he would soon see the machine in its entirety. It was a bright yellow machine with an enormous drill at the front and big googly eyes at the top. Knuckles would soon see even more drill bots emerge from various spots on the battlefield around him. A few badniks were taken out in the process, which also drew the attention of Sonic, Shadow, and Omega at their spots in the battlefield. Seeing how the machine in front of him wasn't currently attacking, Knuckles moved cautiously yet curiously to the large hole where the drill bot emerged from. Why unleash an underground robot that wouldn't even attack them? Was he hoping to catch one of them by surprise with a sneak attack underground? That was too sloppy, even for Eggman. Looking down the hole, Knuckles saw only darkness for a brief moment, followed by a pair of large red eyes. Gasping slightly, Knuckles leapt backwards to avoid the emerging black head of a King Taijutsu that hissed and snarled at him. "Guys, we got more company." Omega looked at the hole the drill bot in front of him had made as several creeps began to crawl their way out. Eggman has used drilling machines to carve a path for subterranean Grim to bypass Vale's natural mountain defense, he reported as he fired beams of lighting from his hands at the creeps that attempted to swarm him. Shadow backed away to avoid the stinger of a rather large death stalker that emerged from a nearby hole. He also saw one behind him where a few other creeps and another King Taijutsu emerged. The black hedgehog scoffed in annoyance as he saw the reason behind this. "He's using Grim to keep us down here and away from Metal as he frees the prisoners," Shadow said as he zoomed at the raised stinger of the death stalker, slicing it off with Arondite, grabbing it, and infusing it with chaos energy to throw it at the beast, causing it to explode on its side and flip it over before he fell back down to perform a spin dash, his sword pointing outward for extra cutting capacity to eviscerate its sides and insides before dashing through its mutilated body. "If even one of us leaves the battlefield to confront Metal, we risk the Grim breaching our exhausted defenses." "Crap," Sonic cursed, seeing how Shadow was right on the money. He did think about using chaos control to simply teleport Cinder to the other side of the planet, but with someone as fast and powerful as Metal Sonic in the same room, he wouldn't give them even a split second to do just that. As much as he hated to admit it, they were stuck. "Ospin, heads up." Sonic contacted the Beacon headmaster. "I think Cinder just got a get out of jail free card courtesy of Metal Sonic." "I understand," Ospin replied, his tone becoming much more grave. Both of his hands converted into their blaster modes, but rather than blast anything, Metal Sonic plugged them into controls on the bridge of Ironwood's flagship. This allowed Metal to hack and gain access to all of the ship's systems, including its surveillance. The security feeds popped up on the screen, allowing him to learn the locations of all the prisoners that were held in the ship's brig, which was still presently being guarded. They must not have received any evacuation orders yet. Too bad for them. With just little effort, Metal was able to deactivate the security and unlock all the cells. Huh, what the? One of the 10 soldiers looked in surprise to see all the cell doors around them open, which allowed for Mercury, Emerald, Torchwick, Neapolitan, and Fenrir to all step out, though they themselves looked confused by this change of events. "Wah, what's going on?" Emerald questioned. "Prisoner escape," one Atlas soldier announced as all 10 of the gathered together to aim their weapons at the inmates. "Hands in the air, return to your cells immediately." However, an explosion of fire had erupted from one cell in particular, one that just so happened to be close enough to all the soldiers. The shockwave blew all the guards away and scattering them to the ground. Stepping out of the smoke was Cinder, her eyes glowing and a scowl on her face. The soldier closest to her tried to pull his gun at her, but she kicked it away and grabbed him by his neck to haul him up and slammed her free hand into his face and channeled all of her maiden power and semblance directly into his armor and body, causing it to superheat as he screamed in agony. It got to the point where his metal armor began to melt, burning away at his aura completely before the melting armor ultimately became his coffin and she dropped his lifeless carcass to the ground. Shots were fired, forcing Cinder to leap back as the remaining guards opened fire on them. But this also forced them to turn their backs to the other prisoners, who were quick to act with Mercury moving in first to kick one soldier down, perform a handstand in the middle of the group and spun his legs around to kick them all down. Despite his lack of weapons, he was still good enough with his legs to knock them back. One soldier was knocked to the feet of Fenrir, who stomped hard onto him before he grabbed his gun and shot him repeatedly in the face to kill him. Similarly, Torchwick had grabbed a gun of his own that was knocked from one soldier's hands and opened fire on that guard to kill him while also shooting at the remaining ones. The 7 remaining soldiers were forced to scatter, with 2 coming close to a wall, with one other soldier appearing to join them, only for said soldier to swipe the stun batons from both of them and drive them into the backs of their necks. As they fell, the so-called soldier was revealed to be Neapolitan as she dropped her semblance. Emerald was quick to snag a stun baton of her own from one soldier that she knocked down and drove it into his neck while 2 appeared in front of her, their guns primed, only for Cinder to grab them both from behind by their helmets and superheat them, their helmets quickly melting and burning the soldiers alive before they fell to the ground, much to the shock of Emerald herself. She had seen how ruthless Cinder could get, but this looked incredibly excruciating, more so than she'd seen from her before she looked towards Cinder, who simply narrowed her eyes before walking past her. Mercury kicked down another soldier, which allowed Fenrir to gun him down while another tried to shoot at Torchwick with Neo at his side, only for the illusion to shatter in front of him, much to the soldier's shock as the real Neo and Torchwick were both behind him and he shot the soldier repeatedly in the back. Only one was left as he soon found himself backing up in a panic to a certain open cell himself, most of the escaped prisoners closing in around him. "Stay back. All of you, stay back." He aimed his gun frantically, not noticing a cluster of purple tentacles slowly unfurling behind him. "I will shoot you. I swear all." Those same purple tentacles ensnared around his face and neck to pull him into the grasp of one individual in particular, who swiped the gun from him and stuck it into his back. "Told you so." Mimic smirked at the soldier who had guarded him at the start of the vital festival before shooting rapidly, ending the soldier's life as his body fell to the ground. "Well, that was fun," Torchwick commented with Neo smirking by his side as the 7 of them gathered together. "But can any of you tell me what the hell is going on? It sounds like a war zone outside." He then noticed Cinder and happened to smirk in her direction. Well, look who's all high and mighty now, Miss Fall." She growled at him. "Got your pretty little ass handed to you by a certain blue rat. And here I thought you were supposed to be invincible." His mockery was cut off as Cinder seized him by the throat and she hauled him up in the air, which prompted Neo to extend the blade from her parasol and point it right to Cinder's neck, but she didn't even pay her a glance. "Give me an excuse. Just one," she growled. "Cinder, wait." Emerald tried to stop her. That was what I was going to say." Metal Sonic had flown onto the brig with a series of weapons under his arms, which included Midnight, thief's respite, hush, and even the firing mechanisms to Mercury's prosthetic legs. As he landed in the middle of the group, a small port opened in his head to project a hologram of Eggman himself. Give me an excuse not to rip your power away from you and leave what's left of you to rot here. Eggman scolded. That goes for the rest of you. He looked to Emerald, Mercury, and even Neo in particular. Hey, it's not our fault those overgrown rats. Mercury tried. Shut your mouth, Black. Eggman silenced him before looking at Cinder. I told you not to get caught. It wasn't even my idea to send you here, it was hers. And you even went and disobeyed her. As far as I'm concerned, you don't deserve the Maiden power. That caused Cinder to drop Torchwick as she glared at the hologram. Who the hell are you to tell me what I deserve? I'm the one who can decide whether or not you'll live in the next few seconds. Eggman warned as Metal Sonic's optics glared. The only reason you're out because of that acid inside you. And the only reason you were even locked up in the first place was because you didn't listen to me about Sonic. And look where that got you. Tell that to me in person. Cinder warned, her eyes glowing brighter. Better yet, tell it to her. She is not happy at all with you. That caused Cinder's eyes to widen in shock. Don't act so surprised, you brought it on yourself. Listen up, all of you. Eggman got everyone's attention. Here is what is going to happen. Black, Sustre, Locuson, you're going to meet up with Taurus and his attack group. You're going to clear out the defenses surrounding Beacon Tower. Torchwick, Mimic, Neo, you're going to seize control of the tower's communications systems. And you, Little Cinder, are going straight to the vault and claiming the prize inside. My badniks had already scanned the tower when they closed in on it to locate a chamber deep underground with its own independent power source. If the Maiden is to be anywhere, it'll be there. Metal will make sure you get there in one piece. But don't get the wrong idea. He pointed to Cinder as he saw a smirk grazing her face. You're just holding onto the power for now. Whether or not you keep it, remains up in the air. Why you can't do that. Cinder stated. You need me. She needs me. No, we only need the power, not you. Eggman corrected. You screwed up enough to know that you can't be trusted. You are going to the vault, and you will not take any unnecessary detours, and that is final. You will not disobey me again. Try it, and Metal here will make sure that you never walk again, Maiden powers or not. Am I clear? Cinder couldn't believe it. Did Eggman really convince Salem to ditch her? To strip her of the power that she deserved? Was she just a convenience here now? Exclamation mark. No, she couldn't accept that. She would not accept that. But what could she do now? Metal Sonic was right in front of her, and even she knew that she was no match for him as he was now. But if she were to get the full Maiden power, perhaps she could flee. No. She knew that even if she did, Salem would find her, no matter where she hid on Remnant. A piece of her was literally inside her. As much as she hated to admit it, she was stuck. Her only possible hope for redemption was to claim the rest of the Fall Maiden power and beg Salem for forgiveness. Yes, what? Eggman sneered. Yes, sir, she said in a low growl. Good, I'll be there in a minute. Stand by. Eggman's hologram deactivated as Metal dropped all the weapons he had on the ground, looking to Cinder and her group expectantly, silently telling them to pick them up. Cinder was the first to do so with a glare at the silent robot. Ooh, somebody's in trouble. Torchwick sung, causing Cinder to look away with a hateful scowl. So, who's this, the doc's been talking about? He got a missus. His own partner in crime. He teased, looking to Neo as she smiled and claimed her weapon. Hell, if I know. Mimic said as he equipped himself with a stun baton from a dead Atlas soldier and loaded the gun he stole. But if destroying this school means getting payback on the hedgehogs and their brats, then I'm all for it. If it's Adam's command, I will follow. Fenrir said with a nod. Cinder, are you? Emerald tried to reach out to her, only for Cinder to pull away and look at her with a scowl. Just do your job. He's the boss now, she said spitefully, causing Emerald to back away and look down with guilt, while Mercury paid her a small glance but then focused back on equipping his weapons to his prosthetic legs. Tails piloted the Cyclone with a White Fang-operated Egg Hawk behind him and shooting, just as Ironwood had one of his guns drawn to return fire, but he couldn't get a straight shot with Tails' plane constantly veering to avoid the gunfire from the enemy aircraft. It was time to change tactics. Pull back and get up on its side. Ironwood told him. Hang on. Tails pulled on the air brakes, causing the cyclone to halt in midair as the egg hawk shot closer, appearing on its side just as Tails reactivated the boosters to fly alongside it on the right. Get as close as you can, Ironwood said, prompting Tails to fly the cyclone closer. When it looked like the right gunner was aiming his weapon at them, Ironwood jumped from the cyclone to the gunner's seat and threw the White Fang operative out before jumping to the pilot's seat, much to the shock of the White Fang agent. Before he could react, Ironwood pressed his gun to the back of his head and pulled the trigger before firing at the left gunner to eliminate him too. With that done, Ironwood shoved the dead pilot out of the cockpit as he sat down himself and took the controls. Think you can pilot it? Tails asked as the cyclone flew next to him. The flight controls seem basic enough, same for the weapons. Ironwood said. I got it. Eggman probably wanted it simple enough for the White Fang, so he, Tails assumed, but was interrupted as an enormous shadow loomed over them. The source of the shadow being Eggman's own personal flagship, which resembled a giant white eagle, quickly flying over them and went for Atlasian flagship. Though most had already evacuated the large ship, that made it only more vulnerable for Eagle ship, which was only slightly larger, to hover above it and launch a series of harpoons from its underbelly and onto the hull of the vessel. The group that consisted of Metal Sonic, Cinder, Emerald, Mercury, Torchwick, Neo, Fenrir, and Mimic had already made it to the top of the vessel as they grabbed onto the harpoons just as a powerful electric surge was channeled through them and into the vessel. Electricity surged all throughout the flagship, but once it reached the engines, they sparked before exploding, causing the Pride of Atlas to light up. The harpoons had retracted, pulling up all the escaped villains and into the safety of the Eagle ship just before Ironwood's own flagship exploded. My ship. Ironwood looked in absolute shock and disbelief to see his prized flagship be reduced to flaming rubble. And it wasn't just that flagship. Nearly all his main vessels had been overwhelmed, with only 3 ships remaining, and just a handful of gunships. How could this have happened? How could the Atlas military, the greatest force in all of Remnant, be overwhelmed so quickly and brutally? Even Tails was surprised, but he soon redirected his attention to the Eagle ship, and the remainder of the Egg fleet, flying closer to Beacon Campus, which also included the surviving Egg Hawks. Sonic. Tails contacted his best friend. Eggman's reaching Beacon. We're on our way. Sonic sped as fast as he could back to Beacon Campus with Shadow right beside him. Omega also trailed behind the 2 hedgehogs thanks to his rear boosters while Knuckles rode on his shoulder. Sonic and Shadow both used their burst abilities, leading to streaks of blue and dark yellow to smash their way through whatever badniks were in their way, and clearing the path for Knuckles and Omega behind them. At the edge of the campus, 2/3 of the AK drones were already wiped out, but most of the paladins remained as they shot up the rest of the badniks, with Kiro and Glinda lending a hand wherever they could. The latter flipped backwards to avoid a smash from an Egghammer's signature weapon, before thrusting her crop at the hand, using her semblance to blast the massive metal mallet from the Egghammer's hand before using her telekinesis to haul up the hammer and bring it down hard on the robot to smash its head and most of its upper body in. Kiro threw a punch to knock off the head of an Egg gunner before ducking under the gunfire of 4 armed Egg Knights and quickly moved in with Harbinger in its scythe mode to slice 3 apart in one strike. The 4th was cut almost completely in half, but it was still functional enough to aim its gun, with its only remaining arm, at Kiro, who just hissed in annoyance. Damn misfortune, he cursed, but just before he could move on to that Egg Knight, it was sliced in half by Sonic with Caliburn as he just arrived on the scene. Eggman's ships are already at Beacon. The blue hedgehog said. Yeah, I noticed. Kiro exclaimed, pointing up to the advancing Egg fleet. So why are you here and not there? He pointed to the campus. Because we got a whole bunch of Grim coming our way. Sonic pointed forward to the ruined battlefield, where whatever was left of the Badnik forces, and the surviving White Fang agents, were torn apart and metal remains stomped on by a small army of Grim, which included the likes of Beowulfs and Ursai, in addition to the subterranean ones like the Creeps, Death Stalkers, and King Taijuts, with even more emerging from the holes that were made before by the drill bots. A line of explosions, courtesy of Shadow's Chaos Spears and Omega's Dust Bombs, did blow away the frontmost Grim as they and Knuckles regrouped on the front line. That'll hold them back, but not for long. The Red Echidna stated. Tails, we can't get to the campus without letting the Grim swarm in. Sonic relayed. Try and help RWBY and the others. Got it. Ironwood and I are on our way. Almost on cue, they saw the cyclone and hijacked Egg Hawk flying over them and in pursuit of the Egg Fleet. Here they come. Shadow warned as Glinda joined by all their side and the Grim horde emerged from the smoke with roars and growls, prompting the paladins and very few remaining AK units to open fire and shoot down whatever Grim got close, with Omega joining in with his own firepower. Advance, so I may shoot you. Omega called to the incoming Grim as he fired his guns. Glinda added to that by using her telekinesis on the shredded metallic remains of Badniks and Atlas Tech all around her and sent them forward to shred through the Grim. But despite that, more than a few had managed to make their way close to the front line, prompting Sonic, Kiro, Shadow, and Knuckles to charge forward with their respective weapons. Bombs away. RWBY warned as the approaching Egg Fleet battleships began to rain bombs down across the entire campus. She and her teammates, along with Penny and Seal, used whatever ranged attacks they could to shoot down the bombs before they reached the ground. Though they intercepted several, more than a few hit the area around them, causing multiple explosions that tore up much of the surrounding area around them, with Amy quickly picking up Sway and shielding him from one blast in particular. And it wasn't just with RWBY's group. The carpet bombing was also striking the other areas that the students and their allies were protecting. Run. Everyone move. Now. Rouge ordered as she directed teams SSSN and CFVY away from the area before it was brought up in an explosion. Despite the efforts of Port and Oobleck, they and their respective student teams under their charge, had been caught up in the resulting bombings as they, teams ABRN, BRNZ, CRDL, and FNKI were blown away. Though most of them were just caught in the shockwaves and sent flying, a few had the unfortunate fate of being caught in the explosions, which included Russell, Sky, May, and Roy. Not even their aura could protect them from that. We need to fall back. Seal ordered everyone. Fall back closer to the tower. But what about everyone else? John asked. Everyone scattered throughout the campus. I'll send Rouge and the others a message to get to the tower. But if we regroup with the Ace Ops and everyone, we might stand a better chance. Amy said as she continued to hold sway. Then let's go. Blake stated as the group all picked up everything and ran deeper into the campus. Winter, the Ace Ops, and their unit of soldiers and paladins all gazed up to see the Eagle ship quickly approaching the tower. They happened to see the rest of the Egg Fleet scattering throughout Beacon campus and begin the process of carpet bombing, obliterating many of the buildings that made up Beacon Academy, including the dorms, locker rooms, the dining hall, and library. And while there sadly wasn't anything they could do about that, they can at least do what they can to slow down the flagship directly above them. All paladins, fire. Shoot that ship out of the sky. Winter commanded. The heavily armored Atlesian mechs wasted no time in unleashing all their rockets straight up towards the Eagle ship. However, a shield had appeared at the vessel's underbelly to protect it from the upward bombardment, with the Eagle ship not even so much as scratched. The hard light dust shields are performing optimally, boss. Orbot reported. Our ship has not sustained any damage whatsoever. Look at those guys down there. Qbot said as he pulled up the feed from his monitor to the main screen to show the Atlas forces below them. Those are some heavily armored mechs. And, wait, does lady that look like Weiss? Must be her older sister. Eggman figured out quickly enough. Oh, this is just perfect. He grinned before pressing another button on his armchair to make a call to a certain individual. Oh Adam, he sung. The bay door at the hull of the Eagle ship opened up as something large and massive fell out. Everyone quickly moved out of the way to avoid the crash of an enormous mech made out purple metal that strongly resembled a stag beetle. It was equipped with 6 legs and enormous pinchers on front with a large rear with a series of missile silos built into it. This was the Egg Beetle, and its pilot was none other than Fenrir Loxon. Alright, let's see what this bug can do. The wolf Faunus took the controls and thrusted forward, the pinchers, which began to glow and superheat, lashing out at the nearest advanced paladin to grab it and slice it to pieces with minimal effort. Oh hell, yeah. Fenrir hollered as he pulled back on a lever in the cockpit, which launched a series of missiles from the mech's rear, which went straight up before coming back down all over the area. And while the Ace Ops were able to split apart, another advanced paladin was destroyed in the bombardment, with more than a few soldiers being killed in the process as well. Marrow and Vine were knocked back some distance before the veteran Aesop pulled his younger comrade up. "Marrow, can you freeze it?" "Yeah, I can, He screamed in pain as he felt an electric sting in his shoulder, one powerful enough to cause his aura to flash as he fell to his knees. "Marrow." Vine kneeled to try and help him. "Hang on, I'll help." Clover appeared quickly to come to their aid. "Be careful, Clover. There is something here, but we don't have eyes on it yet," Vine warned. "You don't say." Suddenly, Clover punched Vine in the face, knocking him down and away from the kneeling Marrow, much to his own shock. "What? Clover, what are you?" Someone then stomped down hard on the injured Marrow, keeping him pinned to the ground. He looked up to see that it was the White Fang operative, Elia, her chameleon skin darkened to better blend in with the area around her. As she kept him pinned, she aimed her own weapon, which seemed like an upgraded version of her lightning lash, which was now looking something like a mix between a longsword and an electric prong, surged with bright electricity. "You're a Faunus, and you wear that uniform." Elia looked down at him in disgust. "You're a traitor to your own race." Vine tried to pick himself up, only to be seemingly hooked on the shoulder by the kingfisher line wielded by who appeared to be Clover. "Oh, I'm sorry, did that hurt?" He tried to pull Vine in, only for Vine's own aura to grow around his arms and shoulders and push away the line, freeing him before extending both his aura arms to grab Clover, the hallucination quickly wearing off to reveal that it was actually Emerald, with her own weapon instead of Kingfisher. "That's an interesting semblance you have," Vine told her as he pulled her arms pinned to her sides and held her above the ground. "And so young too, it truly is a shame with how you use such a gift." "Who are you to judge me, Atlas Elite?" Emerald scowled. "You were born with everything, I was left with nothing. Even if that is true, I cannot condone these actions," Vine said. "Please surrender, or I will use force." Emerald smirked. "You called my semblance a gift. It must be if you didn't notice that." Raising a curious eyebrow, Vine soon heard the rapid sounds of beeping on his side. He glanced in shock to see a small bomb had been planted and was unable to do anything before the bomb exploded, blasting Vine to the side and freeing Emerald. "It's sad, all that training, only to get your ass handed to you by a little girl." She smirked in the direction of Vine, spinning the chain of one of her thief's respite weapons, as he struggled to pull himself up, his own aura briefly flashing. Meanwhile, as the egg beetle grabbed another advanced paladin with its pincers and threw it up into the air to land with a thud behind it, it then charged at the remaining three as they grappled and pressed against one another, which seemed to keep it still long enough for Winter, Elm, Harriet, and the real Clover, along with a few other Atlas soldiers, to regroup and begin planning for their own counterattack. "Elm, try and weaken its armor. The rest of us will provide support and follow in," Clover ordered. However, another machine soon blocked their way, one that hovered above the ground and had the appearance of a giant mechanical viper. It had thick red spiked armor, especially around the central head unit, which was affixed with a multitude of weapons, and the one piloting it just so happened to be Mercury. "Yeah, I don't think so." The young man inside grinned as he pressed the controls, firing a series of lightning and ice beams at the soldiers, once again forcing them to break apart from one another, though a couple soldiers were either frozen or electrocuted by the attacks. Elm quickly launched a pair missiles from her timber, but Mercury pulled the egg viper up to avoid that as the missiles instead struck the side of the tower. This however seemed to work to Harriet's advantage as she sped her way up the wall with her own semblance, and once she felt she was high enough, she leapt off and straight for the flying serpent-like mech. However, the mech's radar systems had alerted Mercury to the incoming enemy, leading him to pull back on the controls, causing the egg viper to furl and slam its tail into Harriet to knock her hard into the building, causing her own aura to flash briefly, before she slid down to the ground. Clover then flailed Kingfisher to successfully snag a spike on the armor, which he used to pull himself up as the egg viper furled in the air and all around the tower to try and shake him off. Winter looked ready to perform a summon with one of her glyphs to go after the egg beetle, but she noticed a flash of red out of the corner of her eye and was quick to draw her sword to block the strike from a red blade wielded by a certain masked man. Eldest daughter of the Schnee family. Adam Taurus growled as he locked blades with Winter. "Human or Faunus, we're finally gonna settle this. Once and for all. Adam and the others have engaged the forces below. And it looks like Sonic and Shadow are still preoccupied with the Grim at the campus perimeter. Orbot reported. Excellent. Send Metal and everyone else into the communications room. It should be easy enough for them to take over. Eggman ordered. The Beacon CCTS terminal room was guarded by a dozen AK drones. And despite the chaos going on outside, they did not move. Following the programming given to them, they would protect this communications room until they could no longer function. However, they would soon be alerted by something that flew and smashed its way into the room. This was Metal Sonic, who carried Cinder and Mimic in his hands, with Torchwick and Neapolitan holding into him. Immediately, the robots opened fire, but Metal activated his black shield to protect himself from the gunfire, which allowed the others to move around throughout the room. Using the terminals for cover, the four villains quickly made their move. Cinder had drawn Midnight's bow form to launch a volley of glass arrows to take down 3 AK units with precise headshots. Neo used Hush's parasol as a shield and provided Torchwick with cover for him to use his stolen gun to shoot the 2 AK drones in front of them, and Mimic had taken the form of an AK unit to sneak in close to 2 other AKs from behind, who didn't seem to notice his presence, until he pulled his own gun to shoot them all in the back, turning back to normal with a satisfied laugh. With only 5 left, Metal quickly deactivated his shield and flew in to dispatch them. He used his sword arm to bisect one, grabbed a second one by the throat and used it as a shield against the gunfire with 2 more before flying through what was left of that AK, grabbed them both by their faces and slammed them to the ground with enough force to shatter their heads, and quickly converted his left arm into a blaster to fire an electric blast at the last one, obliterating it completely. Well, that was fun. Torchwick commented, tipping his hat up slightly. And easy. Just the way I like it. Mimic smirked. Cinder, upon seeing Metal eye her, spoke into the earpiece that Metal had forced her to wear before coming here. We've secured the terminal room. See what happens when you follow orders. She could practically see the smirk on Eggman's face, which only caused her to scowl even more. Metal Sonic pulled out a flash drive with an Eggman logo on it and tossed it to Torchwick, which he caught in his hand. Plug that into any terminal. With it, I'll be able to access the CCTS's systems from my ship, even when the tower falls. I'll have all of Remnant's communications at my fingertips. With no real reason to really question it, Roman plugged the flash drive into the nearest terminal. It didn't take long for the screen on that terminal to be overloaded with 1s and 0s, which soon happened to all the other screens and monitors throughout the room. A second later, all the screens turned red as the black logo of the Eggman Empire appeared on all of them. Got it. You all know your instructions. Eggman's voice boomed through all the monitors to address them all. Torchwick, Mimic, and Neo will guard this room and make sure that a certain two-tailed genius or any of his friends are able to rehack the system. Metal, you'll escort our troublemaker to the basement and do what she needs to do. Don't be afraid to tug the leash or even kick her if you have to. Metal looked directly at Cinder and pointed to the elevator doors at the other end of the room, her scowl growing. Well, you heard em. Run along now, little doggy. Torchwick teased as Neo smirked in her direction with crossed arms. Be nice and I just may have a treat for ya. Mimic mocked as well. Clenching her fists as tightly as she could, Cinder stomped her way to the elevator doors and slammed her hands into it. She channeled her semblance with some boost from her half of the Maiden powers, leading to the doors superheating and quickly melting away to reveal the empty shaft that led straight to the bottom. Before she could even think about jumping, Metal was already at her side to grab her by the arm and hold her tightly. Scowling and rolling her eyes, Cinder relaxed, showing no signs of retaliation. Metal then picked her up bridal style and flew straight downward. Ospin could feel everything that was happening outside. No doubt the battle has moved its way to Beacon campus, and from everything he heard on the radios, it seemed like he and his allies were on the losing end. And with Cinder having escaped from Ironwood's custody, it was only a matter of time before she or someone else came down here. He turned back again to see Amber's unconscious form in the pod with a sorrowful expression. I'm truly sorry, Amber. He spoke aloud. I never intended for this for you, for anyone, so many innocent souls lost in this war, how many more must suffer? This coming from the man who drags it all out. Turning around, Ospin glared at Cinder as she stood 20 feet away of him, her midnight bow already strung before she let loose an arrow in Amber's direction, only for Ospin to quickly use his cane to smash said arrow and stand protectively in front of Amber's chamber. Salem is what she is, a Grimm who thrives off destruction. But you chose to stand against her. You chose to lie to everyone around you, trick and manipulate them into fighting this unwinnable war of yours. But despite all this loss, and the obvious outcome being thrusted into your face time and time again, you still keep going. I can't decide whether you're arrogant, stupid, or insane. Maybe all of the above. Whatever Salem has promised you, she won't deliver. Ospin told her. You are just a pawn to her, nothing more. Walk away from her now while you still can. And what? Join you? I don't think so, Cinder said. And Salem doesn't command me like the rest of her little puppets. I'm taking that power because it's rightfully mine. I cannot let you do that. Ospin held his cane out like a sword as he took a combative stance. Maybe not me, but what about our little friend? Cinder smirked, glancing upward. Before Ospin could even react, Metal Sonic flew down from the ceiling, having used the recent exchange as a distraction to get into position. He gunned straight for Amber, faster than Ospin could counter, and drove his arm blade right into the pod, piercing through the glass and through Amber's heart. No! Ospin exclaimed in a panic, but it was too late. The instant the blade had pierced Amber's heart, her body was covered in an orange glow before that light shot out from Amber, shattering the glass and straight into Cinder. Her whole body began to glow with a bright orange aura. That same kind of aura formed over her own eyes that glowed the same amber color as her own as flames moved all across her body. That was it, Amber was dead, and Cinder now had the full Fall Maiden power at her disposal. Ospin steeled himself as he was now in between the Fall Maiden Cinder and Metal Sonic. Despite the odds clearly not being in his favor, he was prepared to fight them both with everything he had. Shall we test the limits of my new power? Cinder teased as she clenched her fist, and all the green-lit torches in the underground chamber were extinguished, leaving almost complete darkness. But that darkness was soon illuminated by flashes of green energy, flames, and orange electricity as the battle began in the blink of an eye. Cinder had her midnight bow split into its dual swords, both were set aflame as she clashed them against Ospin's cane rapidly before he lunged it into her stomach to send her skidding on her feet across the ground. Metal Sonic then struck Ospin in the back with a kick, but as he rolled across the ground, he flipped to his back to pull his cane up and block the blade strike from Metal before a sphere of green energy appeared around Ospin to knock Metal back. A torrent of flames struck the sphere around Ospin that he kept up as he picked himself up before rapidly expanding the shield to explode in a flash of green light to knock Cinder back. He then directed his focus on Metal Sonic as the robot dashed at him, its right hand converted into a blade as he lashed out with it in his left claw, but Ospin moved at such a rapid pace that it appeared a flash of green after images appeared around him to block all of Metal's strikes before Ospin lunged his cane at Metal for multiple quick strikes of his own, but Metal had blocked it all with his black shield. Noticing a light out of the corner of his eye, he was quick to bring his head down and avoid the waves of flame that Cinder threw his way with slashes of her blades. The flames would have hit Metal, but he kept his black shield up to protect himself, which gave Ospin a small opening to go for Cinder as he brought his cane down toward her, which she blocked by crossing her dual flaming blades, but even that was a feint for Ospin throwing his free hand, which was balled up into a fist and surrounded by powerful green energy and struck Cinder in the face. A flash of green light erupted upon contact as Cinder was blasted to the wall, creating a dent upon impact. Ospin was then struck in the back by a dash boost from Metal Sonic, one that allowed Metal to grab him by the face, smash him into the ground, and used his jet booster to speed through the chamber and drag Ospin by his face through the ground all the way towards the end of the chamber. But despite that, Ospin's body was coated in a bright green energy aura that quickly expanded to knock Metal off. Though Metal stabilized himself in the air, his left hand converted into an energy blaster as he shot at Ospin, who used his own speed and agility to dodge all the explosive and electrical blast before leaping at Metal and thrusting his cane rapidly at him. However, Metal had seen this technique already, and was able to rapidly calculate the point of each strike, using his metallic hands to block each and every thrust before catching the final thrust with both his hands. Ospin blinked in surprise as he was now suspended in midair by Metal, holding onto his own cane. Metal then flew straight up towards the ceiling faster than Ospin could react and slammed him hard into it before spinning his body rapidly and threw Ospin back to the ground, smashing and creating a large dragging impact. Suddenly, the floor around him began to glow and melt, prompting Ospin to flip back to more safe ground as he saw Cinder with her hands on the ground, using her abilities to melt the floor and before waving her hands up to pull the globs of molten metal up, which she quickly cooled and solidified into razor-sharp metal projectiles and threw them at Ospin. And while he was able to block and deflect all of them with incredible speed and accuracy, he was still exposed for a split second, more than enough time for Metal to deliver a homing attack to the side of his head and smash him into the nearest wall, with Metal adding to it by multiple blade swipes and claw strikes from his metallic appendages, slicing and striking all over Ospin, to the point where his green aura began to flicker slightly. Once again, Ospin used his energy field to protect himself and expanded it to push Metal Sonic back. The robotic doppelganger flew straight up into the air as a bright surge of orange electricity surged all around him. He was preparing his maximum overdrive attack, and Cinder mirrored his actions as she hovered in the air and generated an enormous sphere of fire all around her, almost like a miniature sun had just formed in the chamber. Ospin knew he couldn't counter both at once. He could probably counter one, but that would leave him vulnerable to the other. Using all his available power, Ospin plunged his cane into the ground and channeled as much magic power as he could into a sphere that glowed brighter than the other ones he used, residual green sparks of energy shining around him. At the same time, Cinder condensed all that literal firepower into a single massive blast that she shot at Ospin, while Metal blasted forward like a missile with his maximum overdrive, his body spinning rapidly as the powerful energy surged around him. Both attacks struck the shield in near-perfect synchronization. Boom! Asterisk. A massive explosion of fire and electricity rocked the entire underground chamber, blasting away most of the floor and even a few of the surrounding walls. When it was all said and done, and the dust settled, Cinder was holding her knees to catch her breath, and Metal Sonic was across from her, his body smoking slightly as he let his systems cool off and recharge. Ordinarily, the maximum overdrive would have overcharged his internal circuits and left him vulnerable for a time, but thanks to some dust upgrades, such as lightning dust to provide an extra power source until his circuits self-repaired, and even ice dust to help cool his internal circuitry down, he was at least able to stand tall. And in the middle of both of them was Ospin, laying stomach fist on the ruined ground. His green aura flashing until it faded away as he clenched the handle of his cane tightly like it was the most precious thing in the world to him. That is until Cinder brought her flaming blade down to sever Ospin's hand entirely, causing him to scream in pain before Metal collected the cane, pressing a button on the handle to retract the rod. Metal took a brief scan of the weapon to get a good read on how it worked before clipping it to his side. Such a waste, Cinder tisked as she kicked Ospin over to his back and loomed over him. And this is only a fourth of the power you once wielded. What could have possessed you to give up all of this? You could have actually stood a chance against Salem if you kept this power, but all you did was weaken yourself. It's a shame that power is all you think about, Ospin struggled. I think I've had enough. Cinder held one of her blades and superheated it, raising it and ready to thrust it into his heart. Enjoy the afterlife for the 1000th time. But right as she thrust it downward. Hold it. Eggman's voice came through her earpiece as Metal grabbed her by the arm to stop the thrust just an inch above Ospin's chest. What? Cinder exclaimed. I wanna have a chat with him. Bring him up top. Eggman ordered. Are you serious right now? You want to give him a free pass? Cinder argued. I can still. Did I ask for your opinion? Eggman's voice warned, and Metal tightened his grip on her arm. And don't get cocky just because you have the whole power set now. You are still no match for my greatest creation who can and will break every bone in your body if you don't do what I say. Cinder winced as she felt Metal's grip tighten even more and he eyed her warningly with his glowing red optics. Giving a deep groan, she relented. Fine. Good dog. Back outside Beacon Tower, the last of the advanced paladins had been ripped apart by Fenrir in his egg beetle, while also causing another Atlas Solider underneath one of his mech's legs, before he turned his attention to the members of the Ace Ops close to him, launching a volley of missiles at Harriet, Elm, and Clover as they dodged however they could. Harriet tried to speed up to his side and strike at him, only for the ground below her to explode as a fire blast from Mercury's egg viper blew her back. Mercury then saw Emerald struggling against Vine while Eela parried her weapon against Marrow's own, leading him to direct his snake-like mech in their direction, flailing his tail to smack Vine and Marrow away, the two crashing on the ground before Marrow's own aura shattered and he was knocked unconscious, forcing Vine to pick him up in his right arm and use his aura limbs on his left hand to stretch away and avoid the next attack, which came in the form of a tail smash. Meanwhile, a clash of white and red erupted all across the area as Winter and Adam engaged in a vicious sword duel, both moving with such speeds that they were practically even. But while Winter moved with such grace and agility, Adam went on the attack with focused, yet powerful and deadly swings of his sword. When they locked blades again, Winter detached a secondary sword from her main blade and sliced upward at Adam, forcing him back before she leapt into the air, erected several glyphs behind her to throw multiple ice shards at him, but Adam rolled out of the way and dashed to where Winter would be, but she used a glyph under her feet to provide some extra boost as she jumped backwards and performed a summon to create a pack of white Beowulfs, which she sent directly at him. However, Adam simply held the handle of Wilt. His hair and the some markings on his black clothes glowed a bright red just as the white Beowulfs lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, he sent a powerful red energy slash forward to slice through all the summons before facing against Winter again. "You'll have to better than that," he told her. "I'd say, quit hiding behind your forces and face me like a warrior, but since you're a Schnee, that's probably asking for too much," he said with a smirk. Winter narrowed her eyes at him. "How little you know of my family, but I know much about you, Adam Taurus. You're responsible for well over a dozen murders. And how many deaths are your family responsible for?" Adam pointed back. "What's even more pathetic, is that not all of them are Faunus. You don't even hesitate to sacrifice your own kind for your own benefit, but you at least make the effort to make Faunus extermination that much more painful." He clenched his sheathed sword. "You didn't even take the White Fang seriously before, did you? Even when we started fighting back, you think we're not worth the effort. But not anymore. Once Beacon is reduced to rubble, Atlas is next." Adam then fired Blush, the sheath of his sword that operated like a rifle to shoot his sword at Winter, and while she did deflect it with a swipe of her sword, Adam had quickly closed the gap to grab both her wrists with his hands and pulled his knee into her stomach, followed by a headbutt to her face to knock her back just as Wilt fell back into his hands and he went on the offensive with his red-clad sword, with Winter blocking the slashes as best as she could. However, just as their blades clashed, a pink blur had come towards Adam's side, which was revealed to be Amy as she slammed her Pico into his side to knock him away, causing him to roll across the ground before getting back on his feet. But even then, Adam was forced to take several steps back as gunshots from Ren's Stormflower and Pyrrha's Milo, which caused him to back into John who swung Crocea Morse at him, but Adam recovered quickly enough to block the sword strike with his own blade. He then kicked at John's feet to knock him down, only to look in surprise to see Nora rushing him past the downed John, who had been using himself to hide Nora's charge, and swung Monhild upward into Adam's jaw that sent him up and crashing back down to the ground. "You good?" Amy asked as she helped Winter back to her feet. "Yes, thank you." Winter nodded as Team JNPR regrouped beside them. "So that's the big bad Adam we've heard about," Nora commented. "Looks more like an angsty kid than anything else. We shouldn't underestimate him," Pyrrha advised, "nor for the rest of our enemies. But that's why we brought backup." John smiled confidently. As he said that, a powerful green energy beam was shot at the side of the egg beetle, landing a direct hit and sending the large mech crashing into the side of Beacon Tower, while the egg viper was forced back by several rapid-fire gun shots, concussive blasts, fire bombs, elemental strikes, and other various long-ranged attacks. Emerald and Elia were also forced back to the two egg mechs as they saw enemy reinforcements arrive. The recovering Aesops were more than a little surprised to see teams CFVY, SSSN, FNKI, along with Seal, Bronze, Nolan, Cardin, Dove, Rouge, Port, Oobleck, who all joined alongside Team JNPR, Amy, and Winter, and at the front of the group was none other than Team RWBY, led by Ruby Rose herself with Penny landing right next to her, and the barking and growling Sway at her feet. "Sorry we're late," the red-clad girl said seriously. As the heroes gathered together in front of them, Fenrir and Mercury both glared from within their respective mechs, while Emerald couldn't help but look more than a little nervous. Ilya saw Blake and instantly her resolve faded. Blake herself saw Ilya and looked with concern in her direction, but the second she saw Adam, she felt her blood freeze. This wasn't Mimic impersonating him like before. The minute she laid eyes on him, she knew that it was the real deal this time. And when she saw his masked face look at her, he simply smirked. She would have backed away on instinct, had Yang not grasped her arm, and gave her an assuring look and nod. Same for Amy as she stepped towards Blake's side. This caused Blake to relax as she tried to steel herself for the fight ahead. "Late, you say?" Adam said with a chuckle. "I'd say you're all right on time, actually. On time to see the pinnacle of your wretched society crumble." No sooner than when he said that, the massive Eagle ship, which was now hovering above Beacon Tower from an angle, opened its bow, which had the face of an eagle as a large sphere of electricity charged up from inside the open beak. Eggman sneered as he stood in front of a control panel on the bridge of his ship. "With beacons fall, let the Eggman Empire rise." He slammed his fist down on the console. A large beam of electricity was shot at the top of the tower, and when it struck, a massive sound of thunder could be heard throughout the air, followed by a bright electrical explosion that all but obliterated the top of the tower. Everyone down below, from all the students to professional huntsmen, and the two anthropomorphs alongside them, to even Tails and Ironwood as they flew through the air in their respective crafts, every single one of them looked in complete and utter shock at what had just happened. Even Emerald, Ilya, and Mercury were somewhat surprised by this sudden display of overwhelming power. No, Glinda's face went pale as she, Sonic, Kiro, Shadow, Knuckles, and Omega saw the destruction of Beacon Tower even from their spot. Kiro's eyes widened like dinner plates with Sonic and Knuckles looking surprised themselves, while Shadow narrowed his own eyes with a glare at Eggman's ship, and even Omega clenched his metallic fists. However, their shock would not last as they were once again forced to contend with the approaching grim horde, which showed no signs of slowing down. "Oh ho ho. Well, isn't that a sight?" Eggman chuckled. "I bet you're loving this." He looked to the Seer Grim. "While this is satisfying to behold, let's at least make sure the job is done thoroughly," Salem advised. "Correct." Ergo, Eggman pulled up a holographic monitor to show Tails flying around in the Cyclone, alongside Ironwood in his stolen Egg Hawk. Orbot, Cubot, have all remaining battleships focus their firepower on blasting Tails and his Tin Man friend out of the sky. "On it, boss," Orbot said as he and Cubot began to direct the rest of the robotically manned vessels remotely on their respective consoles. "I sure hope Tails has insurance. That's a nice looking plane," Cubot said. Eggman then opened up his own comms. All remaining White Fang forces converge on the ground at the base of Beacon Tower. Wipe out what's left of this feeble little resistance. In that instant, all of the Egg Fleet battleships and gunships that polluted the skies of Beacon Campus, directed all their cannons and guns to the two smaller vessels and opened fire, causing the sky around them to light up. "Ironwood, dodge," Tails warned as he directed his Cyclone to avoid as much of the gunfire as possible, with Ironwood trying the same. But despite his own piloting skills, it was difficult to navigate through all these explosions in such a large airship. Simultaneously, all the remaining Egg Hawks that were still operated by the White Fang, descended to the courtyard that surrounded Beacon Tower and opened fire with machine guns and missiles. "Scatter," Port warned everyone as the gathered heroes all moved in separate directions, which prompted Fenrir and Mercury to pilot the Egg Beetle and Egg Viper into the fray, with the former charging at the Seal, Vine, and Clover, with the latter going after Rouge, Pyrrha, and John. Emerald and Ilya both hesitated for a moment, with the latter looking ready to charge in herself, only for Emerald to grab her by the arm and nudge her head over to the side. Ilya knew what Emerald's semblance was and how it works. It also seemed to work well with her own natural chameleon ability. With a nod, Ilya decided to follow her, if only to be able to best take out some targets. Blake used her semblance to speed away from a diving Egg Hawk, but was knocked to her front on the ground by the gust of wind as the vessel pulled up, only to find herself at the feet of Adam. On instinct, Blake used her semblance to bring herself back up as she drew Gamble Shroud's gun mode and aimed it at him with shaky hands. "Hello Blake. Did you miss me?" Adam greeted in a seemingly friendly manner. "I missed you. Stay back. I'm warning you." Blake shook like a leaf, trying to keep her weapon steady, but even as Adam stepped closer, she couldn't pull the trigger. "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other in such a long time. How about we catch up a little bit?" Adam offered as he held out his hand to her. "Come with me, and I can promise to get you away from this mess. Beacon's doomed, so is everyone else here. And don't expect your little blue savior to come to your rescue. He's busy dealing with all the grim right at your doorstep. But you can still save yourself, if you just give me a chance to help you do so." No, I can't." Blake stuttered, but Adam was already an inch away from her as he held her hand and she felt herself shrink under him. "I know you, Blake. You're not your father. You're not suicidal or idiotic like him. You're a survivor, like me. And as survivors, best survive when we're together. Right?" Suddenly, a glyph appeared at both their feet, causing a large spike of ice to appear in between them, forcing Adam away from Blake, and into the path of Yang, who launched herself at him to land a punch in his stomach, which sent him in Amy's direction, who was able to lift her Pico up to smash him into the ground. Though he was quick to try and draw wilt, Amy was quicker to speed away from the slash and regroup alongside Weiss and Yang as they stood around Blake protectively. She said, "No, you creep." The pink hedgehog glared. What are you guys?" Blake almost couldn't believe that her friends were here. "You said that you'd be there for me, right?" Yang recalled as she turned to Blake with a smile. "Well, what kind of partner would I be if I'm not there for you? We're a team, and more importantly, we're friends, Blake." Weiss smiled as well. "Your problems are ours too, and we'll solve them together." Smiling emotionally, Blake stood straight as she stepped alongside them. "Thank you. Friends, huh?" Adam mocked. "With a human is one thing, but a schnee." Adam's smile faded. "You really have fallen, haven't you, Blake? Aren't you one to talk?" Weiss glared. "And who are you to talk about working with humans?" Yang scoffed in agreement. "In case you've forgotten, you're working as a lackey to that human, right now." She pointed to the Eagle ship that served as Eggman's command ship. "Eggman is a means to an end, and I have nothing to justify to any of you." Adam glared. "Then it looks like we're done talking." Amy held the Pico tightly as Weiss pointed Myrtanaster forward and Yang readied her fists with Ember Celica. Even Blake had Gamble Shroud drawn. Adam smirked as he held Flicked Wilt from its hilt slightly. "Let's go." With that, he charged forward, with Amy, Weiss, Yang, and Blake doing the same. Meanwhile, RWBY soon found herself back towards Winter and Penny as an egg hawk descended towards them, only for Penny to pull back all her swords and thrust her fists forward, causing a beam of green energy to shoot out from all her blades straight at the egg hawk, causing it to explode. But the flaming debris was still falling in their direction. Fortunately, Winter had quickly used a glyph to erect a massive ice wall, which she further reinforced with rock dust. When the fireball struck, most of the wall was obliterated, but the three behind it were still okay. "The summit of Beacon Tower has been destroyed," Penny said, "which means communication between all of the kingdoms is no longer possible." "But not the whole tower, just the top, right?" RWBY asked hopefully. "Maybe we can still salvage something. Tails is the smartest guy the first. No, I bet he can do it. Depending on the damage, it may indeed be possible to restore communications." Winter granted. "But I suspect Eggman knows this, and he's keeping all enemy aircraft from the tower." RWBY once again looked up to see the cyclone caught between several explosions, with Tails no doubt doing his best to avoid being shot down. And even if he was still available, there was still the possibility that the damage was too severe, and communications couldn't be fixed. But they should at least know for sure. "I'll go and see how bad the damage is," RWBY offered, much to Winter's own surprise. "I'm small and fast, with my semblance I could probably get up there and see for myself. Sonic's told me how Eggman gets tunnel vision. He's probably so focused on the battle that he won't even notice me. Do you know anything on how to operate or repair communications technology?" Winter asked. RWBY didn't answer right away, which was a clear no for Winter. "I do," Penny said. "Allow me to accompany her." "No, Penny. Everyone needs you down here," RWBY told her. "How about this? I'll go scout the top and send you a picture through my scroll and we'll decide what to do from there." Winter thought for a moment. RWBY was at least right in that they needed Penny's help to even the odds in the ongoing fight, and she did see how RWBY performed alongside her sister in the doubles round. Her speed was impressive, that in her small stature would make her ideal for stealth. A quick recon only, Winter told her, granting her permission to go. If you see any enemy forces up there, fall back immediately. Do not go looking for a fight. I understand. Thank you. RWBY smiled. I'll provide you with a means to get up close, Winter said as she used a glyph to summon a white nevermore. The enemy vessels may be drawn to it, but you can use it as a decoy to get closer into your target. Okay. Thanks, again, RWBY said as she mounted the white nevermore. Oh, this is so cool. I can't wait to see why summon one of these. She geeked out internally. RWBY, Penny got her attention. Be careful. Don't worry. RWBY smiled assuringly. I'm combat ready. That caused Penny to smile back just before the white nevermore took off. Winter was able to read Penny enough to see that she and RWBY have developed a friendship, and while Ironwood had forbade Penny from speaking to anyone a while back, it was still nice to see the girl make a new friend, someone who was close to her own sister no less. But now was not the time to focus on that, they had a battle to fight. Penny. Winter spoke up. I know. The android girl became serious as she produced the many swords of her floating array and flew forward alongside a charging Winter to rejoin the chaotic battle. RWBY rode the white nevermore which flew straight up the tower. She was already halfway up when she noticed an egg hawk flying in her direction, with the White Fang pilot and his gunman already shooting at her. Just as Winter had said, this would be the perfect decoy. RWBY allowed the white nevermore to be shot before she used her own semblance to perform a speedy jump and held crescent rows backwards to fire several rounds and provide herself with extra momentum before swinging it upward in its scythe mode to drive the blade into the building. As she hung from the pole of her weapon, she looked to her side to see the white nevermore shot and obliterated by the egg hawk before it pulled upward and flipped upside down before rejoining the battle, not noticing her at all. Taking a brief glance down and up, RWBY saw that she was at least halfway up the tower, but she was certain she could make the rest of the distance if she went like this. Using her speed, RWBY extracted her weapon and sped up the side of the tower, and just before she could feel herself losing traction, she swung crescent rows to strike the blade into the side again before repeating the process. However, she was unaware of a certain black-feathered and red-eyed bird perched on a small ledge just below her. What was she doing? Trying to get herself killed. Going straight to the enemy like this all alone was a suicide mission. She almost flew after her, but took a glance down to see a blur of yellow, which the bird quickly identified as Yang, engaged in a battle with Taurus of all people. That was a recipe for disaster too. But at the very least, she had friends with her, friends that she knew Yang trusted and would pull her back if it got too dangerous. But RWBY was going up there alone. She would be in even greater danger than Yang currently was. With that in mind, the bird flew up after RWBY, and if it got too dangerous for her, she would pull her back and out of danger. Of course that would probably mean revealing herself to her, but since that black and red-furred hedgehog, one of Yang and RWBY's alien allies, had seen her already, there was a chance they already knew about her. But now was not the time to think about that. Now was the time to prevent that girl from suffering the same fate as her mother. At the very top of Beacon Tower should have been Ospin's office, but now it was completely obliterated. There was only the ruined floor which had burning rubble scattered all over, not even the gears of the clocks were there anymore. A fiery explosion blew away some of the rubble that covered the hole where the elevator shaft would be as Cinder, her eyes still glowing, hovered out with Metal Sonic right behind her as he carried Ospin before throwing him to the ground, allowing the man to see what had become of his workspace. There was a brief look of surprise before he hung his head down. Tell me, how does it feel? Cinder asked mockingly as she pulled him up by his hair. To have everything you've built, everything you've worked hard to gain, vanish in the blink of an eye. But, then again, you must be used to this by now. Ospin offered no response, but instead focused his attention on the spotlight that shined down on all three of them, the light that shined from the hull of the Eagle ship, right before something small hovered down from it. This was the Eggmobile with the scientist and mastermind behind this attack on board, allowing Ospin to see him in person for the first time as the Eggmobile parked itself just in front of him. A pleasure to finally meet you face to face, Professor Ospin. Eggman smirked. Doctor. Ospin greeted coldly. Metal Sonic then walked to Eggman as he stepped out of his personal craft and handed him Ospin's weapon. "Ah, what have we here?" Eggman took the retracted form of long memory and analyzed it for a second, even flicking its side slightly. "This could be interesting, or it could just be scrap metal. Whatever, I'll figure it out later." He put it into his coat pocket. "Cinder, make yourself useful and keep Sonic and the others from getting to the tower," Eggman ordered. "By myself? Really?" Cinder mused, glancing towards Metal and wondering if he would try anything with her. "I need to see for myself how a fully powered Maiden can fare against my most hated nemesis and if they're really worth all the hype that Salem sold," Eggman said. "So don't expect any backup." A malevolent grin formed on Cinder's face as her eyes glowed once again. "I won't need it." Using flames from her hands and feet, she propelled herself away from the tower and towards the front lines, leaving Ospin alone with Eggman and Metal Sonic. "It's a real shame that you gave up all that power, and there's 4 maidens in total." Eggman began to address the professor as he was on his knees. "You were probably the most powerful man on this world back in your heyday." He noticed the stub on his arm where his hand previously was, with the wound seared shut rather recently. "At least you had the foresight to keep some magic and not just throw it all away." "I assume Salem has told you of our circumstances," Ospin assumed. "Yeah, and that you were stupid enough to give up your chance of stopping her because you felt charitable to some stray brats who crossed your path," Eggman said. "I didn't throw anything away. I gave 4 kind souls the ability to help others," Ospin argued. "And look where that ultimately led you." Eggman gestured all around him. "You made it possible for your enemy to take your own power and use it against you. At least if you kept it for yourself, Cinder wouldn't be so power-hungry like she is now. In hindsight, maybe you should have had the ability to take the magic back for yourself if any maidens misused their power." "Perhaps," Ospin admitted. "But I do not regret my choice back then. What I'm concerned with is how you don't apparently have any regrets with the destruction you leave in your wake, Dr. Robotnik. Or should I call you Evo? Or Eggman? Sonic was the one who gave me that nickname because of my uniquely shaped body," Eggman replied, gesturing to his own body for emphasis. "But the joke's on him," he sneered. "I embraced the name. I made it my own. His mockery is now a name feared throughout the ages. But to correct you, I actually do have some regrets. Mostly I regret failing to control all my previously acquired godly powers and use said powers to rule the world, universe, and/or multiverse." "But why?" Ospin questioned. "You are a technological genius." "Thank you," Eggman interrupted smugly. "But you use that power to harm others," Ospin argued. "You use it bring destruction when you can be helping so many people. You claim that I wasted my power. The way I see it, you waste your own gifts in all this senseless harm and chaos." "Oh, what? You want me to be a charitable goody two-shoes?" Eggman questioned. "I'm surprised that someone as old as you is so naive. Here's the thing, when it comes to people, you give what you have to them, and they may seem grateful at first, but the more you give, the more entitled they feel. They feel entitled to what you have, and what you have is no longer your own. If I gave my genius to the rest of the world, they would take that and everything else, and leave nothing left. Just ask my grandfather." Eggman kept that part to himself. As much as he respected Gerald's genius, he made one mistake in trying to share his gift with the world. And how did the world respond? They not only took his own genius for granted, they feared him. They tried to take his genius from him, and everything else while they were at it. That caused Gerald to lose his mind and almost destroyed everything. Well, he won't repeat the same mistakes as his grandfather. Someone will take your gifts, but it won't be the people of Remnant," Ospin warned. "Salem," Eggman scoffed with a laugh. "You'd be wise to take her seriously." Ospin narrowed his eyes. "She acts as your ally now, but once she has what she needs from you, she will throw you into the abyss and claim everything you have for herself. Not unless I betray her first." Eggman grinned as he leaned in close to Ospin's face. "That's another problem you have. You think Salem is invincible and you can't beat her. You've all but given up any chance of doing that." "That's not," Ospin tried. "Oh please. Any idiot can see that you don't have any real plan." Eggman gestured all over. "Look at this society you've built. It's all walled inward, focused solely on defense. Like you said, Salem told me everything about you, how you can incarnate into new people every time you die. Your previous incarnation was the King of Vale, the one who won the Great War, right? Yes, Ospin confirmed. At that time, you actually had all the power you needed to defeat Salem. Eggman continued. You had all of Remnant united behind you, you probably could locate and contact the current Maidens at that time, and you had access to all 4 relics. Speaking of which, Metal. He got the attention of his most prized creation. You wouldn't have happened to have found the relic vault while you were down there, would you? Salem said that each relic was located underneath each school, right? Metal shook his head in response. Are you sure? Eggman asked. Metal Sonic then projected another hologram from the open port in his forehead, which showed a 3-dimensional schematic of Beacon, as well as the vault where Amber was located. There were no other chambers underneath the campus, or anything else that suggested a secondary vault where the relic of choice would be. Huh. Eggman brushed his own mustache as he contemplated this. Either Salem was lying, or Beacon is a red herring and the relic is located elsewhere. I wonder if that's the case for the other academies, obviously not for Atlas. That city needs something pretty powerful to keep it afloat perpetually, not unlike the Master Emerald and Angel Island, but the other academies could indeed just be fronts. He looked to Ospin again. And if that's the case, smart move on your part. Eggman granted, causing Ospin to glare at him again. That'll definitely keep Salem guessing. But, it's still not enough to win. Back to my main point, Eggman then began to pace around Ospin in a circle, with Metal keeping a close eye on the professor to make sure that he didn't try anything. You had the relics, the Maidens, and all of Remnant united under you. You could have used all of that against Salem, easily. You could have used the Relic of Destruction and led the combined armies of Remnant to wipe her out and her grim forces. Or if that's too violent for the noble hero, you could have used the Relic of Knowledge to determine her location, and the Relic of Creation to build an eternal prison for her, and transport said prison off Remnant entirely. But no, once again, you gave up all your power to create your ideal society, but only at the cost of putting the rest of your people in a situation where their only real way of living is just survival. I gave the people of this world the ability to make their own choices. Ospin said firmly. To be free and have control over their lives. You mean free to cause trouble? Eggman countered. Free to establish their own social hierarchy where all those lesser than them are fighting for scraps while those above keep everything they think belongs to them. Why do you think the White Fang exists? Because you gave humanity the freedom to persecute and oppress them. And you would take that freedom away. Ospin argued. Don't act as if you care for the White Fang or the Faunus in general. You are taking advantage of their plight, breeding more hate into this world and destroying innocent lives. They are not your allies, merely pawns to you and Salem. Just like all those students down there are pawns to you. Eggman smirked as he stopped in front of the kneeling professor. Don't go act all high and mighty on me. You're the one who's arming pre-teen kids to wage a war that they don't even know exists, leaving them unprepared for situations just like this one. With the exception of Atlas, your kingdoms don't even have any military to defend themselves. Do you know how easy it was to invade and overwhelm Beacon even with Atlas and Sonic's help? You've weakened your own people so much that they can't even go on the attack against Salem. How many kids have to die, or families you have to ruin, before you finally realize that you are not the hero? As much as I utterly loathe Sonic, he's at least not a hypocrite, and he's got the power to actually fight back. Were it up to you, you'd probably put him in cryostasis like that Amber girl or even lock up the Chaos Emeralds inside more vaults and leave it like that indefinitely until Salem comes knocking. He then looked at Ospin again as the man glared hard on him. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. Try and give me another one of your long-winded speeches about unity and cooperation that you've probably rehearsed for the 1000th time, even though you don't mean a single word. However, while Eggman was monologuing, Ospin, despite his aura still being severely weakened, and only just inching and recovering, he tried to focus as much magic as he could into his only available fist, and kept it as subtle as possible with only a faint green glow underneath his skin. Unaware that Metal Sonic had taken notice. Meanwhile, unknown to any of those above, RWBY was speeding her way closer to the top of what was left of the tower. 3 or 4 more speed boosts would probably get her up to at least see what was going on. Do you think you're the first one to say all of that to me? Ospin began. To call me a hypocrite. To call my cause hopeless. That I should just give up. You have given up. It's just a matter of accepting that. Eggman told him. I've made mistakes, yes. Ospin continued. But if I give up now, then everything will truly be for nothing. And I can't let that happen. I won't allow Remnant and all the innocent people who call it home to die. And I won't let either Salem or you destroy it all. He tried to throw his magically charged fist at him. Only for Metal to catch his wrist and throw his fist to the side, causing a burst of magic power to veer away. With RWBY just only seeing that burst a mere 10 feet above her. Thank you, Metal. Eggman nodded as Metal Sonic kept a firm grip on the professor. Goodbye, Ospin. Maybe in the next life, when you see the glorious empire that I've built, you'll see that I'm right. Until then, sayonara. Pierce. Asterisk. Metal Sonic's arm blade, which had been charged with orange electricity to pierce through what was left of his aura, had been thrusted through Ospin's back and his heart, while also electrocuting him from the inside out. Ospin's body flinched slightly before he went limp, smoke coming from his now deceased form, just as Metal heaved his blade to toss his body off the tower, sending it falling to the unforgiving ground below. A gasp was heard from the other side, causing Eggman and Metal to turn to see RWBY, having just arrived to look in shock at what had just happened. Oh, hey there. Eggman waved. It's RWBY Rose, right? The young girl looked in disbelief. Did they just kill Ospin? Even if she had mixed feelings about him given what he and his inner circle tried to do to Pyrrha, he still acted kindly to her and her friends, even brought her into Beacon, which had been her dreams since she was little. And now he's gone. His life unceremoniously and ruthlessly taken by the madman and his deadly machine in front of her. The same madman who brought an army to Beacon and endangered all her friends. Clenching her fists tightly as a powerful anger surged in her, RWBY quickly had Crescent Rose brought out in its scythe mode and sped to Eggman to swing her scythe at him with a mighty yell. Only for Metal Sonic to appear in between them, the robot gripping the pole of RWBY's weapon before spinning around quickly and thrusting his feet into her stomach, forcing her to let go of Crescent Rose and sending her crashing into a pile of rubble. RWBY didn't even get a chance to recover as Metal sped into her stomach hard with a homing attack, knocking the wind out of her. He then converted Crescent Rose into its rifle mode and put it right into her stomach before firing. Again. And again. After the fourth shot, RWBY's red aura shined before flickering at the first shot, and finally shattered at the sixth, causing her to fall unconscious. Suddenly, a glowing red blade was brought to Eggman's neck as a certain black-haired woman appeared behind him, gripping his left arm with her free hand and pinning behind his back. Call it off. Raven warned deathly. Well, I don't think we've met before. Eggman was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of this woman. But, you do seem kind of familiar. Have I met someone related to you? She brought her sword closer to his throat, and in response, Metal Sonic held RWBY's unconscious form up by her neck and had Crescent Rose out in its scythe mode, with the blade less than an inch from her stomach, his red optics glaring warningly at the woman holding his creator hostage. Call your machine off, or your head rolls. Final warning. Raven threatened. I have a better idea. Eggman raised his left hand, seemingly showing he had no ill intent. Until a device emerged from his left cuff and into his hand, which he immediately pressed. Suddenly, an aura of dark purple energy covered Eggman's clothing and an invisible force propelled Raven off him. She acted quickly and tried to swing her blade at him, only for that same force to repel her sword. When she tried to lunge her sword with the intent to impale him, the blade was propelled to the side before it could even graze him, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Gravity dust, my dear. Eggman backhanded her across the face, creating a more powerful shockwave that blasted Raven to the edge of the roof. You don't arm a terrorist cell with a deadly power source without arming yourself first. Raven got back on her feet with a growl, though her eyes did pay a brief glance to RWBY. If she couldn't kill him, she'd just go directly to the robot. It may end up leading her to reveal her own hidden power, but her split-second thoughts were interrupted as the end of a certain cane was pointed less than an inch from her face, a ball of energy already forming at the tip as Eggman held long memory in his hand, his fingers over the trigger, the cogs moving as a faint glow could be seen within the handle. Let's see what this thing does, shall we? Eggman mused before pulling. Acting on pure instinct, Raven crossed her arms over herself as a wall of ice had formed in front of her, only for the energy at the tip of long memory to explode violently, creating a large blast that blew Raven away. Even the resulting shockwave caused Eggman to stagger back slightly as he looked to the smoking cane in surprise. Whoa, he was packing that the whole time. He mused before he smirked. Oh yes, I'll definitely find a use for this. And her too. He turned his malevolent sneer in the direction of the unconscious RWBY, whom Metal now held in his arms. Meanwhile, in Salem's own domain, the Grim Witch sat on her obsidian throne with a malevolent smile on her own face, mirroring the one the Doctor currently had on the other side of the planet. She could feel it. Even if she couldn't directly control all the swarming Grim approaching Beacon, she could feel the hostility that they were drawn to. The war and bloodshed caused by her ally and their mutual pawns, and it would soon spread like wildfire. She could even feel Cinder's growing power as well. She had now become the vessel for the Fall Maiden power. The key to the relic of choice was now in her grasp, and the vault may be soon as well. It would seem Eggman's more direct approach had its values, and he hadn't even unleashed his final trump card yet. If all goes well, Beacon would fall, and all their forces could converge and unveil. Bringing down that kingdom would send a shockwave of fear that would paralyze all the other kingdoms and make them vulnerable for her to destroy one by one, claiming each maiden power and respective relic as she did so. But there was still the wild card that was Sonic the Hedgehog. Despite her partner still not unleashing his secret weapon yet, there was still the risk that this Sonic could turn the tables on both of them, as he had in his numerous battles against the Doctor. Perhaps it was time to unveil her own secret weapon, one to weaken Sonic to the point where both their combined efforts would leave him as nothing more than a footnote in her story of retribution against those that wronged her. Holding a crystal ball in her hand, she channeled her powers into it to connect to a certain creature of Grim that had yet to be revealed. "It is time to awaken," she spoke aloud. "Awaken from your long slumber, let the world tremble under your shadow, and destroy any and all that dare to stand against you." Mountain Glen was eerily silent as usual, despite the faintest sounds of thunder that was the result of the ongoing battle at Beacon some distance away. But that silence would soon be broken as a mountaintop began to shake, almost like an earthquake had struck the whole area. Large rocks and boulders began to break off the mountain top, revealing patches of black and bone armor, along with a pair of glowing red eyes, followed by a low growl. Suddenly, the mountain top exploded as an enormous creature of Grim had been awakened from its centuries-long slumber. It was larger than any Grim seen before, and it had a set of massive wings on its back, bearing the form of a giant demonic dragon. It shook off the last of the rocks and rubble from its back before it roared to the night sky above. This roar had drawn the attention of all the Grim that were within and near the abandoned settlement, from all the countless Beowulfs, or Sai, and creeps that dwelled within the old buildings, to the many Nevermores and Griffins that were nestled within those very mountains, and even the ancient Goliaths that were patrolling the area, waiting for their moment to strike. And now was that moment. With another roar, the wyvern flexed its wings and took to the sky, flying in the direction of Beacon, and right behind it were the countless Grim of all shapes and sizes. Silver and gold. With a groan, Raven pushed aside the rubble that had piled on top of her as she recovered. Standing up to briefly assess her surroundings, she saw that she was now in the burning remains of the dining hall. The roof had been obliterated and there were more than a few holes scattered across the floor as the windows had been shattered, and whatever was left was now burning. No doubt this building was caught up in the carpet bombing. Back here again, she looked to a table that was still standing up, yet also on fire, and for a brief moment, she saw herself, far younger, sitting alongside her brother, the man she would develop feelings for, and her leader who would be something like a sister to her. Back to a time when things made sense, and she could be happy. "I told you, Kiro. Tai. Summer. I told you all. I warned you that this would happen. But none of you cared to listen. You'd all rather sit in your little cradle of safety, thinking nothing like this could ever happen. You all brought this on yourselves." She ranted internally as she clenched her fists tightly. But now was not the time to dwell on the past, especially when that happiness was nothing but a lie. She remembered how she got here, being blasted away by long memory, now in the hands of Salem's new partner, but more importantly, RWBY was in his clutches. Which would mean, she could fall into the hands of Salem soon enough. Damn it, she cursed herself. How easy it would be to just open a portal to the girl, but just because she felt a sense of responsibility to her does not mean she had the same kind of connection that she shares with her birth daughter, her idiot brother, and former husband. She kept an eye on the girl most of her life and watched her grow up, but she never talked to her or made any sort of connection. She couldn't. Coming so much as an inch near the girl would invite Ospin's wrath down upon her, and despite his claims of wanting peace, Ospin was a force to be reckoned with, especially with all the people he's coerced to his side, such as the Atlas military and her former family. If she had taken RWBY and Yang to her tribe and raised them herself, that would be the equivalent of singing her own death warrant. RWBY was a silver-eyed warrior, and a pawn to use in Ospin's pointless war, while Yang would be a tool of manipulation to keep RWBY in line. But after this, she may have to take a more direct approach. Though it was not the time to think about the future, focus on the now. That Eggman guy may be allied with Salem, but he seems to be fixated on destroying Beacon and killing his enemy, that blue hedgehog. So long as he was still alive, Eggman would stay at Beacon. Which means, so would RWBY. She may be a captive of the enemy, but she was at least safe, relatively speaking. Yang was out in the open, facing a deadly enemy that she knew all too well, and just how much destruction and carnage he was capable of. Even with allies, Taurus may be too much for her. Oh, there will certainly be an emotional hurricane after this, but she had no choice. She had already dove into the inferno. She had to do what she could at this point. Her first step would be to at least guarantee her own daughter's safety, before moving on to rescue RWBY, and bring them both back to the tribe. She would tell them everything afterwards. The last thing she wanted, was for either of them, to end up just like Summer. Meanwhile, RWBY's eyes slowly fluttered open as she regained consciousness. What she first registered was a faint light around her, and the muffled sounds of explosions. She tried to push herself upward and stand up, only to find there was something restraining around her body. She even tried to speak out, only to feel something over her mouth. Her eyes shot open as she looked at where she was and what had happened to her. She was in some kind of control room and was restrained against the back wall. Her wrists and ankles had metal restraints that were bolted to said wall, with the same kind of restraint that kept her arms to her body, which were uniformly restrained to the wall. She even had a muzzle over her mouth to keep herself from speaking. She struggled against the restraints, but they wouldn't budge. Her attention was then caught by a boisterous laugh as a certain mad scientist sat at the central chair to observe the warzone outside. "This is the most fun I've had since coming to Remnant. Let's keep this party going and turn up the heat," Eggman said eagerly as he clenched his fists with Metal Sonic standing by his side, crescent rows folded up and quipped to the robot's back. "At the rate we're going, boss, Beacon should be under our control within the hour, boss," Orbot reported. "Excellent," Eggman sneered. The sounds of muffled groans as well as struggling had caught Cubot's attention as he hung more in the back. "Hey, boss. It looks like the girl's awake." With a sneer, Eggman stood up from his chair to address his prisoner. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Miss Rose." He grinned as she glared back at him. "You're just in time for the main event, Doctor." All eyes then turned to the seer Grim that had floated onto the scene, with RWBY looking rather nervous at the sight of it. She had never seen a Grim like that before. "The wyvern has awakened. It will be here soon along with all the Grim in the region." "You can control them, right?" Eggman asked. "I just don't wanna get caught in the crossfire, is all. Through this seer I am indeed able to control the wyvern, although I cannot control any of the smaller Grim, nor those that are spawned from it. While I can guarantee your own safety, so much of the White Fang and your mechanical forces will be swept up in the chaos." Eggman waved it all off. "I can always rebuild my robots, and this is only the Veil branch of the White Fang. I'll just use them as martyrs to recruit those in Mistral next. Oh, by the way, Ospin is dead." "Is that so?" the voice on the other side questioned. "Really didn't have much choice," the mad scientist replied. "He would have blown all of Beacon Tower just to get to me. Not at all the pacifist you made him out to be. He's always been a hypocrite. But this will bode well for us. With him gone, all those who followed him will be directionless, perhaps even turn on each other to try and take his place." "Didn't you say he could reincarnate though?" Eggman asked. "Yes, but as I've also told you, it doesn't happen instantaneously. It may be a few years before we see him again, more than enough time to do what we need to do." Still, it would have been nice to see him again, and maybe catch up a bit. Well, old Oz may be gone for now, but I did manage to get a nice consolation prize. He turned to the restrained RWBY. You said something about a rare breed of people with silver eyes, right? The seer then rotated its form to gaze at RWBY, who tried to inch her head back and look away as the floating grim levitated closer to her. She gave a muffled yelp as one of its tentacles moved up to caress her face. Sitting on her obsidian throne, Salem looked into her crystal ball to see the image of RWBY Rose herself. She had encountered more than enough of these kinds of people to get an understanding of them just from one look. One glance in her frightened eyes was enough to tell her everything. This was a mere rookie, one who likely doesn't know anything about her own power, much less how to use it. But it was this girl's appearance that really drew her attention. She was the spitting image of. What is this child's name? RWBY Rose. And from what I've seen, she's close to Sonic. Eggman informed. Rose, a sinister smile crossed the witch's face. Yes, this will suffice quite nicely. We have full control over the CCTS network, boss. Orbot reported. Our ship's systems are now directly connected into the other 3 towers across Remnant. Oh, are we gonna put on a show for everyone? Qbot asked eagerly. Yes, indeed. Eggman sneered as he walked away from RWBY and sat back in his command chair, typing away at the console in front of him. It's time to drop this veil of peace that Ospin has been careening for so long. And show the rest of this world the cold hard truth of their reality. He began to type away at the console in front of him. I am in the city of Vale now, where a crowd of people are all gathered outside to try and watch the battle that is currently taking place at Beacon Academy. Lisa Lavender reported on live TV as she was in the middle of a crowd of anxious people, all near a line of police tape where several police officers were keeping them at bay. The police won't let anyone leave the city's perimeter towards the academy, but they are urging people take shelter in the event of a grim attack. Though we have no confirmation as of yet, there is much speculation that the Atlas military currently stationed at Beacon is engaged in a battle against the White Fang and some unknown militia aiding them, and creatures of Grim have been seen moving toward the academy. The television was kept on as Taiyang Xiaolong, the father of RWBY and Yang, was packing the last of his supplies and prepared to head out the door to get to Beacon. After slinging a bag over his shoulder, he pulled out his personal scroll and tried once again to call his family. RWBY was first, followed by Yang, and then Kiro. But there was no answer from any of them. Even if CCTS were to go out, Patch was still within Vale's perimeter and communication between the island and mainland was still possible. The only reasons why his family hasn't answered was because they were unable to. Something has happened to their scrolls, or to them personally. He didn't know what was going on, but one thing was certain. There was trouble at Beacon, and his family were right in the middle of it. He may be out of practice as a huntsman, but he was not going to leave his family behind. Not again. He'd swim to Beacon if he had to. Right before he went to the remote to turn the television off, it suddenly blinked to static, much to his confusion. Hold, BZZZ*. Lisa Lavender seemed to be getting static interference on her end too. There, BZZZ*. Error in Communi, BIZZZ*. Interference. Suddenly the entire screen had changed to reveal the appearance of a man that sat cross-legged in his command chair with a confident expression, a man whom Taiyang didn't recognize. Ladies and gentlemen of Remnant, we interrupt your regularly scheduled chaos for an important announcement. My name is Dr. Eggman. The man stood up from his chair and gave a formal blow as Tai gave the television his full and undivided attention. Ruler of the Eggman Empire, the soon-to-be ruling body of your whole world. It was not just Patch, however. Every television and mobile device across all of Remnant was seeing this announcement. From Vale to Mistral to Vacuo to Atlas and Mantle, and even Menagerie. Every human and faunus who had access to a mobile device, or was near a television, had stopped their usual business to see the boisterous man address the planet. For so long, Remnant has appeared to be in a state of peace. Eggman began. There hasn't been any wide-scale conflicts in over a half a century. No kingdom has declared war on one another, and the only real episodes of conflict you people have, outside of grim attacks, are a few skirmishes with the White Fang. All in all, your world appears to be enjoying some nice little peace. At least, that's what your world leaders want you to think. The truth is your little bit of peace is only surface level. Underneath it all, resentment and fear have been piling up like dirty laundry, and nobody, not even your precious huntsman, have made the effort to actually clean it. Eggman's broadcast went on as Theodore sat in his office at Shade Academy with Xanthi Rumpel standing by his side, both looking to the screen in front of them as the woman looked somewhat nervous while Theodore glared as he brought his fists to his jaw. Let's take the White Fang for example. Most people just think they're a bunch of overly zealous protesters who pose no real threat to humanity. Well, I'd say the teachers and students at Beacon Academy might disagree with you on that. With a snap of his fingers, the screen that showed Eggman's face had changed to reveal an aerial view of the current situation at Beacon Academy. Most of the campus was up in flames, multiple vessels belonging to the Atlas military laid scattered, broken and burning across the ground, and several students and soldiers were still fighting for their lives even as creatures of Grimm strolled in. Such a scene caused Willow Schnee to gasp in fright as she dropped the wine glass she was holding, which shattered on the ground. Whitley Schnee, her youngest child, stared at the television with a wide-eyed expression of shock. Nearly every servant in the Schnee manor, including a short, slightly heavy-set man with balding man and brown hair and a mustache, couldn't take his eyes off what he was seeing on his scroll. Even Jacques Schnee stood up in shock as he saw the destruction unfold from the television in his own personal office. Now you're all probably thinking that this is fabricated, right? Eggman continued as the POV of the monitor continued to show the destruction of the once prestigious campus. How could Remnant's strongest and only military be overpowered by those filthy animals? Well, let me tell you why. They had help. Down in Mantle, people gathered around a television store, looking and listening to the announcement, and among them was a young woman with tan skin, light blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, and violet eyes. She, along with her own team of huntresses, continued to look at the screens in front of them, appearing more than a little nervous. Help from yours truly, the greatest and most scientific mind in the multiverse, Dr. Eggman. Just look at my brilliant creations. The screen shifted to reveal a marching line of various badniks as well as the egg fleet that hovered over them. My machines make those lousy contraptions at Atlas look industrial. It was thanks to me that the White Fang was able to overpower Beacon's defenses with little effort. And it is me, who will finally bring order to your chaotic and poorly defended planet. Leonardo Lionheart used a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead as he continued to watch everything unfolding in front of him on his monitor. Sienna Khan, the leader of the White Fang in Mistral, stood up from her personal throne in absolute fury as she looked at the ongoing assault on Beacon via her scroll as Eggman's face appeared once again. I personally sympathize with the Faunus and their plight. They are clearly the superior species on your planet, and yet they are constantly kicked down and treated like garbage by the inferior masses. Well, the time of change is now upon us. I will build a new world order for Remnant. Under the banner of the Eggman Empire, your world shall be a jewel in the cosmos. I will grant you more advanced technology than you would dream of. I will make sure the Faunus take their rightful place at the top of the food chain. Underneath me, of course. Eggman laughed. Callie Belladonna put both her hands over her mouth in fright and found herself leaning into her husband's side as Gira put an arm around her for comfort and looked at the screen with a deathly serious expression. But let me make it clear that if anyone tries to resist my rule, I'll burn their kingdom to ash. Eggman declared. I'm not above destroying everything you hold dear and building something new atop all your bones. So, you have a choice, people of Remnant. Join the Eggman Empire, or burn. Just ask Professor Ospin. Tai Yang looked in shock as Eggman revealed long memory in his hand. That's right, the headmaster of Beacon, the most prestigious academy on your planet, is dead. He lost his life at my hands, and his academy will continue to burn until there is nothing left. I'll let you all keep watching this battle so you can get a taste of what is in store for all of you if you don't submit. So, don't you dare turn off your TV, cause the best is yet to come. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The screen cut off from Eggman himself to continue showing the rest of Remnant the ongoing siege at Beacon Academy. With that, Ty bolted out the door. He didn't care what he had to do to get there. He was going to Beacon and pull his girls out of there. Even if he had to fight through hordes of robots and Grimm himself. He wasn't there when Summer needed him, and perhaps not even for Raven, despite Kiro telling him that it was her fault and not his. But that didn't matter. What mattered were his daughters, and he was going to save them. How was that? Eggman asked the seer Grim. Well, you certainly have the world's attention, Doctor. I applaud your performance, Salem complimented. Thank you, Eggman said as he sat back in his chair. Everyone's seeing this, right? Yes, boss. The live feed is being cycled through not only your command ship, but all our vessels and available badniks on the ground, and it's being broadcasted to the remaining 3 towers in the other kingdoms. Orbot reported. Everyone on Remnant is seeing this. Perfect. Eggman swiveled his chair around to look at the shocked and restrained RWBY. Don't you dare look away either, little missy. Like I said, the real fun is just about to begin. He sneered as he swerved around and continued to watch with excitement, all while RWBY struggled even harder to escape her restraints. Beacon. Being forced back toward the courtyard, the outer perimeter being lost by the incoming horde of Grimm, the group that consisted of Sonic, Shadow, Kiro, Knuckles, Omega, Glinda, and the surviving Atlas soldiers and paladins did their best to fight off the dark and demonic monsters that kept advancing like a never-ending river. Sonic had zoomed into a pack of Beowulfs and Ursai before using his blue tornado to suck them up and send them flying away before gunning for an approaching Death Stalker, drawing Caliburn as he swiftly limboed under the stinger and claws to slide underneath the giant scorpion-like Grimm, and drove his sword upward while he slid to slice at its vulnerable underbelly before coming out behind it as it fell apart and disintegrated. He then proceeded to jump up to a group of griffins with a series of homing attacks. Knuckles obliterated the head of one Ursa with a single punch with his right fist and ran his left axe behind and into the open mouth of a charging Beowulf and shattered its skull easily. He then ran into a group of 6 Grimm and leapt forward while also spinning with Galatine pointing forward for a drill-like attack to skewer through most of the Grimm and appeared behind the remaining 2, which turned around to lunge at him, but the red echidna punched the ground with enough force to create a shockwave and send them flying into the air, which he was quick to dispatch with a punch and an axe slice as they came down. Kiro had Harbinger converted into hits gun mode to shoot down 2 griffins in the air before seeing a trio of Beowulfs come his way. Quickly converting his weapon into its scythe form, the veteran huntsman charged the Grimm as he spun his weapon in a circular formation and ducked just as the Grimm lunged at him before thrusting his spinning weapon upward to slice the Beowulfs to ribbons. Though he heard a loud caw from the air and looked up to see an incoming Nevermore flying down to the courtyard. Kiro was more than ready to jump and fight back, only for a bolt of energy to strike the Nevermore's wing and send it falling just as a black and red blur struck its side as it fell and sent it crashing to the ground. While it was a spin dash, with a sword added to it, was enough to decapitate it and finish the flying Grimm. Shadow stepped away from the disintegrating carcass and saw Kiro, who looked at him with a neutral expression showing that while he wasn't mad at Shadow for taking his kill or anything, he wouldn't thank him either. The black hedgehog said nothing as he heard the sounds of more Grimm coming behind him and waved his hand to send a series of chaos spears in their direction to blast the frontmost away before dashing to intercept the rest. Glinda had used her telekinesis and to pull up several pieces of debris and send it forward to the incoming swarm of Grimm, bashing and tearing several down, but more were coming in from behind that horde. And while Glinda was more than prepared to keep fighting, several rounds of gunfire came from her sides as Omega and a few Atlas soldiers joined her to shoot the incoming monsters. Long-range sensors indicate more creatures of Grimm incoming, Omega reported. With the losses sustained here, we must consider a possible withdrawal. As much as the teacher hated to admit it, Omega might be right. Most of Ironwood's forces were decimated, Beacon Tower has fallen, and they've lost contact with Ospin. Beacon might not survive this, especially since the Grimm showed no signs of stopping. However, a roar had caught their attention as they looked towards the besieged perimeter to see a charging Goliath. Incoming, Glinda warned, alerting everyone else as they saw the Goliath gunning straight for them. Are you freaking kidding me? Kiro exclaimed as they dodged the charging elephant-like Grimm as it entered the courtyard, taking down 2 paladins in the process. Immediately, all the Atlas soldiers and Omega concentrated their firepower onto the largest Grimm present, but all it did was irritate the beast as it swung its tusks in all directions, knocking away several soldiers, though Glinda was able to use her semblance to pull a few back before spotting a downed paladin mech and picked it up with her telekinesis before sending it crashing and exploding on the Goliath's side, and despite the damage, the monster was still standing. Heard you took down a Goliath. Got any ideas, Blue Boy? Kiro said irritably to Sonic, who elected to ignore Kiro's attitude and tried to think of a way to bring it down. They had to be quicker than how they dealt with the one in the Emerald Forest, with more Grim likely on the way. But when Sonic spotted the tusks, he got an idea. Shadow, he called to his fellow hedgehog. Cut off its left tusk. I got the right. Understood. Shadow called back as the two hedgehogs sped to the Goliath, a trail of blue and red behind them as the elephant-like monster eyed the two incoming rodents. It lifted its front feet, standing back on its hind legs. Sonic and Shadow eyed each other as they nodded before splitting in opposite directions just as the Goliath brought its feet down. The resulting shockwave that shook the entire courtyard, as well as knocked down everyone, human and Grim, in the area, actually served to the hedgehog's benefit as they had jumped at the same time, the shockwave giving them an extra boost that sent them up into the air. While airborne, Sonic and Shadow struck at the same time. Sonic used a homing attack to close the distance at the right tusk, grabbing it and holding out Caliburn before spinning around it like a circle and driving his sword into it before it was severed cleanly. Shadow, on the other hand, threw a chaos spear at the base of the left tusk to weaken its bone structure before bursting forward with his air shoes and performed a spin dash with Arondite pointing outward to shatter through the base and break off the left tusk. The Goliath roared as both tusks fell from its form, but before they hit the ground, Sonic and Shadow crossed each other with dashes to bash each tusk and knock them in certain directions. Knuckles. Sonic called out. Omega. Shadow called as well. One tusk rolled across ground to the red echidna while the other landed with the point in the ground near the former badnik. Both of them saw what their companions had intended and followed along. Knuckles picked up one tusk with both his hands easily enough, while Omega wrenched the other one from the ground just as both charged to the vulnerable Goliath. The monster, once again, attempted to lift both its feet for another shockwave, only for Sonic and Shadow to strike it across its body multiple times with spin dashes, homing attacks, and sword slashes, stakes of blue and red moving all over the beast to keep it distracted as Knuckles and Omega closed the distance. Once they were close enough, Knuckles came at the Goliath's left side and threw his tusk like a javelin while Omega used his rear jet boosters to blast himself, and his newly acquired weapon, towards the right side of the Goliath's neck. Both tusks pierced through, crossing like an X into the Goliath's neck as it roared in distress. Glinda, wanting to make sure it was dead, used her telekinesis to grab each of the tusks and, with a grunt and some effort, thrust them upward at an angle to completely sever the beast's head. The Goliath's headless form fell on its side as the head landed on the ground, before whatever was left of it began to disintegrate, which was followed by a brief moment of respite as the Grim appeared to stop their onslaught, for now. Kiro blinked for a moment. It would take at least one or two teams of veteran huntsmen to take down a Goliath, and depending on the weapons, semblances, or strategy they had, it sometimes took a while to finish the task. The quickest he and his former team ever took one down was probably 10 minutes, but these guys did it in maybe 3 or 4 at most. He hated to admit that he was impressed with these guys, but right now, they had to focus on the job. Okay, now what? He questioned, regrouping with the others during this brief pause. We need to gather the remaining students and retreat. Glinda said. And abandon Beacon, Kiro exclaimed. This school is lost, Kiro. Glinda argued. The military is in shambles, and our students are fighting for their lives against Eggman's forces. How long until the Grim breach whatever's left of our defenses and get to them? She's right. We can't hold this. We gotta go. Knuckles agreed. What about the Fall Maiden? Kiro asked. Or Ospin? We may have to consider them a loss as well. Shadow said. Of course, you would. Kiro glared, causing Shadow to glare back. Just abandon the guy who took you guys in and leave unimaginable power in the hands of the enemy. Do you have a better idea? Shadow questioned. Alright, enough. Sonic got in between them before looking at Kiro. Look, trust issues or whatever to the side, Ospin's a veteran huntsman, right? He can handle himself. All those students, your nieces included. They need our help first. We get them out of here, then we see what we can do about Amber or Ospin. We just need to. Alert. Incoming projectile. Omega's warning came in time as a massive fireball shot down from the sky, with the group breaking away to avoid the resulting explosion that burned away the spot they were at. Sonic skidded to a halt, only to gasp as the ground underneath him glowed hot in an instant before a pillar of fire erupted under him to send him flying into the air, where something, or someone, struck him in the form of a flaming projectile that looked akin to a meteor and drove him away through the air. Sonic! Knuckles exclaimed in surprise. Creatures of Grimm detected. Omega alerted. 20 meters and closing. Everyone looked to see another wave of Grimm moving into the courtyard and once again, charging the heroes as they took up arms once again to fend them off. Sonic felt something wrapped tightly around his throat as he held onto whatever it was, opening his eyes slightly past all the flames they encircled on his attacker. He looked to see he was in the grasp of an enraged Cinder fall as she flew him deeper into the campus and spun her body around before letting go, sending Sonic flying and crashing into the dorm building. The blue hedgehog recovered and soon found that he just so happened to land in Team RWBY's dorm. However, all the books, posters, decorations, belongings, and even the bunk beds that belonged to the team of students he befriended were set ablaze as well. Sonic had a hard expression at that before looking out the hole that was made upon his crashing and saw another fireball about to come his way. Only for Sonic to speed right through it and dash in the form of windy blue blur right to the airborne Cinder, strike her with a homing attack, and grab her by her ankle before spinning around himself while airborne. "Let's see how you like it," he said before letting go and sending Cinder crashing into the cobblestone pathway before Sonic landed on his feet near the smoking crater. Said smoke turned into a blazing inferno as Cinder shot into the air, flames at her feet to keep her airborne as she looked down at the Sonic with an orange aura glowing around her eyes. "Guessing those glowing eyes means you're a full maiden now, right?" Sonic assumed. "Which means Amber and probably Ospin are." He closed eyes slightly. He may have never known the girl, but she was still a victim. Innocent. She didn't deserve this. Cinder laughed. "What was that you called me, before? A bully and nothing more. Now look at me. I am the Fall Maiden. One of the most powerful beings in this world. The power of legends now flows through my veins as it always should have. And this is only the first. I'll take all the maiden powers, I'll become the strongest woman to walk this ruined world. Tell me, rat, do you still think I'm just a bully? A bottom feeder who's not even worth your time? Well, do you?" "Someone's desperate for approval," Sonic commented. "Yeah, I do," he told her directly as she narrowed her eyes at him. "You killed a girl who was sleeping. Who couldn't even defend herself. What, you want a medal? I know you're the type. The kind of person who likes to watch, to do her dirty work from a distance, to go after those who are weaker. Too bad you don't have the guts to take somebody head on," Sonic said seriously as he drew Caliburn. "Come on, let's see if these maiden powers are worth the hype, and if you're even worth my time, ya bottom feeder." The fiery woman clenched her fists tightly as her eyes glowed even brighter than before. "I am going to enjoy turning you to ash." She blasted straight for Sonic, who leapt at her, resulting in a clash of blue wind and blazing fire. Back near Beacon Tower, the entire area was swept up in chaos as the Egg Hawks continued to fly and rained fire down on the ground. Teams ABRN and FNKI ended up getting separated from the main group and scattered around the area, fighting off whatever White Fang agent they came across. But Port and Oobleck led several of the other students around the area to try and find cover and return fire. Port stood alongside Coco, Velvet, Scarlet, Neptune, as they used their respective ranged weapons to shoot at an incoming Egg Hawk and were able to leave enough damage that the White Fang pilot had lost control and the ship began to fall down and crash, leaving the group to fall back and avoid the deadly impact. Several other Egg Hawks had also crashed onto the ground thanks to the efforts of the soldiers and students, though a number of White Fang agents had survived the crash and decided to engage the students directly in combat, which included Cardin and the other students who had more close-ranged weapons like swords and clubs. One particular instance had Sun fighting two White Fang agents, avoiding their gunfire with his monkey-like agility and quickly closed in to strike them with rapid hits from his own weapon. Fenrir piloted the Egg Beetle as he gunned straight for Winter, who rode atop a manticore summon with Seal riding behind her as it charged at the large mech. Both the White Grim and mechanical monstrosity collided with the latter's pincers easily tearing through it, but this also allowed for Winter and Seal to get in close as the former lunged her sword, erecting a glyph to shoot several ice spikes towards Fenrir's cockpit, who tried to shield himself with his arms, just as Seal landed in front of him, her cricket converting into a light sword mode as she tried to slice at him, but Fenrir was quick to pull out his chainsaw blade to block her strike. The egg beetle was then blasted in the side by a giant green energy beam, causing it to tip and roll over just as Seal jumped off and landed beside Penny, who had shot the attack, with Winter joining them. However, the egg beetle, despite being so badly damaged, quickly recovered as its pilot looked with a hardened glare at the three Atlesians in front of him. Die. Atlas trash. He charged with his mech once again. The egg viper continued to coil and fly in the air as Elm tried to shoot it down with Timber in its rocket launcher form, but Mercury was able to avoid most of the rockets, though one did hit the side of his mech. Pressing a certain button, the egg viper coiled in midair as the sides all opened to reveal a multitude of missile salvos, which were all unleashed upon Elm, Clover, and Harriet down below. Clover flicked his pendant as his two teammates stood close to him and let all the missiles hit all around them. Mercury grinned, thinking he hit them as he saw smoke, but as the smoke began to clear, he'd look only in shock to see that all three members of the Ace Ops were completely unscathed, a ring of rubble and scorch marks around them, but not one missile had hit its mark. What the hell? He questioned. Someone's pushing his luck. Turning around, Mercury was shocked to see Rouge casually standing behind him. Though it does make for a good distraction. She quickly grabbed Mercury by his jacket and flew straight up to fly him out of the cockpit, causing the egg viper to fall and crash to the ground just before Rouge tossed Mercury away, who rolled across the ground before pulling himself back up. I got this. Rouge called to the Ace Ops. Help them deal with the bug. She pointed to the egg beetle as Winter, Penny, and Seal were still fighting it. Understood. Clover called back. You heard her, let's go. He told his teammates, whom nodded as they ran to assist Winter and the others. Mercury glared as he saw Rouge land gracefully in front of him. You just love making fools out of us, don't you? The young man growled. 'Cause you make it so easy. Rouge smirked. Immediately, Mercury kicked his heels to send multiple explosive projectiles Rouge's way, but she quickly and nimbly flew past all of them and closed the gap between her and Mercury, who tried to lash out a kick at her, but she intercepted it with a kick of her own. From there, he tried to kick her repeatedly, all while shooting multiple projectiles point blank, but Rouge expertly countered all of them with her own kicks, causing Mercury's shots to veer away before spinning up and down to land a strike on his head, bring him down to his knees before she landed behind him. You're pretty good with your legs. She commented. And that says a lot coming from me. But why not use your semblance? Seems like the best time to use it. There was no response from Mercury, other than a growl as he used his own speed to dash directly at her and lash out with a sweeping kick. But Rouge limboed under it easily enough and swerved behind him to land a kick there, knocking him flat on her face. Or maybe you can't, she was able to figure it out easily enough. Mercury never used his semblance during the Vital Festival. She thought maybe it was something he'd want to keep hidden for when the time to strike presented itself. But he never did use it back when she, Sonic, and everyone else ambushed him and the rest of Cinder's group before either. And he wasn't using it now. Just relying on the mech that Eggman lent him, and now his own weapon and combat techniques. You don't have a semblance, do you? Shut up. Mercury lunged a kick backwards, but Rouge leapt over the resulting shot and used her wings to hover backwards and get some distance, which Mercury tried to close it again as he gave a sweeping kick, which she blocked and countered with a kick of her own. I can see it. Rouge smirked with her usual smirk as she saw the fury in the young man's eyes. You don't have a semblance, so you try and make yourself deadly enough without one to make up for it. You hang around with guys like Eggman 'cause it makes you look tough by association. He tried to punch her next, but she chopped his hand down and delivered a kick to his stomach to knock him back. But no matter what you do, you still don't think you're good enough. Maybe somebody treated you badly, maybe somebody hurt you, so now you act all big and bad to hide that cute little inferiority complex you got. She giggled slightly. You don't know me, so shut your damn mouth, bad bitch. In a fury, he tried to punch her again, but she not only caught his strike, but flipped him up and over before lying back down on her own back and dealt multiple rapid kicks to him while he was airborne before following through with a single and powerful strike from both her feet right into his face to send him flying straight up before landing back hard on the ground with a thud, his white aura flashing but not quite shattering yet. In a way, he's kinda like John for the bad guys. Rouge mused. A real shame though, you got talent. She told her as she loomed over him and he pulled his head up slightly. How about you ditch this mess and join the right side? I'll even show you a few tricks if you want. She offered as she extended her hand. But he slapped her hand away. Who the hell are you to tell me what I should do? This is my life, and I do what the hell I want with it. She was disappointed but not surprised. You try to be reasonable, she shrugged with a casual smile as she saw him push himself back up. Ah well, have it your way, sweetie. She waved her finger at him, silently telling him to come on, which he accepted with a charge. At the same time, Vine had used the aura limb on his right arm to create a makeshift barrier around himself and the unconscious Marrow, whom he carried with his left arm, while Emerald and Elia shot at him with their respective weapons. Come on, he's running low, Emerald said as she saw Vine's aura flashing. However, Elia also saw that, as well as Marrow's unconscious form. And the second she saw him, helpless and cornered, she couldn't help but flash back to a time when she was cornered in an alleyway, and dangerous people were coming at her with guns and crude weapons. Wait, why is she thinking about that? Why would? He was a Faunus too, and she was the one who put him in that position. But, he joined the Atlas military, the kingdom that oppressed their people the most. He was a traitor. So why was she now feeling conflicted? This isn't going to help us. Eggman doesn't care about the Faunus. He's just using you. I left because I didn't want anything more to do with all this hate and bloodshed. Blake's words rang through her head as she stopped firing her gun, much to Emerald's confusion. What are you doing? He's almost down. Elia looked all around her and saw the growing fires, the smoke, the rubble, but more importantly, the dead bodies of all her fellow Faunus in the White Fang. This technology that Eggman had granted them, it was powerful, it made them feel strong enough to finally fight back. But this wasn't how she thought it would go. The Faunus weren't supposed to be the ones dying, so why? Why did her people continue to die here? And it wasn't just the White Fang, or even this dog Faunus in the Atlas military. There were quite a few Faunus students here, all fighting against their own people. All this bloodshed and destruction, what were they going to get out of it, when in the end, all she saw, was more of her people, dying? Hey! Emerald grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her out of her trance. Are you in this or not? I don't, Elia stuttered. Only to be interrupted as Ren suddenly dropped in between the pair, landed on his hands and performed a split kick to knock both Emerald and Elia away from each other. Elia stumbled into Nora, who caught her in between her own body and the pole of Monhild before jumping up and flipping over to land head first into the ground, and Emerald found herself caught between John and Pyrrha. The former swung Crocea Morse at her, but Emerald blocked it with one of Thief's respite curved blades and tried to do the same with Pyrrha, but the girl channeled her polarity through her own blade, causing Emerald's own weapon to miss and allowed Pyrrha to land a clean strike on her side, knocking her into John, who used the flat of his shield to push Emerald into Pyrrha again, who swung her sword and shield at her to knock her down. Get to cover. We'll handle them, Ren told Vine. Thank you. The man nodded as he carried Marrow over to safety. One would assume that a veteran huntsman and soldier of Atlas would feel ashamed to have to be rescued by students, but he felt none of that. Instead, all he felt was gratitude and pride. Pride in knowing the next generation of huntsmen looked promising. Ren then rejoined Nora as they faced Elia, while John and Pyrrha stood together against Emerald. Blake used the blade of Gamble Shroud to block and parry the rapid quick sword strikes from Adam, but was forced on the defensive and unable to fight back. Fortunately, she wasn't alone as she used her semblance to dash backwards, leaving a shadow clone of herself to get sliced, while also clearing the way for Weiss and Amy to dash at him from the left and right sides respectively, the former using a glyph to enhance her speed while the latter used her own natural speed. A cross dash of pink and white struck Adam in the sides, causing him to stagger back and leave him open for a hammer swing from Amy, knocking him towards Yang, who managed to strike him in the stomach with a punch. Amy and Weiss tried to rush him again, but Adam sheathed his sword and fired, sending the sword at Weiss with the hilt striking her in the face to stagger her. Adam dashed at her while she was disoriented and jumped to collect his sword while also kicking her in the face to knock the heiress down, and quickly drew his sword to block the Pico from Amy. Hey, cute, the bull Faunus remarked, earning a glare from Amy before she pulled back and ducked under the slice from Adam's sword and used the pole of the pico to block the next slice, while also heavying the mallet of the hammer on the ground while she swung herself, holding onto the pole to land a double kick on him to knock Adam back. Amy pressed the advantage as she performed her own spin dash to speed into his stomach and swung the pico upward at his jaw to knock him into the air, where a glyph, courtesy of Weiss pointing Mertenaster, appeared behind him to push him back to the ground where Yang met him with another punch, followed by a shotgun blast from Ember Celica to send him rolling across the ground, where Blake stomped on his stomach before he could recover as she pointed Gamble Shroud's gun mode at him. "Still think I'm cute, creep," Amy remarked as she, Weiss, and Yang gathered around Blake. "We know how your semblance works, don't even think of using it on us," Weiss warned, pointing her sword forward. Adam scoffed. "You told them." He looked to Blake, who narrowed her eyes at him. "So much for loyalty. But then again, I'm not surprised. Like how you told Mimic about the things I've said to you." Blake glared. "You abandoned us, Blake. Abandoned me. You hurt me, so I'd say we're even now," Adam said. "Even?" Amy hated this guy even more. "Are you kidding me?" Yang's eyes were glowing red. "You told a murderous sociopath something personal, that I only shared with you, because I thought you were my friend." Blake clenched her weapon tighter as her hands shook. "And even now, you're helping a dangerous madman destroy a place that I could consider a new home. A chance for me to start fresh, and you're burning it to the ground." "Not everything is about you, Blake," Adam replied. "I'm not destroying Beacon to get to you, but to tear down the order that has persecuted us for so long. The fact you're siding with a Schnee of all people shows you really don't care about Faunus anymore." "Keep quiet." Weiss pointed her sword forward. "You are in no position to make such an accusation." "Oh really?" Adam reached with one hand to remove his mask and reveal something that made Weiss' eyes widen in horror, complete with a gasp of shock. His right eye was blue and appeared to be normal, but the left side of his face, including his left eye, had been horribly scared. 3 simple letters. SDC. That was what was branded over the left side of his face and his left eye, revealing the gray iris and red sclera. Blake winced as she saw that, having seen Adam's face a few times before. Yang looked in disgust and surprise at that, with even Amy's own eyes widening, even as she glanced at Weiss, who could only step back in horror, her whole body shaking. "You did this." Adam pointed to his own face, looking at Weiss. "And it wasn't just me. So many of my people were branded like this, all because we dared to talk back. You brand us like cattle for the slaughter. You call us animals, not even worthy of being seen as your equals, even on the battlefield. But you know what? You're right. The Faunus aren't equal to humans. We're better, superior, and I'll make sure everyone knows that, when we drive your kind to the brink, and your family burns." Weiss couldn't even find herself replying, staring at the scared face of her opponent, the scar that had the emblem of her family's company, her family's name, burned into his face. Branding, a means of enslavement, of property, of cruelty. She knew that the Faunus were poorly treated by her family, but she'd never even seen anything like this, her family name used in such a barbaric and horrific manner. With Blake, Amy, and Yang momentarily distracted by Weiss, distraught, this left them open for Adam to grip the handle of his sword and use his semblance point blank. Blake saw out of the corner of her eyes a flash of red as Adam's sword and hair glowed. Her pupils shrank as she used her semblance to push back Yang and Amy into Weiss and knock them out of the way just as Adam slashed upward, sending a red wave that sliced into Blake and caused her to roll across the ground. "Blake!" Yang exclaimed in shock as she dashed to her partner. Blake struggled to push herself up, her own purple aura flickering, but not quite near shattering, though when she grasped her stomach area, she gasped upon feeling something wet and looked to see some blood on her palm, something that made Yang gasp as well. Even though Blake's aura was still active, although somewhat depleted, Adam's attack managed to penetrate it. "I've been practicing," Adam said as he stood back up on his feet and put his mask back on. "If I focus enough, I can actually cut through aura. The effect is a bit duller than I'd like, but it's the dull blade that hurts the most, wouldn't you agree, Blake?" he said with a grin. Yang clenched her fists tightly as her hair was already beginning to glow, with Amy glaring hard as she held the pico tightly, both of them standing protectively in front of the injured Blake and Shaky Weiss respectively, while Adam maintained his smirk and held out his sword. Now, where were we? Meanwhile, in the air, Tails piloted the Cyclone towards the rear of a nearby Sawfish battleship and fired a concentrated blast of lightning dust at one of its engines. This caused a spontaneous explosion that spread to the rest of the rear engines, leading to the rear half of the ship to explode while the rest of it fell down to the burning campus below. "That's another ship down," Tails smiled. But that smile vanished as the Cyclone was rocked by some explosions in the back and glanced back to see a pair of Egg Hawks flying behind him. Whoa! He steered his ship away as the two enemy craft gave pursuit. However, as they focused on Tails, they were oblivious to the incoming Egg Hawk, one piloted by Ironwood, as he dove down from the side and opened fire on the closest one. This caused the White Fang-operated ship to explode on the side, which led to it veering into the other one, and then for both to fall and crash to the unforgiving ground below. "The enemy has lost half of their air forces," Ironwood said to Tails as he flew his stolen ship next to the Cyclone. "But we still have to do something about the central flagship." Tails looked once again to the Eagle vessel that continued to hover over the ruined beacon tower and knew that Ironwood was right. The Cyclone's scanners are already picking up a lot of dust inside that thing, way more than any of the other ships we've seen so far. And his sensors also picked up another energy source within the vessel, one that was far more powerful than any of the dust readings, and also very familiar. "He's got the Chaos Emeralds on board." "What?" Ironwood questioned. "That's not just Eggman's flagship. It's his main weapon. We gotta call Sonic and—" Suddenly, a loud and piercing screech echoed throughout the air, one that drew the attention of not only Tails and Ironwood, but also all the students, soldiers, heroes, and even their enemies on the ground as they stopped their fighting. Even Sonic, who had dashed away from a blast of fire from Cinder before zooming at her to deliver a spin dash followed by a sword swing to knock her down, stopped his attack as he heard the loud screech. What was that? The blue hedgehog had a bad feeling about that. He turned to the recovering Cinder as she only smirked. "Oh no." Glinda stepped backwards as she, Knuckles, Omega, Shadow, and Kiro turned of the direction of the loud noise and saw something that made them all look in dread. Even Shadow was surprised at what he saw. It was the enormous dragon-like Grim, the one that had emerged from the summit of Mountain Glen. And it quickly flew its way past the perimeter and made its way closer toward the central campus. And as it flew, enormous splotches of black liquid secreted from its underbelly and fell onto the ruined campus below. The second they hit the ground, the puddles of black liquid began to spawn other forms of Grim, most notably creeps. "Is that a Grim dragon?" Sonic questioned, only to get blasted across the ground by a large ball of fire that was thrown at him by Cinder as she hovered above him with malevolent intent. "You should focus on what's in front of you," she mused before thrusting her hands again to send another stream of fire at her enemy. The dragon-like Grim had made it toward the central campus, much to the shock and horror of all the heroes defending it, and even surprise of all the White Fang and their forces. The monster happened to notice Tails and Ironwood airborne and flew directly at them first. "Ironwood, look out." Tails tried to warn him, pulling the Cyclone just barely out of the way, but the creature was moving too fast and rammed its head in the direction of Ironwood's Egg Hawk. He tried to pull it out of the way, but the left side of the airborne vehicle was completely obliterated, resulting in it and Ironwood falling towards the ground, which skidded to a halt, right before Ironwood jumped out, rolling across the ground. Most of the clothes on his upper body had been burnt and torn, revealing the cybernetics that made up most of his right side. However, before the general could think about what to do next, he saw more puddles of black liquid appear in front of him as a trio of creeps were already rising up from it. Acting quickly, Ironwood went to the Egg Hawk wreckage and yanked out the large turret that was attached to the right side and held it tightly as he opened fire with a mighty yell to tear through the Grim coming his way. And as he did, more and more puddles of black liquid had formed as the dragon-like Grim flew around the central tower and perched itself at the ruined top before giving a mighty roar. As it roared, more and more creatures of Grim emerged from the scattered puddles of the area, much to the shock and horror of everyone present. "Oh dear," Oobleck muttered. Is that a Grim dragon?" Rouge questioned. "A wyvern," Winter's face went pale. I heard stories but I never thought it would actually exist." "We have Grim. John alerted as all the spawning Grimm roared before charging and attacking everyone present. That included all the students, heroes, soldiers, the White Fang and their allies. Pretty much everything that was alive was a target. Rouge, Penny, Pyrrha, John, Seal, Nora, Winter, Ren, Cardin, Oobleck, Port, Sun, Neptune, Velvet, Clover, everyone, even Mercury, Emerald, and Elia would find themselves being attacked by the newly born Grimm, with even Fenrir in the egg beetle being forced to turn his attention from the Atlesian forces he was fighting, to the monsters that were now gunning for him. Yang pounded one creep with a punch as Amy did the same with her Pico Pico to pulverize a creep's head, and even Sway appeared on the scene to deliver a spin dash-like attack into another, all while surrounding Weiss and Blake as they struggled to pick themselves up. But as they did, a dash of red appeared in the middle of all of them, revealing to be Adam as he performed quick and circular slice with will to scatter the whole group. "Are you crazy?" Yang all but screamed as she stood up. "There are hundreds of Grimm everywhere and you still want to fight us. The best time to attack your enemy is when they're distracted." He maintained his taunting smirk, all while slicing a creep in half that tried to pounce on him. "You seem to care about Blake and that Schnee girl, right? And you're strong too. So, I'll get rid of you, first." Growling and her eyes turning red, Yang charged forward. "Damn," Torchwick muttered as he and Neapolitan looked at the chaos going on outside. "Good thing we're up here, right?" Neo then tapped on his shoulder, getting his attention as she pointed behind them, toward the open elevator shaft as Mimic was already there. "And where the hell are you going?" Torchwick questioned as he and Neo quickly ran to meet him. "Securing the exit and making sure no Grimm climb up here." Mimic lied. "Really? Seems more like you are trying to ditch us." Torchwick figured out as Neo crossed her arms. Mimic rolled his eyes. "You guys really think it's safe here? How long until those things make their way inside? But, if we manage to get onto Eggman's ship, we can hitch a ride out of here. Unless, you wanna stay here in this tomb of a tower." He sneered. Torchwick and Neo exchanged eye contact. He's got a point. Even Neo nodded in agreement. "Let's hitch a ride and bail." Mimic then took the form of Rouge as he offered his hands. "Grab on." They each took his hands as the transformed Mimic used his new form to fly straight up the elevator shaft. "I'm not even sure if Eggman will take me back in after all this." Mimic thought. "If he does, great. If not, I can always use these two as cover. I could say they forced me to ditch my post and let them take the fall. I'll slip away while he's distracted with them if that's the case. Either way, this little school those kids call home is done for, so I can at least be satisfied with that." He sneered as he continued to fly upwards. "Whoa, there's a big guy." Cubot looked startled at the sight of the wyvern that hung just below their battleship with Orbot looking rather scared himself. "Even I'm impressed," Eggman commented before looking at the Seer Grimm once more. "Again, you can control that thing, right? Do not worry, Doctor. As I've said, I have complete control over the wyvern. Though not all the Grimm on the ground." Salem answered. "Good, just making sure." Eggman replied. "And the rest of Remnant is still seeing this?" "Yes. Footage from our forces and our vessel are streaming everything that's still happening." Orbot confirmed. RWBY looked with shaky eyes at the appearance of the wyvern herself. She had never seen a Grimm that huge before. And it was spawning more Grimm. Exclamation mark. Just what kind of monster were her friends fighting? Now she was terrified, not for herself, but for all those she cared for. Yang, Sonic, Sway, Blake, Weiss, Kiro, Penny, Knuckles, Tails, Amy, John, Shadow, Pyrrha, Rouge, Omega, Ren, Nora, Winter, everyone she knew and cared about was down below, fighting for their lives, while she was up here, helpless and unable to so much as speak. Tears of frustration were already building up in her eyes. "The bad guy is right here in front of me, and I can't do anything about it. All my friends are fighting, but I'm not. I have to get out of here." She struggled in her restraints again, grunting underneath her muzzle. "I have to do something." "Exciting, isn't it?" Eggman turned to his captive's direction once more. "Well, stay excited, cause now the real fun begins." Sonic ran backwards along the ground to avoid all the fireballs that the flying Cinder shot at him, before she shot herself to where he was. And while he sped backwards to avoid the wave of flames that were sent outward upon her impact, She placed her hands on the ground to superheat it before sending a trail of fire geysers in Sonic's direction, which he avoided by actually running toward them, using his natural speed and agility to zoom past all of them right before Cinder pulled up multiple floating orbs of lava around her, and thrusted her hands forward to shoot multiple lava bullets in Sonic's direction. Only for him to burst forward even faster and quickly close the distance to dash directly into Cinder and knock her across the ground. The blue blur would have kept up his assault when suddenly, "Oh Sonic!" Eggman's voice boomed through the air, no doubt being broadcasted from his ship at the tower, halting Sonic's fight with Cinder as he looked in that direction. "If you're done playing with your food, I got somebody here who wants to say hi." Her muzzle removed briefly, Metal Sonic pulled so hard on Ruby's hair that she screamed, and that very scream was broadcasted throughout the battlefield. "Ruby!" Young cried in shock, with Weiss, Blake, Amy, John, Nora, Pyrrha, Ren, Penny, and Winter, as well as Port and Oobleck, appearing rather horrified. But they all didn't get much time to process as the creatures of Grimm advanced on them even more. Or in Yang's case, she was struck by Adam, who dashed at her and slashed Wilt at her to knock her back down once again. "Pay attention," he told her before going on the attack. "Ruby." Kiro's eyes widened in genuine horror. "We need to retreat back to the main campus now," Knuckles stated. "Agreed." Glinda nodded, but before anyone else could say anything, Kiro vanished in the blink of an eye, taking the form of a small, black-feathered bird that flew straight towards the flying ship, much the group's surprise. "Did he just turn into a bird?" Knuckles questioned in surprise. "He did," Glinda confirmed. "We'll talk about that later. We need to go, now." "Alert! More creatures of Grimm are approaching our location from the outside," Omega announced. "This includes larger varieties such as Taijtus, Deathstalkers, and Goliaths. Get going. I'll be back." Shadow teleported away just as Knuckles, Omega, and Glinda moved as quickly as they could deeper to the main campus and in the direction of Beacon Tower. "I'm going to rescue Ruby." Penny immediately activated the jets in her feet and flew up in the direction of the Eagle ship. "Penny, wait." Seal tried to stop her, but was about to be pounced upon by a Beowulf, only for Winter to come in and decapitate it with a slice of her sword. "I shouldn't have sent her on her own." The eldest Schnee sibling scolded herself. If she had gone with her, then this could have been avoided. But now one of her sister's closest friends is a prisoner of the enemy. "I'm sorry, Weiss." Penny had already made it up to the broken roof of the tower and was right in the crosshairs of the Wyvern and Eggman's flagship, but before she could get any closer, something flew out of Flagship's cockpit and went straight for Penny faster than she could anticipate. It was Metal Sonic. The robotic double of Sonic the Hedgehog grabbed onto Penny's face with one hand, grabbing onto her shoulder as well with his other, before flying away from the tower and towards the roof of a nearby building before throwing her at said building. Penny, however, was quick to recover and activate her floating array, the blades quickly emerging and striking the top of the building and breaking her fall, with some additional force from her own jet feet. This allowed her to hover and face off against the hovering Metal Sonic, who extended his own arm blade in one hand and drew Crescent Rose's scythe mode in the other. "That does not belong to you," Penny said to the robot, who glared with his own blood-red optics. "Oh, well, that's interesting," Eggman commented as he sat back in his command chair, having put the muzzle back over Ruby's mouth. "What is, boss?" Cubot asked, taking a moment to bring up the feed from Metal Sonic's own perspective, as well as cycling through different visual modes, such as X-ray and infrared. Eggman saw a metallic endoskeleton underneath Penny's frame. "That girl's an android, and it seems to possess its own aura," Eggman mused, with Ruby's own eyes widening in terror. This was the last thing she wanted Eggman to find out. A machine with an aura. Even Salem sounded surprised herself, speaking through her seer Grimm. "Well now, that is interesting." The Mad Doctor sneered evilly. "Oh, the possibilities I can do with that. Metal," he contacted his most prized machine. "Tear that android apart and bring what's left of it to me. Terminate with extreme prejudice." Metal flew directly at Penny, who flew at him in response as she clashed her multiple blades against the weapons wielded by the deadly machine. As they locked, Metal quickly activated his black shield to push away all of Penny's blades and leave her open for him to dash past her, quickly slicing his own arm blade and Crescent Rose like an X to send her crashing down to the roof. He then sped into Penny to smash her through the roof with him flying in afterwards. Hang on RWBY. I'm calm. Sonic was quickly blasted in the back by the recovered Cinder, and while he was down, she superheated the ground once more to send him straight up into a fiery geyser. And while he was airborne, she caught him by the throat while hovering in the air. You're not going anywhere. Cinder tightened her grip as her palm superheated, some smoke coming from the base of Sonic's neck. I don't got time to play with you right now. Sonic glared. Who's playing? Cinder exclaimed as a fireball appeared in her free hand. That fat man won't be the one who kills you. That right belongs to. Kick. Asterisk. In a flash of light on her right, a powerful kick was dealt to the side of her head, forcing her to let go and knocking her away from Sonic, leaving her open for multiple energy projectiles to strike her body and send her crashing back hard to the scorch-riddled and crater-filled ground. Sonic landed on his feet, rubbing his neck slightly as he looked to the one who helped him. Thanks, Shadow. You need to go. The Black Hedgehog told him. Can't you just use Chaos Control to get RWBY out? Sonic asked. I've tried, but there's interference surrounding that ship. Shadow said. Sonic, Eggman might be only using RWBY as bait. Tails contacted him. It looks like his ship has the other Chaos Emeralds on board. Probably waiting to test out his big new weapon on me, like old times. Sonic assumed before an idea came to him. Wait a minute, Tails. How many emeralds does he got on board? It looks like the remaining 6. Tails replied. I can't see them, but that's energy signature I'm picking up. Sonic smirked as he looked to Shadow, who held the green Chaos Emerald in his hand. I know how we can turn all this around. Suddenly, an explosion of fire erupted from the ground near them as the enraged Cinder hovered up and glared down at the two hedgehogs with her glowing eyes. Ah, again. Take a hint, why don't ya? Sonic called to her, only for Shadow to toss Sonic the green Chaos Emerald. Go. I'll deal with her, he said. You got it. Sonic sped away from the scene. I told you. You're not going. Cinder was about to fly after him, only for Shadow to appear in front of her and deal another kick to her face to knock her back down. Getting back up, Cinder glared at the black hedgehog that stared her down. He held a rondite in his hand, only to drive the sword into the ground near him and take a few steps forward, facing Cinder with no weapon at all. The power-hungry woman looked with wide eyes, before glaring hard and gnashing her teeth together. Did this rodent, this rat, think he can take her with no weapon at all? This was not just insulting, but outrageous. You, who do you think you are? She shouted as she hovered high up into the air. You think you can take me? I'm a chosen one. I'm the Fall Maiden. I'm one of the most powerful beings on this planet. You are nothing. You think you're as strong as me. You can't. She was cut off as Shadow dashed upwards with a homing attack straight into her stomach and then pulled both his fists up to smash them down onto her, sending her to the ground where she bounced up slightly, just as Shadow teleported to where she was and gave a kick to her face and sent her crashing into the wall of a ruined building. Cinder tried to pick herself up and found herself gazing up into the soul-piercing red eyes of the hedgehog that was literally looking down upon her. You talk too much. Back at Beacon Tower, everyone continued to fight with everything they had against the advancing Grimm, that included heroes and villains. Already, what was left of the White Fang had been overwhelmed by the monsters that attacked every living thing. This included Fenrir as he tried to pilot his egg beetle to fight back, between shooting all the guns and smashing them with the mech's pinchers and legs. Come on, I can take on all of you. Fenrir called out from his heavily damaged mech. You got nothing on me. Come on, let's see you. Suddenly, the ground beneath him broke apart as a black taijutsu head emerged, tearing the head unit off the rest of the main body and picking up Fenrir and the cockpit in its mouth. No. Fenrir cried out as the cockpit was crushed in the taijutsu's mouth, killing him in a fiery mess. No, Fenrir. Elia called out to her deceased ally, only to get pulled back by Emerald as more Grimm appeared on the scene. Come on, we need to get out of here. She pulled her with one hand before using Thief Respite in the other to shoot all the Grimm in front of her, but there seemed to be too many. That is until a line of explosions blew them all away, all courtesy of the Egg Viper, which Mercury had reclaimed in the chaos and drove towards the two. Don't just stand there. Hop in. He motioned, leading to Emerald and Ilia climbing in. Mercury wasted no time as he fly away from the chaotic battlefield. From there, Ilya could only look down at the horrifying mess that was below. Nearly every White Fang agent that took part in this operation was killed. Honestly, Adam was the only one left, and he seemed to focus on his own battle with that blonde human. She then looked in Blake's direction as Weiss and Amy helped her in fending off the nearby Grimm. The minute she saw her, Blake happened to look in her direction as well, leading to the chameleon girl to look away with a teary-eyed expression. "Wait, what about Cinder?" Emerald questioned. "She's a maiden now, she can handle herself," Mercury said. "We'll wait this out in the mountains, maybe regroup with Eggman later." "You're still sticking with him?" Ilya questioned as they flew away from Beacon. "Why? After all of this?" "Because he's the one who's going to take this world. And I'd prefer not to get on the bad side of the guy with all the power," Mercury replied. "Not when he can give me some." At that, Emerald couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Sure, Eggman was powerful, there was no arguing that. But Mercury was always capable of handling himself, even without a semblance. In her opinion, that honestly made him better than any huntsman, but now, with this new sudden desire for power, she didn't know how to feel about that. She and even Ilya couldn't help but look at each other with uncertainty. Kiro flew in his bird form straight towards Eggman's flagship. On the way, he happened to glance at Yang, who was stuck in the middle of a fight with Adam Taurus. As much as he wanted to help her, she at least had people around to help her. But RWBY was all alone, and in the clutches of Salem's newest lackey. The absolute last place where she should be. On how he wanted to strangle Sonic and all his friends for bringing this lunatic here and giving Salem more power to play with, but rescuing RWBY took priority. However, as he flew, he took notice of the wyvern that continued to circle around the perimeter of the tower, no doubt dropping more Grimm for everyone below to deal with. At least he was too small for it to notice. But not small enough to go unnoticed by a griffin, one of many airborne Grimm, including Nevermore's, that had just appeared in Beacon's airspace. Said griffin would have opened his mouth to swallow him whole, but Kiro quickly turned back to normal and swung Harbinger's sword mode to decapitate it before falling back to land on what was left of Ospin's office, which was just below Eggman's ship. Cursing his misfortune again, Kiro was ready to fly back up when "Help!" A familiar voice caught his attention and looked to see none other than RWBY, appearing to be caught under some rubble. "Help me," she called out to him, reaching her hand forward. "RWBY." He quickly dashed towards her and began to pull the rubble off. "It's okay, kiddo. I got ya." He eased as he pushed the last of the debris away. "I got, ah." He cried out in pain as he felt a stinging and piercing sensation behind him. An illusion faded away to reveal Neapolitan, who used the blade of her parasol to stab Kiro in the back, with Torchwitch beside her to jam a stun baton into Kiro's back as well. If it weren't for his aura, he would have been badly injured. Despite that though, the man was able to sweep his feet and trip both of them up as he quickly turned around and made the move to grab Harbinger. Only for a pair of purple tentacles to snatch it from behind. Turning around, Kiro was beyond shocked to see RWBY grow some tentacles around her neck area, with her eyes turning black and white as a sinister smirk crossed her, or rather his, face before he swung to slam Harbinger's sword mode into Kiro's gut, knocking him across the rubble-filled ground closer to the edge. He got back up with a growl to see the fake RWBY drop his disguise to reveal a certain shapeshifter as he looked at the new weapon in his hand. "Huh, not bad. Think'll keep it," Mimic mused. "Can't believe the plan worked," Torchwick commented as he and Neo came to Mimic's side. "What happened to getting back in the ship?" "Still the plan, until I saw this guy turn into a bird. Didn't want anyone getting in the doc's way, figured it could be a good way to worm our way into his graces," Mimic said. Yeah, I can work with that," Torchwick said, looking towards Neo who seemed to go along with it as well. "Where is she?" Kiro growled. "Oh, Little Red," Torchwick replied. "She's up there." He pointed to the ship. However, Mimic noticed a look in Kiro's eyes. There was anger there, clearly, but he could also see a bit of fear in them too. Not fear for himself, but fear for the girl inside. Not to mention he knew her name. When this guy came to help him after assuming the girl's form, he also saw a look of relief in those eyes, like he was personally happy to see her. That, and the way he spoke, thinking it was her. "Wait a second," Mimic smirked malevolently. "Is that kid, your kid?" A hardened glare from Kiro all but confirmed it for Mimic. Oh no, he chuckled. That's her old man. He pointed for Neo and Mimic. Huh, really? Torchwick seemed surprised. I don't see the resemblance, maybe she takes more from her mom. I'm not really into kids, but Little Red does seem cute. So mommy's gotta be quite the looker, eh? He snickered, causing Neo to roll her eyes. Kiro clenched his fists tightly at that, like his knuckles would have turned white at any moment. Ooh, struck a nerve, have I? Mimic then assumed the form of RWBY once again, wielding Harbinger in its sword mode. I was planning on having some more fun with little RWBY, get some payback for the trouble she caused me. But I can imagine killing her dad will really sting. By the way, kid. He got Neo's attention. That blonde with the long hair and temper is her sister. See where I'm going here? Neo grinned herself as she used her own semblance to assume the form of Yang. As if Kiro wasn't pissed enough. Were these clowns seriously gonna use the faces of his nieces against him? Oh, that is a new low. And he was going to make sure they suffered for that. Huh. Mimic, was it? Torchwick laughed before pulling out the Atlesian rifle he stole. I think I'm gonna like you. As if the battle at the base of Beacon Tower wasn't chaotic enough, with everyone so beaten and exhausted, it was hard for many of them to keep going, even as they all grouped together to provide support and aid for one another. Team JNPR stuck close alongside Rouge and Port as Ren, Nora, and Oobleck fired their long-ranged weapons against the supporting Grim, while Rouge, Pyrrha, and John kept their weapons on hand to cut down any Grim that got too close. The same applied to Teams CFVY and SSSN as they stuck together. Ironwood stood his ground with the turret in his hands as he used it to gun down a line of creeps, Bortabusks, and Beowulfs, but his weapon appeared to run out of ammunition, leading to a Beowulf to charge at him. But Ironwood swung his turret at the Grim's face to knock it down before using it to smash the Beowulf's face in. Though it looked like a pair of Ursai were about to get the jump on him. Stay! A certain shout caused both Grim to freeze in place before they were blown away by a pair of rockets. Turning to his side, Ironwood saw his ace operatives, with Marrow having regained consciousness but was being supported by Vine. The 5 Atlesian huntsmen, as well as Winter and Seal were quick to regroup with their general, but when he noticed Seal, he also saw somebody else was no longer present. Where is Penny? He questioned. Ruby Rose was taken prisoner by the enemy. Winter informed. She went to try and rescue her, but we've lost contact. Ironwood growled in frustration. If Eggman learned of Penny's secret, it would be disastrous. However, while most of the heroes were grouping together to avoid being overwhelmed, there were a couple that ended up getting separated from everyone else. 2 such people included Bronze Knee and Dove Bronzewing. Dove used his howl shot to cut down one Beowulf, but would soon find himself being overwhelmed by several creeps as they all leapt and piled onto him, resulting in the man screaming before he was silenced forever. Bronze relied on close combat with his claws to take down an Ursa, but would soon be rammed to the ground by a charging Bortabusk from behind before it and a couple of Beowulfs would pounce on him to tear him apart. Bronze. Nolan cried out for his leader while Cardin looked in shock to see the last of his teammates die. The 2 would have been overwhelmed by Grim themselves, but a wall of flames cut off the Grim's path as Oobleck came to the students' defense, followed by the cyclone as it dropped from the sky, converting into its walker mode before Tails unleashed a volley of missiles to blast all the Grim to pieces. Is everyone okay? The young fox said, while the sole 2 survivors of Teams CRDL and BRNZ appeared to be shell-shocked, even as Oobleck tried to shake them to their senses. Get a hold of yourselves, men. Find a group and stick with them. The teacher told them. Yeah, okay, Nolan nodded as he and the shaky Cardin both ran towards the nearest group, which just so happened to be Teams SSSN and CFVY, while Tails and Oobleck stood together, both nodding, as they faced off against a group of creeps that charged at them. Amy swung her Pico to smash the face of a Beowulf while Blake stuck behind her to fire Gamble Shroud's gun mode to shoot down an incoming Griffin from the air while Weiss was at their rear, swinging Myrtanaster to send waves of fire and lightning, courtesy of her stored dust, to take down a charring Bortabusk. When a creep tried to lunge at them, Sway came in, curled up like a ball once again to bash the creep away before barking and regrouping with the others. Where's Yang? Weiss questioned, appearing out of breath. We gotta get to her, and then get to RWBY. The group heard the sounds of gunshots, yelling, and metal clashing upon metal as they looked in one direction to see Yang locked in a heated duel with Adam, something that made Blake's heart fill with panic. "We have to help her," Blake exclaimed, but before they could move any closer, a king taijutsu had slithered its way to them, curling its body to surround the trio and their dog as the white and black heads loomed over them. Out of the way, Amy used her Pico Pico to smack the lunging black head while Suede performed a spin dash at that same head, while Weiss and Blake tried to hold back the white one. Yang threw as many punches as she could in Adam's direction, firing shotgun shell after shotgun shell, but Adam proved quick enough to dodge most of them before closing the distance to slice wield at Yang, and while she blocked it with her right gauntlet, he kicked her in the feet to prevent her from shooting and punching with her left fist and leaving her open for Adam to slash her repeatedly. But she pushed back with a yell and threw out several punches with Ember Celica, but Adam spun his sword in front of him like a helicopter blade to block all the strikes before firing Blush's rifle mode at Yang's knees, bringing her down before Adam kicked her in the jaw to knock her flat on her back. The blonde tried to catch her breath, trying to assess not only her own aura level, which was rather low, but also the amount of energy that she stored up inside her. It was a lot, and she was ready to unleash it at her enemy at a moment's notice. But despite the pragmatic part of her telling her to conserve and use the energy for defense, as Knuckles had taught her, and Adam appearing to have the advantage in close combat, but she wasn't thinking about any of that right now. Instead, Yang found herself looking past Adam, to Eggman's hovering flagship where her sister was being kept. Adam noticed the direction she was looking and smirked. "The girl up there, she's close to you, isn't she?" The growl and glare in Yang's eyes confirmed it. "Is she important to Blake and the Schnee, too? If that's the case, when I'm done here, how about I keep her company? I imagine we'd have lots to talk about. You're not going near her." Yang rushed Adam again, but he dodged under a punch and sliced at her legs to trip her up and over him and knock her to the ground. Temper, Adam tisked. "But let me spare you the pain of seeing her suffer and just put you out of your misery. I can only imagine what someone like Eggman would do to her, if I don't get to her first. She'd probably make decent cannon fodder for him." That caused Yang to growl even more as she looked up to Adam with glowing red eyes, her hair already set ablaze. "Or something for me to sharpen my sword on." He held his own shining red sword in front of his own face, the blade reflecting Yang's own enraged expression as he taunted her. No. There was no chance in hell she was going to let this lunatic anywhere near her sister. She was going to pummel him into oblivion right here and now. With the loudest yell she could, Yang leapt right at Adam, her instincts taking over any reasoning as she channeled all her stored up power and was ready to pulverize Adam. But he already pulled his sword back, quickly sheathing it as his hair, red markings on his clothes, and even his mask, all glowed bright red. Blake noticed this as well and saw what was about to happen. Her face grew pale as she knew there was no way Yang could avoid this. "Yang," she tried calling out to her partner, but her voice fell on deaf ears as the distance was about to close between them, and Adam pulled out his sword. Slash. Asterisk. Something happened, something that caught Yang, Blake, and Adam by surprise. The blonde had been pushed to the ground, her punch missing and that stored up energy being wasted, while the same applied to Adam as his slash had missed its mark, cutting through a group of nearby Grim and most of the road in front of him. The blade had missed, because of a white dust blade that had created enough of a whirlwind effect to blow the sword away, when it had struck the back of it just as it was drawn. Though that same dust blade quickly shattered. What? Adam looked in shock to who it was that had stopped him, only to get smashed in the face by the backfist of the woman in question, knocking him hard to the ground. Yang looked to the back of the woman who had saved her, her eyes turning their normal lilac color as her pupils shrank and they becoming perfect circles as her mouth hung open. She found herself staring at the back of a woman clad in red and black, similar yet different from how her own sister would normally dress, with long black hair that seemed identical to her own. The woman turned her face only slightly in Yang's direction, revealing her own red eyes that looked towards the younger girl with concern and relief. Mom. Yang couldn't stop herself from muttering as she couldn't believe who she was seeing. This was indeed Raven, her long-lost birth mother, the one she had seen in all the pictures before, the one said to have left her and her family when she was only a baby. The one that Knuckles said helped all of them in Merlot's laboratory. Yang, Raven muttered herself. There was so much she had to say to her, but now was not the time for any heartfelt reunions. Turning in the direction of the recovering Adam, they both looked to see Adam shaking with rage as he eyed the black-haired woman. "What are you doing here?" At the same time, Weiss, Blake, and Amy were rather surprised to see what had just happened themselves. "Wait, is that Yang's mom?" The pink hedgehog questioned, but that momentary distraction seemed enough of an opening for the King Taijutsu they were fighting to exploit as it coiled around the trio again, Sway included, and lunged both its heads at them. Only for a blue tornado to appear around all of them. The powerful vortex not only unfurled the large snake-like grim from the three, but also sent it straight upward, where a dash of blue wind appeared all around it, slicing at it multiple times before Sonic appeared right beside the girls, Caliburn hanging out, just before the King Taijutsu was severed in multiple pieces and fell to the ground, just before the pieces disintegrated. Sonic. Weiss was beyond elated to see him, with Blake and Amy looking just as relieved with Sway barking happily. At the same time, help came to everyone else as teams SSSN and CFVY, along with Cardin and Nolan, were aided by a hail of dust missiles, ranging from fire, ice, and lighting to obliterate a large pack of Grim in front of them as Omega came to their side. Glinda had arrived as well, using her crop to pick up a group of Grim in her semblance and threw them into the other Grim that Ironwood, Winter, Seal, and the Aesops were facing, smashing several and leaving the rest open for them to pick off. All except Ironwood as he looked with relief towards his comrade, with Glinda giving a small smile, but had a sympathetic look in her eyes upon seeing the condition Ironwood himself was in. Knuckles appeared to drill through an Ursa with both Galatine blades as he saw Tails in the Cyclone, along with Oobleck regroup with Team JNPR, Port, and Rouge. Tails and Rouge looked to Knuckles with relief as he nodded towards them before noticing Yang appearing by herself. Alongside, the Red Echidna gave a small gasp but narrowed his eyes as he saw who was standing with Yang. Raven offered a hand to her daughter, which she hesitantly took as she was picked back up on her feet. Thank you, Yang was quickly pushed out of the way again as Adam charged the two, with Raven quickly drawing a red dust blade to block a slash from Adam's wilt, the young man growling at the older woman, who just narrowed her eyes at him. Only for Adam to get pounded in the side by Knuckles and sent crashing into the wreckage of an egg hawk. "You good?" Knuckles addressed the recovering Yang first, who was undoubtedly shaking with emotions right now. "Yeah," she nodded, trying to get a grip, to which Knuckles put a firm hand on her shoulder and nodded. He then looked towards Raven with a neutral expression, something she shared with him as well. "You here to help us again?" He got right to the point. Helping her. She eyed Yang specifically in response. And her. She looked upward towards Eggman's flagship, where RWBY was being kept. RWBY. Yang was surprised at that. Was Raven actually here to help her and her sister? Even though they weren't actually related. "See, can you get to her? Can you help her? Not with that thing polluting the skies." Raven pointed to the wyvern that continued to fly and circle the area around the tower and Eggman's ship. "It's not attacking," Knuckles observed. "It's been dropping Grim, but it's not attacking itself. Is it connected to Salem?" He looked to Raven specifically, and he was quick to notice her hands shaking at the mention of that name. "You know, She tried to keep a straight face, but Knuckles could tell that she was afraid, and just from saying the name no less. "Salem?" Yang asked in confusion. "Eggman's partner. Long story. I'll explain later," Knuckles summed up. Sonic looked in the direction of Knuckles and Yang, seeing Raven himself as well. Even if he'd never seen her before, he could see the resemblance between her and Yang enough to know that this was indeed her birth mother. But more on that later. Right now, he had a friend who needed his help, and a bad guy to beat down. "Eggman," he called to the flagship. "You wanted me. Here I am. Let RWBY go, or I'm gonna come up there and get her myself." Sonic. RWBY struggled in her restraints even more, muffling screams and shouts underneath her muzzle, all while Eggman chuckled in his command chair before speaking his response through the ship's speakers. "Sorry, but I think I'm gonna hold onto her for a while," the mad scientist said as he typed away at the console in front of him. "In the meantime, you and I are gonna have some fun. You've had a good time, smashing all my robots, all my newly invented dust mechs, but now I've got something that I've saved just for you." A rather large button emerged from his console, one that glowed red and a cross of lightning bolts illustrated on it. "Oh, Ho, ho. Oh, I've waited a long time for this. Eggman laughed eagerly before raising his fist to smash the button. Transform. The giant eagle ship that served as Eggman's current flagship then began to change. First, the giant white wings folded inward before the vessels split into 3 parts: the front, the middle, and the back. The back unit was split in its lower half while still connected to the upper one, taking the form resembling large bulky metal legs. The middle unit split apart completely, the eagle head flying out from it as each half changed and shifted, revealing a set of enormous metallic arms before the front, which was in the form of a giant white metal sphere appeared in the middle. The legs attached to its bottom while the arms attached to its side. The eagle head flew around before making its way to the very top and fusing into the unit, serving as its head. The eagle's beak opened up to reveal a giant metal face resembling Eggman himself, though his mustache appeared in the form of blue lightning bolts. The wings remerged from the back of the unit and extended outward, right before a blue veil of energy was extended downward, almost like a cape for decoration of the now transformed and enormous white mech. Eggman's laugh boomed loudly through the spears as everyone looked up in surprise at what they had just seen. All of them, Weiss, Blake, Young, John, Nora, Pyrrha, Ren, and all their fellow students, the teachers, Ironwood, Winter, Seal, and the Ace Ops, Glinda, even Raven, as well as Tails, Amy, and Rouge who had seen this sort of thing before, they all looked in surprise and shock at the reveal of this enormous robot. Though Sonic, Knuckles, and Omega looked more serious than anything else. Even Kiro's fight against Mimic, Neo, and Torchwick was briefly halted as they too looked in shock at what just happened. Ha, 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 ha. Say hello to my greatest and ultimate dust mech thus far. The Egg Zeus. That's one big robot, Sun gulped. Make M as big as you want, Eggman. I'll smash this one just like all the others. Sonic immediately zoomed right at the Egg Zeus and up its body, performing multiple homing attacks and sword slashes in nearly every spot as a blue blur moved all around the giant robot that seemed to be standing still. Someone's overeager, Eggman commented, happening to look in the glaring RWBY's direction. The one thing that'll get him more worked up than a good fight, is putting someone he cares about in danger. But there's more to the Egg Zeus than just its size. A port opened near the command console to reveal 6 glowing gemstones, each of a different color from red, to blue, to silver, to yellow, to purple, to cyan. RWBY recognized them instantly, having seen the green gemstone that looked identical to these ones. Those are the Chaos Emeralds. She thought in distress. Salem, let's have your pet keep all of Sonic's pals occupied. Eggman suggested. That blue rodent is all mine. As you wish. I can certainly respect a personal vendetta. Salem mused as the 6 Chaos Emeralds began to glow, their incredible power being channeled directly into the enormous mech that was the Egg Zeus. Back outside, when it looked like Sonic was about to zoom into the cockpit, the giant mech vanished in a flash of lightning much to his surprise, and then reappeared behind him to deal an electrified punch to send Sonic flying and crashing through what was left of Beacon Tower and even through the library behind it, and to the forested area outside the campus perimeter. Sonic, Tails and Amy both cried out as everyone below looked in shock, even more so before the Egg Zeus disappeared in a flash of lightning. What the hell just happened? Yang exclaimed. Tails said that thing had Chaos Emeralds hooked up to it. Knuckles assumed. I'm guessing it's not only supercharging the robot, but all the dust that Eggman stuffed into it. Supercharging dust. Raven had heard of and seen many people try something like that by mixing various forms of dust together, most notably those in Atlas, but she's never seen anything like that before. We gotta go help him. Weiss stated. I don't think that thing is gonna let us though. Rouge pointed to the wyvern that roared one again and flew directly at the ground where everyone was gathered together. Move. Everyone scatter. Glinda yelled as people ran for their lives to avoid the devastating impact on the ground as the enormous Grim landed, creating a tremor upon landing, and roared up to the sky once again. Unleashing maximum firepower. Omega unloaded all his machine guns, missiles, and dust weapons onto the side of the wyvern, with any student or huntsman that had a gun-like weapon doing the same thing, but this only seemed to irritate the wyvern as crawled in their direction, forcing them to split once again. The wyvern then felt multiple explosions on its back and gazed up to see the cyclone, once again in its jet mode, flying above it as its young fox pilot dropped a round of gravity dust bombs, creating shockwaves along its back that pressed its belly against the ground. Get it while it's down. Clover pointed forward as everyone moved to gang up on the giant dragon like Grim. However, right as Yang, Knuckles, and Raven were about to move in, the older woman noticed a flash of red out of the corner of her eye and quickly pulled up her sword again to block the sword slice from the recovered Adam, drawing Yang and Knuckles' attention. "Oh come on," the blonde exclaimed, but just as Adam swung wilt, Raven had ducked and quickly dashed to Adam's side to quickly sheath and draw a white dust blade and strike his side, creating a blast of wind that sent Adam rolling across the ground before turning in his direction. "You two go help your friends. I'll handle this," she said. But, Yang stuttered, only for Knuckles to pull her by the arm. "We don't have time to hesitate here, Yang," he told her. "Our friends need our help now, and that's important." He then looked towards Raven. "But you are going to have a nice long chat with your daughter." Raven only eyed the red echidna before looking towards her birth daughter, her expression softening slightly before motioning with her head to go help her friends. The wyvern's roar catching Yang's attention once again as she turned and saw all her friends struggling against it, notably Blake, Weiss, and even Sway. "Don't you dare run off again." She pointed to Raven before joining Knuckles and ran towards the wyvern, leaving Raven alone to face Adam again as he got back up. "You've always been difficult, Taurus. But I didn't think you'd be this stupid," she said to him. "You really think any of this is going to help the Faunus? Are you of all people seriously lecturing me about that?" The young and arrogant bull Faunus retorted. "You might have trained me, but you're not my mother." Raven pointed her sword at him. "I'm giving you one chance, Adam. Walk away right now. You're in the middle of something that you don't want to be a part of." "You mean Salem?" Adam questioned, causing Raven's own eyes to widen. "Yeah, I know about her. I even met her. She promised me a seat at the table if I deliver results here." Raven glared angrily at the young man. "You stupid boy. You've just sealed your fate. And you've sealed yours." Adam drew Wilk once more. "Out of all the humans, I had hoped you'd be the one exception, the one who would understand. I guess I was wrong. That blonde is your daughter, right?" He chuckled. "Well now I am definitely going to gut her. And I'm going to make it hurt." Before he could even react, Raven was already on him in the blink of an eye, slashing her wind dust sword as she slid past him before he was sliced and blown hard onto the ground, creating a crater on impact. "That's if you can survive me first." She glared at him. Meanwhile, Penny glided through the burning building straight for Metal Sonic, all her blades spinning around her like a top as she moved to close in on him, but Metal was able to identify a small enough gap, which he exploited by spinning his own body faster, mimicking her move as Crescent Rose was held outward before they met. Metal was able to overpower Penny's attack, knocking away the blades before grabbing her by the face with his free hand and flying forward to smash her through the wall and back outside, where he continued to fly and drag her across the ground. However, Penny was able to free herself by pulling back both of her feet and kicking Metal to knock him higher into the air and lunged all of her swords forward at him, which Metal parried with his arm blade and Crescent Rose and converted the former into his own hand blaster and the latter into its rifle mode, wielding it with a single hand, before firing both at Penny. The android girl slid across the ground with her jet boosters to avoid the larger blasts, but Metal's scanners picked up on her path and made the right and split-second calculations to fire Crescent Rose at her intended path, striking both of her feet to temporarily immobilize her and flew directly at her, slicing Crescent Rose upward to knock her off balance before grabbing her by her feet and slammed her back first onto the ground before throwing her across the ground. Penny quickly stabilized herself and lunged her fists forward, allowing her swords to connect and fire a powerful green energy beam straight at Metal, who quickly protected himself with his black shield and waited for the laser to power down. Metal Sonic had been studying Penny's schematics, as well as footage of his previous battle with her, Sonic, and the Beacon Professors, and now had an ample amount of battle data, which he had now copied and stored for future use. Because of that, he could accurately predict each of her moves before she could make them. Even if she did possess an aura, she was still a machine at her core, and unless one is capable of adapting as quickly, machines are easily exploited. And there was no machine that was as fast or as adaptable as him. Once more, Metal flew directly at Penny at insane speeds while her laser was powered down and her systems were cooling, putting her on the defensive as she used her swords to parry and block whatever strikes she could. At the same time, Sonic held his head as he picked himself up from the crater from the forest that he was in. Ow, he groaned. That hurt. A flash of lighting appeared behind him as the Egg Zeus was now directly over him, pulling back an electrically charged fist and slamming it down, though Sonic was able to zoom away quick enough. Oh no you don't. The eyes of the robot lit up with electricity before beams of lightning were shot in Sonic's direction, who zoomed away as best as he could. You might be faster than the speed of sound, but not lightning. The lightning eye beams struck the ground Sonic was running to, sending him flying up before the Egg Zeus delivered an electrified kick that sent him back into the Beacon campus, crashing through a few more buildings before finding himself in the middle of a ruined parkway. And before Sonic could recover, the Egg Zeus appeared directly over him in another flash of lightning to bring down its foot, which also surged with electricity, and when it stomped on him, it created an electric shockwave that ripped through the ground and tore the entire area to pieces. I'm sure Prower already told you that I got 6 Chaos Emeralds, Sonic. Eggman boasted to him, but they're not just powering this robot. They're supercharging all the lightning dust to levels that nobody on this planet would have even thought possible. Who would have though the emeralds and dust would work so well together? The Egg Zeus lifted its right hand as a bolt of lightning was shot upward from it before stopping in midair just as the Egg Zeus clenched its fist, causing the lightning to condense and create something akin to a giant blade made entirely out of lightning. The battered and bruised Sonic looked up with a glare, all while holding the green Chaos Emerald in one hand that was already beginning to shine. The power to rival gods and bring down the thunder. Is it any wonder that I named this bad boy Zeus? The robot brought down its lightning blade onto the ground, further tearing away at the ground, while also sending an electric shockwave that ripped its way through the campus and back into the forest, tearing away all the trees and leaving a trail that stretched for at least 2 miles straight. However, Cubot looked on the monitor to find that despite the damage done to the area, Sonic was nowhere to be found. Sonic's gone, boss. Suddenly, the entire cockpit was rocked, something that knocked Cubot and Orbot out of their spots with Eggman clinging to his chair, with the captive Ruby groaning as she felt the shockwave herself. And you got the ego to match. Sonic replied as he appeared behind the Egg Zeus, Caliburn in one hand and the green Chaos Emerald in the other. And don't forget, you're not the only one who can use the emeralds. Though he wasn't as skilled or masterful as Shadow, Sonic knew how to use the Chaos Emeralds to enhance himself, evident as a green aura formed around his body, right before it turned blue, along with his own eyes as blue energy sparked from his form like his own electricity before he zoomed straight for the Egg Zeus. Sonic's speed and power were doubled as he moved in every direction around the Egg Zeus, dealing powerful homing attacks, spin dashes, and sword slashes which actually appeared to damage the robot before zooming straight up into the air and appearing directly above the head of the Egg Zeus, and delivered a supercharged homing attack, landing a direct hit that delivered enough force to cause the large robot to stumble back before Sonic landed on the ground and zoomed directly at the robot again to repeat the process of striking it in every direction. I'll get Ruby out of there even if I have to cut her out. He performed a spin dash combined with a sword slice to strike at the central chest area, only to look in surprise to see a surge of electricity form inside the opening he made when suddenly the entire mech was surged in a powerful electric aura that was so bright, it lit up the entire night. Sonic could not escape all that was he was electrocuted by effects of the supercharged, and even yelled in pain before he was pounded into the ground once more. Sonic! Ruby screamed underneath her muzzle as she saw it all. It looks like Sonic has the last Chaos Emerald, boss. Cubot reported. Perfect. Once I turn him into a pile of charred blue jelly, I'll have the complete set. Eggman grinned. But speaking of, where is Shadow? Long-ranged scanners from the Egg Fleet seem to indicate that Shadow is currently engaged in a battle with Cinder Fall, sir. Orbot said. Oh, well, in that case, he looked to the Seer Grim. You may as well kiss Cinder and the Fall Maiden power goodbye. Are you so certain? I wouldn't underestimate that power, Doctor. Salem advised. It's not the power, it's that pompous, borderline suicidal, brat who is currently using it. Eggman said. And unlike Sonic, Shadow doesn't pull his punches. We need the Fall Maiden's power. Salem insisted. Do we? Eggman argued. If we have all 7 emeralds, which are capable of bending time and space, we can always force open those vaults. Even magic is not immune to something like that. But would you rather risk that power falling into the hands of our enemies? Salem countered. Eggman groaned in annoyance. Fine. I'll redirect the Egg Zeus too. He was interrupted as a large blue whirlwind began to encircle the whole mech. Outside, Sonic, still using the green Chaos Emerald to enhance his own powers, performed his blue tornado to try and trap the mech. Not only that, he was gaining more momentum for himself as he picked up more and more speed the faster he ran. Sonic eyed the Egg Zeus as he saw a spark of electricity. No doubt Eggman was going to use that all-encompassing electric blast again. The second he saw that, Sonic ran away as fast as he could and avoided the blast of lightning that blew away the tornado, and had made it just outside Beacon's perimeter, gunning straight for a horde of Grimm that were coming closer, including a line of Goliaths. But before he could even reach them, Chaos Control. Sonic himself disappeared in a flash of light just inches away from meeting the Grimm horde. And then reappeared directly in front of the Egg Zeus, using all that gathered momentum to deal a powerful homing attack, one so strong that the giant robot was actually tipped over and fell backwards onto the ground, smashing through a building as it did so. Sonic briefly fell to his knees, using Caliburn to prop himself up as he took a moment to catch his breath, covered in bruises and electric burns. But despite his condition, Sonic was more than willing to keep going. "Hang on RWBY, I'm coming for ya," he said, even as he saw the Egg Zeus pick itself back up, revealing the considerably large dent in its central chest area. "He's a stubborn one," Salem commented. "Told ya," Eggman replied. "I can't afford to take my eyes off him for even a second, or it could be game over. And knowing Shadow, he's probably mopping up with Cinder right now. So, sorry." He said that last part with an immature grin, like a brother winning an argument with his sibling. But despite all of this, the captive RWBY could see Sonic's expression on one of the monitors, and even though the smirk that was still there, he was looking really bad. And it wasn't just him. Several monitors around the control room were showing the ongoing fights, notably her sister, teammates, and all her other friends fighting the Wyvern, Penny against Metal Sonic, Shadow against Cinder, and even Kiro fighting Mimic, Torchwick, and Neo. And here she was, unable to lift a finger to help any of the people she cared about. "Sonic, Yong, everyone, I'm sorry," she cried. Clashes of red and orange flame appeared in the middle of the ruined main courtyard of the campus as Shadow and Cinder clashed against each other repeatedly, the latter being knocked down by a kick towards the statue of a huntsman and a huntress standing atop a hill with creatures of Grimm. But the woman put her hands to it, causing the statue to melt as she channeled her own powers and redirected all the lava straight at Shadow, who teleported away from the blast and reappeared right at Cinder to punch her in the stomach, which was followed by a blast of chaos energy right in that same spot to blast her straight up into the sky, where Shadow met her with a cartwheel kick to the ground, followed by a volley of chaos spears that caught her up in an explosion. "This can't be happening," Cinder ranted internally as she landed hard on the ground, struggling to pull herself up. "Am I losing? I have the power of the Fall Maiden flowing through my veins. I can't lose to this rat." She clenched her left fist, which began to glow with an ominous red, and even dark shadows began to ooze from her skin. Shadow was about to dash down directly at her, only to notice something incoming out of the corner of his right eye. It was a Nevermore. The flying Grimm quickly flew in to intercept Shadow, opening its beak to try and devour him. But Shadow threw a point-blank chaos spear into its open mouth before it exploded to blow away the creature's head. Only for a second Nevermore to fly in from behind, grab Shadow with its talons and slam him into the ground. However, a powerful spin dash erupted underneath the creature's neck as Shadow busted through, killing that one as well. He stood atop the Nevermore's disintegrating corpse and looked towards the sound of multiple roars and saw a large pack of Grimm from the approaching horde were gunning in his direction, ranging from Beowulfs, to Ursai, to Bortabusks, to Creeps, as well as large ones like a Death Stalker. But as they did, Shadow noticed how none of them attacked Cinder, even though she was standing in front of them, and they even passed her like she wasn't even there. That's when he noticed the black smoke coming from her left hand. "She's controlling the Grimm," Shadow thought as he delivered a spin dash to an Ursa's head, blasting it apart before dashing underneath an incoming Beowulf to kick it in the back and dashed to another Beowulf to give a sweeping kick to its head and shatter it. No, they're not coordinated. It's more like she's directing them. Influencing them. Whatever power she's used to steal the Fall Maiden's magic, is probably the same she's using to influence these Grimm. A griffin flew down towards him, which Shadow met in air with a burst from his air shoes and grabbed by its wings to direct down into a group of creeps and a few bortabusks before ripping its wings off to kick into the griffin into the pack and crush those in the center before landing in the middle of all that with a stomp, complete with a wave of chaos energy to blow away the rest. He then noticed the larger Grimm heading his way as it looked like he was completely encircled and would be overwhelmed soon. I can't afford to kill her, tempting as it is. He continued to think, despite being surrounded from all sides, with a Death Stalker being among them. We still don't know how she was able to steal the Maiden power. What's to stop Eggman and this Salem from finding a means to do so again? Or if what Ospin said is true, that if Cinder dies, the power could pass on to one of her allies, such as that Emerald Girl or Neapolitan, and we would gain nothing. As all the Grimm lunged at him in slow motion, Shadow reached for the rings on his wrist. I can't kill her. But, I'll make her wish that I had. Cinder couldn't help but laugh as she saw all the Grimm pile onto her enemy. That's right. Get torn apart by your own arrogance. That's what you deserve for thinking you can beat a chosen one like me. However, a large explosion of dark yellow energy erupted from the pile of Grimm, blasting them all away, as well as tearing them apart. Even the Death Stalker was ripped apart by the bolts of energy that pierced through its bone armor, shredding it like tissue paper. And standing amidst the smoke of disintegrating Grimm corpses, stood none other than Shadow. His whole body surging with raw power as an aura dark yellow energy emanated from him. The inhibitor rings that were used to restrain his power, now at his own feet. What? Cinder exclaimed. How? What? Where were you hiding this much power? Shadow said nothing as he stepped closer towards Cinder, only taking a split second to collect his inhibitor rings and put them away on his person. A pair of Beowulfs tried to lunge at him from his sides, but just as they touched the chaotic energy that surged around him, they were instantly blasted apart, and he didn't even lift a finger. Honestly, he only had to remove his inhibitor rings because of the incoming Grimm horde. He was more than certain he could defeat this child on his own, even with the Fall Maiden power. But this wasn't just because of the Grimm. This child's attitude, her arrogance, her ignorance, all of that was intolerable. So, he was going to teach her a lesson. A very painful lesson. You, Cinder growled. Don't get cocky just because you can glow. Thrusting her hands forward, Cinder unleashed a deadly inferno that would have vaporized any normal person. But he just walked on through the fire, his outpouring chaos energy deflecting and overpowering Cinder's flames before he finally stepped in front of her, grabbing her left hand with his own. Cinder winced in pain, feeling the intense energy touching her body. Even with aura, it felt like someone made of scalding hot fire was touching her bare skin. Shadow looked towards her left hand, which was once previously covered in the dark shadows in an observatory fashion. Cinder created a glass blade in her right hand and superheated that before lunging it at Shadow, but he grabbed her right wrist just as easily before staring at her with his gazing red eyes. She tried to wrench her hands free, but his grip was inescapable. Don't you judge me. What right have you to judge me? This is my world, not yours. You don't even belong here. She ranted, but Shadow still said nothing. What? You're too good to talk to me. You think you can't even acknowledge me. Who the hell do you think you are? Finally, he answered. I'm the ultimate life form. Shadow the Hedgehog. Cinder's eyes widened right before Shadow lifted her up to slam her on the ground repeatedly before throwing her away and then shot at her as she flew, grabbing her by her neck and slamming her into the ground again before bursting forward with his own air shoes and outgoing chaos energy propelling him forward, dragging Cinder along the ground and creating a trail of violent energy that tore through everything in its path, even the approaching Grimm horde. Beowulfs, creeps, bortabusks, Ursai, and even the occasional Death Stalker and Taijutsu, they were all torn apart just by being in his way with the energized Shadow dragging his victim further along and gunning for a nearby Goliath. You think so highly of yourself just because you wield a little power. Shadow muttered as Cinder was unable to defend herself, feeling the surge of energy that pressed against her front while her back was being torn up by the ground she was being dragged on. I am power. They both appeared at the Goliath's feet as Shadow unleashed a blast of raw chaos energy. Not nearly as powerful as his own chaos blast, but one that blew the Goliath's front feet upward and exposed its underbelly before he threw Cinder at it and blasted himself into her, and into the Goliath's stomach before they both emerged out from its back, piercing through and killing the beast as Shadow's energy ripped it apart from the inside, and his energized punch struck her in her stomach, her own orange aura flashing and looking ready to shatter at any moment. You are nothing more than a spiteful child, thinking you deserve power, and the world should run the way you want it to. Shadow told her while in midair before pulling back an energized fist before punching her, sending her plummeting from their height all the way to the ground, and into a pack of Grim, creating a powerful explosion on impact that blew apart all of the surrounding monsters, even more so as Shadow blasted into Cinder, shattering what was left of her aura, but he wouldn't let her fall unconscious yet as he grabbed her by the throat and pulled her up to his face. How many futures have you stolen besides that girl and boy? How many lives did you ruin in your pathetic little quest for power? How do you decide who is innocent or not? Cinder spat defiantly, her face all bloodied and bruised, with her left eye being especially swollen. She tried to punch with her right hand, only for Shadow to catch it effortlessly. And without her aura to protect her, the energy he was outputting ripped apart her skin before he clenched his hand and completely destroyed her entire right hand, causing her to scream in agony before Shadow teleported himself and her away from the area. They then reappeared above the roof of the dorm's building. I don't decide. I only see. I see who is innocent, who is guilty, who should be protected and who should be punished, and I chose to act of my own accord. And I see you, someone who is clearly guilty, and more than deserving of this. He blasted himself and Cinder right to the roof just as he pulled back another fist and pounded her in the stomach once again just as they crashed into the roof. From the outside, multiple flashes of energy exploded out through the windows of the top floor, and then down to the floor below that, and the one below that, and the one below that, all the way till they reached the bottom, where a blast and shockwave of energy and smoke shook the whole area. Inside, Shadow was on his hands and knees, his energy now spent and vanishing from his body as he appeared back to normal, the bright moonlight shining down on him from the hole that had been made through the roof and all the floors of the dormitory that went down to the base floor. Taking a second to catch his breath, Shadow looked ahead to see the current state of his enemy. Cinder was flat on her back with a small puddle of blood underneath, and clearly unable to do anything else. Her right arm was completely gone up to the elbow, both of her legs were broken and bent in the wrong way, her right leg even had some bone fragments sticking out from her skin. Her left arm was also bent the wrong way but was still attached. Her face was a complete wreck, it was heavily burnt and scarred, with a few teeth missing and even her left eye had been burned away. She also had a large burn mark on her stomach. Shadow had made sure to pull that last punch just enough so that it wouldn't break through. A move like that would definitely be fatal, and they needed her alive to learn more about how she could steal Maiden powers, maybe even some information on Salem that Ospin had not divulged. But despite being alive and unconscious, there was no way this spiteful child would ever walk again. Her limbs aside, Shadow could tell that the impact had probably ruined her spine beyond recovery. Shadow then put on his inhibitor rings to allow his energy to recharge. Though it would be a bit slow, so he couldn't help anyone else at that moment. But despite how bleak the situation seemed, a part of him was certain that they would find a way out of it, or even win it. The black hedgehog smiled slightly. If there was one thing that you're good at, it's doing the impossible. So do it again, Sonic the Hedgehog. Back on the roof of Beacon Tower, Kiro rolled back to avoid the sword slice from Mimic RWBY, who still wielded the stolen Harbinger. Kiro happened to spot a rod off on the side and was quick to grab that and block the sword strike from Mimic RWBY, but not before the imposter grinned and pulled a switch to convert the blade into its scythe mode, slicing at Kiro point blank, while also slicing through the pole as he backed away. Huh, not bad. Can see where your kid got her taste in weaponry. Mimic commented, still maintaining RWBY's form as well as her voice. He then looked like he was about to rush him, with Kiro rushing as well, wielding the two halves of the pole as short-range weapons, but when he was about to make contact, the illusion in front of him shattered to reveal the Neo, still in the form of Yang, with her pink and brown eyes visible as she opened her parasol to block Kiro's attack and allow Mimic RWBY to appear at Kiro's side and slice at him. Kiro was then shot in the back by Torchwick with his stolen rifle, and as he was shot, Neo Yang hooked Kiro's ankle with the bottom of her weapon to trip him up as Mimic RWBY leapt over to bring his scythe down to him. But Kiro had caught the scythe by its pull, while simultaneously delivering a double kick to Mimic RWBY to knock him up into the air as Kiro swung his scythe around to force Neo Yang back just as he pulled back his scythe and prepared to slice as his enemy fell down. "Please don't hurt me," he heard RWBY's voice from the imposter and instinctively held back his swing, which only left him open for Neo Yang to lunge at his stomach with Hush's blade, and while his aura did protect him, it still stung enough to knock him back where Torchwick shot him again to bring him down to his knees just as Mimic RWBY appeared to deliver a knee to Kiro's jaw and hold him by his hair. "How does it feel to get beaten by your own kids?" Torchwick taunted as Mimic RWBY's face changed the appearance of RWBY's silver eyes for Mimic's natural ones, and Neo Yang kept up her own natural eye color as well, and all three smirked sinisterly as Torchwick walked up to appear at Kiro's front. "What? Don't tell me that's all you got. I thought pro huntsmen were supposed to be tough." He looked to Neo Yang, who simply shrugged with a mocking grin of her own. "Probably doesn't have it in him to hurt his baby girls." Mimic RWBY mocked, still maintaining RWBY's voice before taking the form of Kiro himself. "Maybe I'll use his face to finish the brat off." Slowly, he snickered. "Just imagining that gives me chills." Suddenly Kiro disappeared from in the middle of all three, much to their surprise. Their brief moment of mockery distracted them enough for Kiro to change into his bird form and appear behind Torchwick and changed back to normal just as Torchwick turned around to Kiro, who punched him in the face with enough force that it sent him rolling across the ground and close to the edge, while Kiro spun Harbinger's scythe mode over his back like a helicopter blade to slice and beat back Neo Yang and Mimic RWBY, both assuming their normal forms before Kiro pulled out Harbinger's gun mode to shoot at the rifle Torchwick had pulled out. However, Kiro's shot had also caused the rifle to explode, which sent Torchwick flying off the edge, much to Neo's own horror as she scrambled on her feet and ran to try and catch him, but he was already well outside her reach as she looked down in terror to see the man scream and fall from such a great height to the unforgiving ground below. Mimic was pressed to the ground by Kiro's foot as he had Harbinger's gun mode pointed directly at his face. "Give me a reason I don't gun you down right now." "Go ahead. Just one," the man threatened. "Ooh, that's dark," Mimic said before grinning as he assumed RWBY's form again. "You sure you're that her dad? Can't imagine little Miss Bubbly being the spawn of a murderer. You just killed that guy, ya know. Here I thought huntsmen were supposed to be heroes. Has she killed anyone?" Kiro fired his gun, the bullet missing Mimic RWBY's face as it blew off a chunk off the ground. Last warning. Mimic RWBY looked past Kiro towards Neo as she continued to look down off the ledge. Even if she couldn't see Torchwick's body, she knew that he was not coming back from that. He was gone. Roman Torchwick was really gone. The man that had taken her in after years of abuse from her parents, the man who trained and mentored her, the man who cared for her. The man that she ultimately fell for, just like that, he was gone. Tears filled her eyes as devastation and grief filled her body. But that lasted only a few seconds as she turned in the direction of the man who killed him. That man, he took her Roman away. He was her whole world. And this huntsman, this so-called hero, he murdered him. Oh, she was going to make him suffer for this. Mimic RWBY saw the look of rage in Neo's eyes and immediately knew what to do. He quietly motioned with his finger and pointed up to Kiro, a message she understood clearly as she nodded with a vengeance. "Little Red here might not be a killer," Mimic then took the form of Yang. "But I imagine this one is. I mean, she did try to kill her sister when I last saw her. Can't imagine how their dynamic must have worked out. Don't you?" Kiro growled, but his enemy wasn't done. "Why not? I mean, you don't exactly wield weapons like scythe guns and shotgun gauntlets unless you want to kill, right?" Mimic Yang continued. "So is mommy a killer too?" He then noticed a flash of rage in Kiro's eyes. "Ooh, struck a nerve, did I? Wait, is she even around anymore?" That brief flutter in Kiro's eye, that subtle change in emotion from rage to grief, even if it turned back into rage a split second later, Mimic saw it as clear as day and knew what it meant. She's dead. Mommy's dead. How'd that happen? Mission gone wrong. Kiro grabbed Mimic Yang by the throat and pulled him up to meet his face. "Shut your damn mouth or I'll shut it myself. And you went and let her kids get caught up in a war zone, even got your youngest kidnapped. Some role model dad you turned out to be." Mimic Yang went on before turning into RWBY again as he put on a crying face. "Where were you, Daddy? I needed you, but you let me get taken. Mommy wouldn't let that happen. So why did you? Why aren't you there for me? Don't you love me anymore? Do you hate me?" Kiro knew this wasn't the real RWBY. He knew that. So why? Why was this getting to him? The way he saw RWBY's face crying to him like this, it was almost as if he could see Summer's own face, crying as she looked at him with a teary-eyed expression of heartbreak and resentment. "Why didn't you help her, Kiro? I trusted my daughter, both daughters, with you, and you left them alone. You lost RWBY. You left her, just like Raven left us." "No. I didn't." A painful stabbing sensation was then felt in Kiro's back, all courtesy of Neo as she looked with tearful rage past her parasol, her blade extended to stab Kiro. His aura was still up, but due to all the fighting and damage he sustained throughout this prolonged siege, it was considerably weakened. His own red aura flashed, indicating it was close to breaking. This allowed Mimic RWBY to once again swipe Harbinger and extended its scythe mode before slicing upward to break what was left of Kiro's aura and send him up slightly before he crashed to the ground. Cursing himself for letting this shape-shifting bastard get into his head, he tried to push himself up, but soon found himself staring at Mimic RWBY and Neo as they both stood over him. One look at her and Mimic knew that this girl had some special feelings for the man who just died. Her skills were impressive, and he could see her going places. Maybe with the right kind of motivation and mentor, she could be of great use and help him reach new heights. "This guy killed your man, so why don't we make this nice and slow?" he offered, still in RWBY's form, and appealing to Neo's desire for vengeance to get her closer to him. Impersonal. Neo, once again, used her semblance to take Yang's form as the two shapeshifters brought their weapons down on the man before them. Back on the ground, while everyone else was currently dealing with the wyvern, Raven was more focused on Adam as their swords locked once again, willed against Omen. When Adam went on the offensive with several swings, Raven parried each one even as Adam drew blush to fire. Raven still blocked the shot with a swing of her red dust sword while simultaneously sending a wave of fire at Adam, which he cut through with a slice of his own before rushing her to clash blades again. Raven then kicked his feet to trip him up, allowing her to strike her elbow into his masked face and disorient him as she swung her sword at him. Though Adam ducked under that slice and moved to Raven's side and swung again, yet Raven was able to block the blade and delivered a knee to his stomach, followed by a kick in the same area to knock him to a ruined paladin. "Same attack patterns as before," Raven commented, sounding very disappointed, resulting in Adam growling as he rushed her again, but just like before. She countered all of Wilt's strikes with her sword. Even as he lunged his sword, Raven grabbed him by the arm and with her free hand and drove the handle of her weapon into his face before sweeping his feet to trip him up, where she proceeded to bring Omen down, but Adam performed a quick draw to block the strike even as he landed on his back and kicked the ground to flip over her, even using his sword to slice forward, which Raven blocked again even as he landed in front of her and dashed at her. She then noticed that as he ran, he gripped his sword as his hair and red markings on his clothes glowed. "Here it comes." She quickly sheathed her own sword as Adam closed the distance and they were both less than inches from each other. Slash. Asterisk. Raven had appeared past Adam, a new dust blade drawn from Omen, but rather than a red fire blade, this one was blue. Looking back, she saw how Adam remained in his drawn position, his lower body and arms covered in ice. Raven was only a little bit faster on her draw, and that was still fast enough. "It's been over a decade, and you still haven't learned anything new?" Raven questioned as she changed her blades again, this time drawing a yellow dust blade and swung it to send an electric wave at the half-frozen Adam, blasting him across the ground. But before he could even recover, Raven had already appeared where he was going to be and slashed her yellow blade across his body repeatedly, dealing several electric slashes that brought him down even more as he was blasted flat on his back, his own red aura flashing, to where Raven put her foot onto him and pointed her sword at his face. "Your techniques have grown sharper, but they're still the same as I taught you. Here I thought some time on your own would help you to grow. Guess not." Just like my brother, Ospin, and everyone else, she thought, but didn't say it out loud. And you're the same as every other human. Adam tried to unleash a point-blank slash with his semblance, but Raven not only dodged the slash but even kicked Adam across the face, knocking the mask off. He tried to reach for it, only for Raven to pick it up as she could only look at it with disappointment. You think this makes you dangerous? Stronger? She questioned, looking at his scarred face. Don't you lecture me on that when you do the same thing. Adam growled, only for Raven to press her foot on his throat to silence him. And don't you lecture me about how you do this for your people, when you know it's not true. This isn't about the faunus, it's about you. Raven said before shaking that head. You're still that same angry little boy I rescued so long ago. It's never been about a better future, it's only been about revenge. If that was such a mistake, Adam struggled underneath Raven's foot. Then fix it. Come on. Finish me. I guarantee that this will be your only chance, human. He said that last part with so much venom and spite, hoping to hurt the woman who rescued and trained him. But all it did was disappoint her even more. You are so pathetic. Raven looked down on him. But I'm giving you one last chance. Walk away right now. Salem would have no real use for someone like you, and she wouldn't go out of her way to hunt you down for desertion. But here's a little warning. Stay away from daughter and her friends, that includes that faunus girl you're so obsessed with. Or I promise that next time, there will be no mercy. She removed her foot from his throat and walked away. You've been warned. As she stepped away, Adam picked himself up somewhat, rubbing his own throat. When it looked like she was about to get a reasonable distance from him, he quietly reached for Wilt at his side, before smirking. He grabbed the handle, not noticing Raven's own red eyes glancing backwards, just as Adam slashed his sword, unleashing all that stored energy in the form of a wave right at Raven's behind. Only for her to quickly slash her own sword and create a portal in front of her to intercept the slash, with another one appearing behind Adam. Slash. Asterisk. Adam screamed in agony as he felt his entire right arm had been severed from the joint, which he held as he folded in on himself. Never forget, it could have been your head. Raven told him before looking towards the wyvern that was still battling her daughter and everyone else, before making her after it. Despite the sheer agonizing pain he was in, the maskless Adam picked himself up, grabbing the downed sword from his severed arm with his only remaining hand and hobbled in the direction of Beacon Tower. It could serve as a place of shelter for him to rest before moving on. He had a communicator to Eggman as well. He would wait out this battle before calling for assistance and leave. Even with that warning fresh in his mind and knowing that Raven was never the type to bluff with a threat like that, he wasn't about to give up. He would make those responsible for his pain suffer. And Raven just put her own name on his list. The wyvern roared as was kept on the ground while all the defenders of Beacon attacked it everything they could. We have to keep it grounded. Glinda commanded as she used her semblance to throw several pieces of debris at its face, causing it to roar and look at her. Go for its wings. We'll keep it distracted, Ironwood said as he held a gun and stood alongside Glinda, Omega, Port, Oobleck, Elm, and Tails in the Cyclone's walker mode as they concentrate all their fire power at the creature's face to keep it focused on them. The rest of them split into two large groups to move towards the wyvern's sides. The group on the right side appeared led by Winter with Knuckles, Weiss, Young, Blake, Amy, Seal, Marrow, Sun, Neptune, Sage, Scarlet, and Nolan, and even Sway joining them, while Clover led those attacking the left side, consisting of Rouge, John, Pyrrha, Nora, Ren, Coco, Velvet, Fox, Yatsuhashi, Vine, Harriet, and Cardin. Stay. Marrow pointed to the right wing, causing it to freeze in place. I can't hold it forever. Tear the wing apart. Winter ordered as she lunged her sword forward, erecting a glyph to send multiple ice shards in the same direction with Weiss mimicking her. Young, Blake, Neptune, and Scarlet all fired their guns into the wing, already tearing holes into it as Knuckles and the others went directly for the joint, the red echidna jumping into the wyvern's side and using Galatine to stick his blades into it before leaping up to grab the joint of the wing, where he proceeded to wrap his arms around and squeeze. But as he did, more black ooze began to secrete of the wyvern's right side, halting Amy and the others as a line of Grim appeared in front of them. Oh, come on. Amy grunted as she used her Pico to slam the curled-up sway like a crockle ball to smash a Beowulf while Sun, Nolan, Seal, and Sage engaged in close combat with the Grim. Though several dark creatures did move past them to get to Winter and everyone else, preventing them from shooting any more into the damaged wing, though Winter was forced to move back and protect Marrow, who couldn't take his arm down else lose his grip on the wing. "Hurry it up," Marrow called to Knuckles. The red echidna squeezed as hard as he could, grunting as he did so before the joint cracked. He then pulled back his right fist and smashed into the crack in the joint. After 3 punches, he finally broke through, causing the right wing to crack off before the monster roared in pain. At the same time, more Grim had appeared from the ooze that leaked out of the wyvern's left side. Cardin ended up getting knocked down by a Beowulf, but was quickly aided by John, who used her shield to block the claw strike, and swerve underneath to swing Crocea Morse upward to cut the creature's head off. He turned around to the surprised Cardin before pulling him up by his arm. "Stop spacing out and fight," he told him before joining the rest of his teammates in holding off the Grim. Cardin shook his head slightly before joining the fight as well. While teams JNPR and CFVY, including Cardin, held off the Grim, they circled around Vine and Clover to protect them as the 2 veteran huntsmen both reached forward through their respective means, Clover by tossing out the line to Kingfisher, and Vine by extending his aura limbs. Clover's line wrapped around the joint of the wing just as Vine caught it as well, and they both pulled down as hard as they could. "Harriet, Rouge, go, now," Clover ordered. The white bat flew straight down towards the wing joint while Harriet ran up its side, avoiding the Grim as she did so before they both converged on the single point. Rouge spun her body around while holding her right foot down as she shot like a missile, just as Harriet pulled her fist back. They both struck at the joint of the wing, cracking it, but not breaking it completely. Rouge grabbed Harriet as she leapt from that spot before the white bat threw one of her heart-shaped bombs into the crack of the joint. It would detonate seconds later before the joint was completely broken and the entire wing fell off. Once again, the wyvern roared, but this time, it lifted its whole body upward, standing briefly on its rear legs to secrete an enormous amount of black liquid from its underbelly. Everyone was forced to pull back as at least 3 dozen Grim soon emerged out of the liquid. "Okay, seriously, how many of those things can it make?" Yang complained. Not only that, but the wyvern's roars had also called in several airborne Grim as Nevermores and Griffins had descended from the air and began to attack everyone. One Nevermore looked like it was about to strike Yang at ramming speed, only for a swirling red portal to open underneath Yang, causing her to fall underneath and avoid the devastating strike that tore up the ground. The blonde herself fell out of another portal that was at some other point in the battle, landing right behind Raven. The blonde once again looking up with shaky eyes at the sight of her birth mother. "This fight is lost," the older woman said. "Beacon can't hold out. You need to retreat." "What? We can't just run away." Yang tried to argue, only for Raven to pull her up by her shoulder and look her dead in the eye with a serious expression. "Do you want to live? Do you want your friends to live? These are just buildings." She gestured to the devastated campus around her. "You can replace that any day of the week. But you can't replace a life." She let Yang go as she saw her daughter look at her with a shaken expression. "Gather all your friends, and I'll get you all out of here." But, what about Ruby? The silver-eyed girl was just as constrained as before as she continued to see all the chaos unfolding outside via the monitors of the cockpit of the Egg Zeus as Eggman continued to pilot and laugh at the same time. On one monitor, it showed all of her friends struggling against the wyvern and its multitude of Grim. On another, it showed Kiro being beaten down by the combined efforts of 2 imposters that looked exactly like her and her older sister. A third monitor showed Penny locked in a heated duel with Metal Sonic, with her Crescent Rose, no less. And finally, she saw Sonic's struggles against the mech she was currently trapped inside. Sonic zipped around the Egg Zeus with his Chaos Emerald enhanced speed, only to be blown back once again by a powerful electric wave that shot out from the giant robot's frame. Not even giving Sonic the time to recover or counter, the Egg Zeus appeared in a flash of lightning in the air above Sonic to pound him deep into the ground. The electricity shot out of the fist on impact to create an electric shockwave that tore away at the already ruined ground, leaving a huge crater with Sonic laying in the middle, his body covered in burn marks, bruises, and even blood. Even his left eye was somewhat pink. But despite that, the blue hedgehog slowly pushed himself back on his feet, still clenching Caliburn and the green Chaos Emerald as he turned in the direction of the egg Zeus, bearing his taunting smirk. "Is that all you got? There's plenty more where that came from, rodent." Eggman retorted with a laugh as Ruby looked at the monitor to see a large bolt of lightning send Sonic up, her pupils widening in shock. She had seen Sonic face off against highly trained huntsmen, hordes of Grimm, and other giant robots, and yet he always came out on top with a smile on his face. But, to see him so beaten down like this, covered in blood and injuries. Sonic, everyone. It can't end like this. It just can't. At the top of Beacon Tower, Mimic Ruby held Kiro back with his natural tentacles coming from his neck, while still maintain Ruby's form, ensnaring his arms and his neck, which allowed Neo Yang to punch him repeatedly across the face. His aura had already broke, so each punch met its mark and did its damage. Neo was going to take her time with this. Kiro killed her beloved Roman, so she was going to kill him nice and slow. She even picked up a stun baton from the ground and jammed it into Kiro's stomach, causing him to hack up blood and vomit. Uncle Kiro. Ruby struggled. Despite what kind of tension was going on with them, the man was still her uncle, and she hated seeing him like this. Weiss had lunged Mertenaster forward, creating a glyph that shot icicles to shred an incoming Beowulf, only for a Taijutsu to burst its head through, shatter the glyph and knock Weiss back. Blake quickly came to her side to help her up, but they would soon be surrounded by 6 more Grimm total. Tails unloaded all the weapons in his cyclone to blow away a group of 6 Grimm, only to get slapped by the wyvern's claw and knocked across the ground. Tails tried to pull himself out of the tipped mech, only for a pair of Ursa to appear over him. Likewise, Omega opened fire onto the wyvern's face, only to get smacked away by another claw strike. Knuckles and Rouge came back to back as they were surrounded by several creeps and tried to fight them off as best as they could. Amy and Nora smashed whatever Grimm they could with their respective hammers but ended up getting separated from the rest of Team JNPR as John, Pyrrha, and Ren circled up to fight back against the onslaught of Grimm. Yang tackled an Ursa to the ground and pounded its face in until it was dead. Sway came to her side, barking a warning at her for an incoming Bordabusk that came at her with a spin-dash attack, only for it to get bisected by Raven. But that was just one of several more Grimm that appeared around them. The other students, along with teachers and professional huntsmen and soldiers, weren't doing that much better, on the verge of being overwhelmed by sheer exhaustion and greater numbers of the enemy force. Yang, Sway, Tails, Weiss, Knuckles, Blake, Amy, everyone. Ruby was unable to help any one of the new friends, or even her own sister. Her eyes continued to tear up, especially as she saw on one monitor the heart-wrenching footage of Eggman's mech pulling up the heavily injured Sonic, the green Chaos Emerald and sword still attached to his hands, refusing to let go. This might be it, Eggman chuckled, stuttering almost in disbelief. I can actually do it. I can actually destroy Sonic. After so many years of humiliation, I can finally rid myself of my greatest enemy. Yes, quite the achievement, Doctor. To finally be rid of your greatest enemy, and a potential thorn to my own design. Salem mused. With Sonic and Ospin out of the way, nothing will stop us from seizing all of Remnant for ourselves. Eggman clenched his fist malevolently. And if the other kingdoms wanna put up a fight, they'll suffer the same fate. We'll rule over Remnant, even if it's nothing more than a pile of ashes. No. Stop it. Ruby pleaded internally. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. The more she struggled, the more she prayed for a miracle. Something began to stir in her, something that not even she noticed. There was a faint glow in not only her eyes, but the 6 Chaos Emeralds present began to flicker as well. And let's see how Metal is doing, Eggman looked to a monitor, also drawing Ruby's attention, to see the ongoing battle against Penny. Skidding to a halt in crossroads between ruined buildings, Penny looked to see Metal Sonic speeding to her once again, right before she extended all her floating array swords and prepared to unleash another beam attack right at him. However, Metal had seen this move before and calculated everything he needed to know to properly handle it. Just as Penny thrusted her fists to unleash the beam of energy, Metal had altered his trajectory to fly around the beam and close the distance between himself and Penny, the robot girl looking up in surprise, while still in her same position and unable to move in time. As quick as she was, Metal Sonic was faster. Locating each of the cables that kept Penny's swords attached to her main body and targeting each one, Metal gave a single upward slice with the stolen crescent rose to sever them all. Penny gave a startled yelp as she felt her connections to her swords quickly and suddenly sever, leading them to fall to the ground. This caused a momentary system error in her main processing unit, and that was all Metal Sonic needed to work. He jammed his arm blade into Penny's right shoulder and sliced up to sever her whole arm. He then swung Crescent Rose downward to slice off both of her legs before slicing his arm blade at her left joint and cut off her only remaining arm. Penny's limbless body would have fallen had Metal not caught her by her hair and held her up enough so that she could look right into his red optics. He did a quick scan and saw that with her limbs severed, the dust that had powered her was now leaking out. She would only have a few more seconds of functionality left. However, the scan also isolated Penny's core in her chest unit, in the same spot where a heart would be for a human being. While the head had no core, it still had a central processor, a brain, so to speak, that seemed functional for the moment and was connected directly to the core in her chest. Best to sever both of them and leave no surprises. So long as the core and main processing unit were undamaged, Eggman could use it to his own advantage. And perhaps, so can he. Penny's visuals were that of static as repeated error messages filled her field of vision, and she was unable to so much as speak. Even as Metal had brought Crescent Rose's scythe form to her neck, the curve of the blade encircling around her. Even with all the errors and static clouding her visuals, something inside her showed something else. Memories of a certain girl, her first real friend, came to her. Someone that made her want to keep on living. Someone that made her feel like a person, and not a machine. Someone who, besides her father, made her feel whole. RWBY. Slice. Asterisk. With a swipe of Crescent Rose, Penny's head had been severed from her body. Ooh, I just got chills. Cubot shivered. Remind me not to get on his bad side. Good thing he's on our side. Orbot commented. There's a good boy, Metal. Eggman said like how an owner would compliment his pet. Who makes daddy proud? You do, yes you do. RWBY's own eyes were wide like dinner plates, the image of the video feed, of Penny's own dismembered and decapitated body, it was reflected in her own shinning digits. In a split second, all of RWBY's memories of Penny came flooding back into her, from meeting her, to fighting alongside her, to just talking with her. She may have been a machine, but she had an aura. A soul. She could smile and laugh like any normal person. She wasn't just a machine. She was alive. And she called her a friend. She was RWBY's friend. And now, she was cut to pieces, by her own weapon. Penny. Something suddenly happened, something that nobody had expected. Streams of shining silver, taking a shape that resembled wings, shot out of RWBY's eyes. And that same light was reflected off the 6 Chaos Emeralds as they too emitted a silver flash of light. What the? Eggman covered his eyes, along with his robots. And the seer Grim that was in the cockpit with them, had turned into stone. Salem gasped as she felt a sudden shock, a bright light coming out of her crystal ball, which she dropped before it fell and shattered on the ground. The Grim Witch felt her own eyes for a moment before her thoughts came together. Did that girl just manifest her power? Someone as young and immature as her. True, she was in the presence of her own seer Grim, but there was no way Ospin would have told her the secrets to her power at that young of an age, even he wasn't that stupid. Something must have happened, a trigger that caused her powers to activate on instinct. She must have seen someone in the battlefield die. Someone she was close to. Salem didn't exactly keep track, focusing most of her attention on Sonic as Eggman did, but something slipped past her notice. And there was no way of knowing what that was. At least she still had a connection to her wyvern, even from this distance. Straightening herself back against her obsidian throne, Salem took a deep breath and focused on that connection. With the seer Grim gone, she couldn't directly control it anymore. But she could at least see through its own eyes to see what was going on at Beacon right now. The light faded as Eggman lowered his arms, looking around for the source of the light, and while he did spot the seer Grim at his feet, now turned into stone, he also noticed how a certain prisoner was missing. Where's the girl? Hey, boss. The emeralds are gone, Cubot reported, sounding nervous and confused. What? Eggman pushed him away to look into the command console to see that all 6 of the Chaos Emeralds were indeed gone. They're right outside. RWBY pointed to a screen to show RWBY, and the 6 Chaos Emeralds right outside the egg Zeus and falling toward the ground. How'd she do that? QBot questioned. Chaos control, RWBY guessed. But I didn't think. Out of the way. Eggman was immediately at the controls as he desperately brought the egg Zeus back online. All 7 emeralds are outside. With Sonic. You know exactly what that means. Sonic weakly looked at the suddenly flash of silver light, one that took the shape of wings, appear in the air just above the egg Zeus head. The light faded to reveal RWBY, now falling from that spot, with the 6 Chaos Emeralds all around her. Sonic. She reached out to him. RWBY. Sonic held the green and 7th Chaos Emerald in his hand tightly, channeling its power and reaching out to the other 6. It and all the other emeralds began to glow their usual colors, only much more brightly. No. Eggman's voice boomed as the egg Zeus reached out with its free hand, still holding onto Sonic in the other, desperately trying to prevent his enemy from doing what he feared he would do. But it was too late. Flash. Asterisk. A sudden blast of golden light had managed to blast the egg Zeus back, causing the mech to stagger as its pilot inside tried to regain control. Eggman stood up from his chair in horror, drenched in a cold sweat as he and his robot minions saw on the monitor what was happening outside. Uh-oh, QBot gulped. I recommend we retreat, RWBY advised nervously. It was Sonic the Hedgehog, hovering in the air, with a semi-conscious RWBY in his arms. But he wasn't his typical blue color. Now his fur was a bright and brilliant gold, his quills standing straight up as his usual green eyes had turned red. There was also a faint golden aura around his body that seemed almost like shining flames, but they didn't burn or harm the person he was holding. This was Super Sonic. RWBY felt her eyes grow heavy, her body weak as she felt herself unable to move, but she couldn't stop herself from looking at what had become of the hero she idolized, and being in his arms. Being this close to him, when he was like this, felt very warm. Sonic. The golden hedgehog looked to RWBY with a comforting smile. It's okay, RWBY. I got ya. His voice was different. It sounded somewhat echoey, deeper, like how a being from a higher plane of existence would speak. But even with that, the tone belonged to the same hedgehog that she knew and admired. This was still Sonic. And that caused her to smile with relief with tears of joy in her eyes. A flash of lightning caught their attention as they looked to see the egg Zeus powering up with lightning all around it, no doubt preparing to unleash a big attack. Hang on tight, okay. Sonic requested as a golden energy sphere formed around both of them, right before he zoomed at the egg Zeus piercing through its chest like a ray of light, moving way faster than he normally would. That same golden light zipped through the joint of the right arm, and then the left, and then through its legs, up and down, and every which way of the egg Zeus. The entire cockpit rocked as explosions were already igniting in every direction. RWBY and QBot clung to Eggman as he, in a panic, slammed his fist on the eject button. Super Sonic, while still carrying RWBY as they were both in the protective energy sphere, appeared away from the egg Zeus as they saw it go up in an explosion of fire and lightning. Super Sonic noticed the egg mobile fly straight up into the night sky. Eggman was undoubtedly safe and sound inside that thing, but Sonic wasn't concerned about that right now. Sonic, Yang, Kiro, Penny, everyone, RWBY weakly pleaded as she looked with heavy and tearful eyes at him. Help them. Again, Super Sonic gave RWBY a smile of assurance. Sure, just leave it all to me. RWBY smiled in relief as she finally let herself fall unconscious, with tears of relief fell out of her eyes. Metal Sonic saw an explosion go up in a certain area as he continued to hold Penny's head, all while putting Crescent Rose back on his back. Sensors indicated that was the egg Zeus, but the egg mobile was still active. No doubt Eggman escaped, but where? A flash of golden light appeared in front of him and Metal instantly brought up the black shield, but a single punch shattered that shield instantly as Metal was forced to drop Penny's head and he himself was sent crashing into a nearby building. Super Sonic, still carrying the unconscious RWBY, hovered over the ground where he looked with remorse to see Penny's dismembered remains. Sorry Penny. Hopefully Tails can get you fixed up. Sonic said as a faint golden aura appeared over each of the pieces of Penny, including all her swords, and hovered around Super Sonic before they all vanished in a flash of light. Metal Sonic pulled himself from the building, a considerable dent was evident on his head and some of his internal circuits were damaged. But he was still functional. And he still had crescent rows. Supersonic. Well, now he knew the battle was lost. No matter. This would mean the Chaos Emeralds would be scattered across Remnant after all of this, and that could play to their advantage, to his advantage. For now though, best to retreat. The hell? Mimic questioned as he and Neo saw the explosion before as well, with the beaten Kiro looking in that direction as well. A flash of golden light appeared around Kiro as both Mimic and Neo were forced back by the sheer force of a sudden pressure in the air. Both looked in surprise to see Supersonic hovering in front of them, with RWBY in his arms, Penny's pieces floating around him, and Kiro behind him. The man could only look up at the floating golden hedgehog that was now in front of him. But he also noticed the girl he currently held in his arms. RWBY. Supersonic glared at Mimic and Neo, so much so that any kind of confidence any of them felt was replaced by a sudden dread. Mimic especially thought that. He had heard all kinds of rumors about Supersonic before, a state in which Sonic had the power to take down gods, but he'd never actually seen it, until today. And suddenly, he felt like an insect underneath a boot. Beat it. The golden hero glared. With no words being spoken, Mimic took the form of Rouge and flew away, carrying Neo along with him, as she still couldn't take her eyes off the glowing hero. Only to then realize that the one who killed her Roman was still alive. She may not have her revenge now, but she will get it soon. She will make this man, this murderer, suffer. And she would not rest until she does. Turning around, Supersonic handed the unconscious RWBY to Kiro, whom he immediately took into his arms. She's out of it, but she'll be alright. Kiro had no idea how to feel about this. Other than the immense amount of relief in knowing that RWBY was safe in his arms, he was now in the presence of someone who felt so incredibly powerful. Kiro was no fool. One look at Sonic like this, and he'd say that he probably had more power than Ospin and all the Maidens combined. Maybe more than Salem even. He felt a touch on his shoulder and looked to see Supersonic placing his hand on him with a grin. Hang on. They vanished in a flash of light. Just at the base of the tower, all of the defenders of Beacon were scattered and surrounded by all the creatures of Grimm. Weiss, Blake, and Tails, Amy and Nora, Pyrrha, Ren, John, Rouge, Omega, and Knuckles, Winter, Ironwood, and Glinda, Port and Oobleck, Team SSSN and Nolan, Cardin and Team CFVY, Seal and the Ace Ops. And even Yang and Sway with Raven. Every single one of them was worn out and exhausted, though Raven arguably had more energy to spare. One look around and she could tell that this was mere moments from becoming a slaughter. She couldn't get anybody else out of here. All but her daughter and maybe her dog. She could open a portal, take them away. The wingless wyvern roared as it and all the smaller Grimm went on the attack, ready to rip apart the heroes and devour them. Most of them were ready to fight back, while a few looked ready to give up and accept their fate. That is until a flash of golden light appeared in the middle of the area, sending a powerful force that blew away all the Grimm, sending all the smaller ones flying up and all around the area, and even the wyvern was knocked over on its side as it was blown across the ground by that same force. Everyone had their eyes covered from the light, but when it died down, all of them soon found themselves gazing at the source of the light. It was Supersonic, Penny's parts still hovering beside him. The injured and shocked Kiro was right at his side with the unconscious RWBY in his own arms. RWBY. Yang wasted no time in running to his sister, with Sway right behind her. Weiss, Blake, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy all ran in that same direction as well as all of the students, teachers, and huntsmen looked in awe. John's mouth hung open as he fell to his knees. Pyrrha placed a hand over her mouth. Nora almost stumbled backwards had Ren had not caught her, but even he couldn't take his eyes off the form of Supersonic. John looked towards Rouge as she and Omega came close to them, the Lady Bat looking to John with a knowing grin. Winter, Glinda, Ironwood, Clover, Port, Oobleck, Elm, Vine, Marrow, and even Harriet, none of them could turn their gaze away from the transformed state of the hedgehog they called their ally. They had never seen anything like this before. Ever. And those in Ospin's closest circle had seen a lot. But as they and the other students looked towards the brilliant form of Supersonic, they couldn't help but feel a sense of hope and relief replace what was once dread and an acceptance of what they felt was an inevitable end. Even Raven found herself staring at Supersonic, unable to comprehend what exactly she was looking at, but whatever it was, she knew that it easily dwarfed the power that she had inside her. She then caught the sight of her brother, who happened to see her as well. The second Kiro saw her, he glared at her, to which she looked away with a slight scoff. "Sonic!" Tails exclaimed in relief upon seeing him. "Hey, buddy. Sorry for the close call," Super Sonic said casually as the rest of Team Sonic and Team RWBY came up close as well. Sonic, is that really you?" Weiss asked in a shaky voice. "Who else were you expecting?" "Ben Schwartz." Super Sonic cracked with a half smile. "Yep, that's him." Knuckles with an unsurprised smile, with Weiss falling to her knees as tears of joy and relief fell from her eyes. Despite his drastic change in appearance, she knew that this was the same Sonic. The same one who helped her to grow, the one who inspired her to be better, to be free. "Just when I thought you couldn't get any more amazing." She smiled emotionally. "Seriously, sorry for cutting it close, though," he said sincerely. "It's okay," Amy wiped the tears from her eyes. "You're here now." Even Sway barked happily at seeing Sonic. "RWBY," Yang reached out to caress her sister's unresponsive cheek and couldn't stop herself from crying with relief. She looked to Super Sonic with an emotional smile of her own. "Thank you." Blake said nothing as she stared at Super Sonic's golden form. Just looking at him like this, it was like she was staring at the sun-made flesh. And yet, something inside her told her that this was the same Sonic the Hedgehog she had gotten to know and befriend. Suddenly a roar had caught all their attention as they looked past their savior to see the wyvern had recovered. Despite lacking its wings, it still had its enormous legs, which it used to gallop right at them. Its terrible and evil gaze focusing on the golden light in front of it. "Sonic!" Blake pointed back in a warning as Tails, Knuckles, and Amy pushed Team RWBY and Kiro back, with Tails gathering up Penny's remains as he did, but Super Sonic hadn't budged from his spot. He hadn't even turned around even though the enormous monster was coming ever closer. If anything, his smirk only grew. The wyvern lowered its head to try and smash and obliterate him with raw power. Only for Super Sonic to simply throw back his hand and catch the wyvern's head. Halting its charge with one hand. Completely unfazed. As if they weren't surprised enough. All of the students, teachers, and pro-huntsmen looked in shock to see Super Sonic stop this enormous creature of Grimm so easily. It took all of their combined effort just to ground it, but he stopped it like it was nothing. Super Sonic then turned his gaze to look directly into the wyvern's eyes. And the instant he did, he could feel someone else's gaze from it. Even from the confines of her castle, Salem could see the golden form of Super Sonic looking through the wyvern directly at her. As she did, she narrowed her own eyes, as if she were glaring back at him. Despite being on the other side of the planet, the two might as well be in the same room, glaring at one another. One was a noble and free-spirited hero, covered in brilliant golden light, as if he were the embodiment of hope and freedom. And the other was a terrible monster, one who sought the complete destruction of this world, thriving off the death and fear that she instilled. Super Sonic could indeed tell that someone was looking at him through the wyvern. And it was probably that Salem person Ospin had mentioned. Looking into the wyvern's eyes, knowing who was staring back at him, it was like looking into a dark and empty pit. But Sonic didn't blink. To the contrary, he smiled. "Is that the best you can do?" He then kicked the jaw of the wyvern, creating a golden explosion that tore up the wyvern's jaw and sent it straight up, 1,000 feet, into the sky, well above Beacon Tower. That act alone caused several jaws to drop. Including John, Nora, Sun, Neptune, Marrow, and even Kiro. Super Sonic then flew straight up. As he did, he noticed large drops of black liquid fell from the Grimm's underbelly and landed on him. But the second the Grimm liquid touched his super stated, it evaporated completely. Like water on a hot anvil. Sonic took a brief notice of this feeling before he resumed his rocket-like ascension and blasted through the wyvern's underbelly and out its back. Before it could have the chance to fall down, Super Sonic quickly flew back through the wyvern and repeated the process, zooming in and out in flashes of golden light, piercing and slicing through the enormous Grimm, and keeping it from falling back down. After the 30th time in doing so, Super Sonic flew right to the wyvern's face, as its body was riddled with glowing golden holes, which were steaming from contact. He then tapped his foot on the wyvern's face, right before its body went up in an explosion of golden light to completely destroy it. Super Sonic smirked before looking out in all directions. In this state, Sonic's sight was enhanced along with his physical abilities. And here, he could see that despite the largest monster being gone, there were still hundreds of Grimm in and around the campus, including several in the air, and probably more coming in from the mountains. Alright, time to clean house. With that, Super Sonic zoomed through the sky first, spotting and locating all of the airborne Grimm consisting of Nevermores and Griffins, as well as the rest of Eggman's ships, and made short work of all of them. Sonic blasted through each flying Grimm like a beam of light, and one strike was all it took to obliterate them all. The ships took at least 2 or 3, depending on the sizes, but they were soon obliterated as well. Everyone down below could only look in awe and amazement as they saw explosions and flashes of gold light up the sky, right before Super Sonic flew closer to the ground to clean up all the larger Grimm that were now entering the campus. Teams ABRN and FNKI, who had managed to regroup together after being separated from everyone else, saw the flashes of light that cleared away all the Grimm in the area, and they couldn't help but gaze in the same kind of awe that their peers were feeling right now. Shadow stepped out from the hole in the dorm building, Cinder's broken and unresponsive form still behind him, as he saw the flashes of gold as well. The ultimate life form smirked, completely unsurprised. It didn't even take a full minute for Super Sonic to clear out all of the campus before he moved to the perimeter. He spotted all the Goliaths, the same kind that were previously at Mountain Glen, and decided to prioritize them. Just like with the Nevermores and Griffins, Super Sonic zoomed through all of them, like a golden ray piercing through the darkness, and killing the ancient Grimm instantly before moving on to the rest. It was like a beam of light cutting through a sea of shadows as it moved all around in circles around the beacon perimeter. It could even be seen from high in the sky from the Egg Mobile as Eggman groaned in annoyance. "Well, that is just perfect. Salem's gonna give me an earful for this," the mad scientist complained. It might not just be for this, boss," Cubot said nervously. "What are you babbling about?" Eggman questioned irritably. "You remember that live feed you had about you and Salem's forces leveling beacon?" Orbot reminded. "Well, it's still playing." "What?" Eggman looked at the monitor on his personal craft to see that everything was still being broadcasted. Which means, all of Remnant was seeing this. Whitley, Willow, Jacques, Klein, and all the servants in the Schnee Manor, they from their respective spots, all saw the golden form of Super Sonic laying waste to all the Grimm invaders and saving Beacon. As did Gira and Callie in Menagerie, Headmaster Theodore and Xanthi at Shade, Lionheart at Haven, all the people of Mantle, essentially every man, woman, and child who as near a television or had some kind of steaming function on their scrolls. Every last person on Remnant was watching in awe at the golden hero wiping away the seemingly unstoppable monsters of destruction. Even from their hiding spot, Mercury, Emerald, and Elia saw on the young man's scroll the live footage that was taking place at Beacon. "Shut it down. Shut it down now." Eggman pressed all the commands he could and was successfully able to cut off the feed. But he knew deep down that it was too late. The entirety of Remnant had seen Super Sonic, and he knew their problems were just beginning. With a roar of fury, Eggman pulled down hard on his mustache. "I hate that hedgehog." Within 5 minutes in total, Super Sonic had successfully cleared away every single Grimm in and around Beacon's perimeter. The whole slate had been wiped clean. But he felt he could do more. Having recognized the ancient Goliaths from Mountain Glen, he assumed that giant dragon-like Grimm was probably just as old if not older. And if that was the case, it must have originated from the same place. Super Sonic had flown to Mountain Glen in a matter of seconds and quickly spotted the missing mountaintop, probably where the wyvern came from. He descended into the open mountain, moving deep into the darkness as his own transformed state illuminated everything. He soon reached the bottom and found something that honestly made him sick to his stomach. It was a massive pool of bubbling Grimm liquid. It was probably 100 meters in diameter and looked deep. Probably deep enough to go all the way to the very bottom of this mountain. Super Sonic tapped his foot to the surface, and the liquid Grimm in that spot evaporated instantly. He then felt his own hands for a moment. The gold won't last much longer. Probably got only a minute left, he said to himself before letting himself drop into the Grimm liquid, submersing completely. But as he did, a beam of golden light shot from where he dove, with all the black fluid in the area evaporating instantly. He was able to reach out and grab a piece, keeping it isolated in a small energy sphere in the palm of his hand as he got a feel for it. This darkness, it was all-consuming. It felt alive almost. And yet, not alive. Like it longed for destruction, to destroy any and all that it touched. It was liquid death. No, it was anti-life. Sonic was disgusted at the mere thought of it. Nobody on Remnant could get rid of this gunk. But maybe I can. He focused on the sample that he was holding. I've never done anything like this before. Shadow might have a better chance of pulling it off. Heck, Silver could probably pull it all out himself. But I still gotta try. Focus on this darkness, focus on this grim. Only that, only the darkness, only the grim, and get rid of it. Send it where it won't hurt anyone ever again. All the golden energy condensed around Sonic as he prepared to unleash all his remaining power for this one move that will hopefully cure Remnant of this blight, or as far out as he could reach anyway. Chaos control. An explosion of white light erupted from his body and expanded outward, well outside of Mountain Glen and the ruined city, and it quickly expanded. Everyone at Beacon could see the veil of white light that was spreading from the mountains and making its way closer to them. Shadow looked serious as he had an idea what Sonic was doing. Even as the light was now reaching Beacon. Brace yourselves. Ironwood warned as everyone in the area prepared for some kind of impact as the white light shined over them. And it didn't stop at just Beacon, it expanded well beyond, reaching into the city of Vale as Lisa Lavender, the police, and all the civilians watched in awe, and covered themselves too as the white light shined over them. It even went out into the wilderness as all the animals and the creatures of Grimm from the surrounding land took notice of the white light. It would soon expand and consume them. All the animals and wildlife were unharmed as the light passed by them. But all of the Grimm that were once present had vanished completely. Beowulfs, Ursa, Creeps, Nevermores, Goliaths, Deathstalkers, Borbatusks, Griffins, Tygetus, all of them. They all disappeared. Even any Grimm pool that was nearby. Once the light passed over it, the black liquid was gone, leaving only an empty hole. Taiyang, who had made his way to the docks on Patch and was prepared to sail out to the mainland, looked with wide eyes to see the bright light which was shining out well past Vale and making its way to Patch. He instinctively covered himself as well. From a spatial view of the planet, where one could see Space Colony Arc in its orbit, one could also see a bright white light from the eastern side of Sanus as it expanded like a perfect circle, covering parts of the ocean, but soon came to a stop at a certain point, just barely touching the continents of Anima and Solidas, the western side of Sanus just at the border to Vacuo, and even the tip of the unnamed dragon-shaped landmass, but that piece of land was relatively unaffected. Remnant's sun was like any other sun, bright and yellow from a distance. But up close, it was a raging inferno, a sea of pure fire that burned hotter than anything imaginable, flares flying in and out from the surface. It was beautiful and deadly. But there was a flash of light on the surface. And just as that light vanished, thousands upon thousands, maybe even millions, of Grimm were all dropped onto the surface of the sun, as were millions of gallons of Grimm liquid. None of the creatures even touched the surface before they were incinerated instantly. The liquid Grimm did manage to touch the surface though. But the moment it did, it was vaporized instantly. If one listened closely enough, one could hear the sound of a painful screech as the last of the liquid Grimm was burnt away, leaving nothing left. Salem stood up from her throne in disbelief. She raced outside to her balcony, looking up to the sky. She just felt her connection to many of the Grimm on Remnant vanish. Specifically, all those on the eastern side of Sanus. She reached out to try and feel for any of her pets, but she felt nothing there. The presence of the Grimm in that region had been completely wiped away. Like they were never there at all. Even her connection to Cinder, more specifically the beetle that served as a vessel for the Maiden powers, it was gone too. Impossible, it was just like back then, when two divine beings had wiped away every last human on the planet. Except now it was the Grimm. And even if it weren't all of them, the fact that half a containment's worth of Grimm, even their birthplaces, was now gone was something that made her very anxious. And enraged. She clenched the railing of her balcony so tightly that it shattered. Sonic the Hedgehog, she growled. You are indeed a threat. The light soon vanished as everyone at the base of Beacon Tower looked around in confusion. There was a stunned silence as everyone tried to wrap their minds over what they had just experienced. What happened? Blake wondered aloud. Amy smiled towards the Faunus girl. Sonic happened. Is it over? Ren stuttered as he and his teammates looked to each other, while Omega scanned the area. Scan complete. Long-range sensors indicate that there are no more Grimm in the area. The former Badnik reported. There are no Badnik signals detected either. The beacon campus, as well as its perimeter, is now secure. There are no more enemies to destroy. So, does that mean we won? John looked to Pyrrha as she felt the same way he did, hopeful that was the case but also fearful for something to pop up at any moment. Yeah kids, we won. Rouge confirmed with a nod and a relieved smile of her own. We won, Nora muttered before a wide smile appeared on her face. We won, she shouted at the top of her lungs, lifting Monhild up high with both of her arms. Wahoo! Sun was the first to cheer, followed by all the other students as they all cheered and hugged one another, sharing high fives as well. Some even cried in relief and joy as a few fell on their hands and knees in exhaustion. Ironwood was one of those that fell to his knees, his exhaustion finally catching up. Glinda soon kneeled to his level as she put a hand on his shoulder and cried in relief with a smile, something that caused him to smile as well. Port and Oobleck shook each other's hands fiercely before the former pulled his colleague into an embrace with a hearty laugh. Elm had embraced Vine and Clover together with her enormous arms, her commander and leader laughing as she cried and laughed, while Vine simply smiled. Elm put them down before she wrapped her arms around Marrow and Harriet as well, the youngest among them crying in relief with even Harriet appearing happy as well. Nora had pulled Ren and Rouge into a hug as Omega fired his bullets into the air. Celebration of victory commence. The Badnik declared as he continued to shoot upward. John cheered as loudly as he could, crying in relief all the same. Pyrrha, as she cried in joy, even went so far as to grab John by his face and kiss him on the lips. His own eyes widening in shock. Pyrrha pulled away before her own eyes became circular at what she just did. She turned around with her face as red as her hair as John's own face turned the same shade. Amy looked in their direction with a knowing smile before she celebrated with her own friends, hugging Tails and Knuckles with the former hugging her back as Knuckles just smiled. Young, Weiss, and Blake shared a three-way hug of relief with one another, all of them crying as they did. They broke off for a moment as Winter approached them and Weiss wasted no time in hugging her older sister, who didn't hesitate to return herself. Seal was also nearby, but unlike everyone else who was celebrating, she saw Penny's dismembered remains and looked in shock before an expression of grief formed on her face. She felt a hand touch her own and looked down to see Tails smiling with assurance and a nod, silently telling her that he'll do his best to fix her up, something that led to her smiling and nodding with relief herself. Kiro fell to his knees, feeling just as relieved as he looked with a smile to the still unconscious Ruby in his own arms, who strangely had a smile on her face as well. Yang was the first to kneel to Ruby's level. Though she did look at Kiro for a minute, and he did notice a look of distrust in her eyes, he could also see some relief in there, and that was fine for now. Sway barked happily as he ran to their side with Yang patting his head. And as Weiss and Blake celebrated with Knuckles, Tails, and Amy, Yang looked in a certain direction to where she would find Raven. Only to see that her birth mother was no longer there. Looking in surprise, Yang wordlessly stood up and made her way to that spot, looking around for any sign of Raven, only to step on something soft. Glancing downward, Yang looked to see she had stepped on a black feather. She left, again. In that moment, any joy and relief that Yang felt was replaced by sadness as she fell to her knees and already began to cry. But a hand had gently touched her shoulder, drawing her attention to Knuckles, who looked at her with sympathy and understanding. The blonde then wrapped her arms around her friend and continued to cry, and he patted her back, giving her what comfort he could. Using his own natural speed, Sonic, back in his usual blue form, had sped his way back to the top of the enormous mountain, looking into the vast distance where he can scarcely make out Beacon. Even though he couldn't see any of his friends, he had a good feeling that everyone was okay. But in all honesty, tonight was way too close for comfort. If Ruby hadn't done whatever she did to escape the Egg Zeus with the Chaos Emeralds, they could have lost. Anything could have gone wrong here, but in the end, they were still able to come together and pull off a miracle. They had won, and Sonic would take it. But there were still some unanswered questions, like how did Ruby do what she did? What did she do anyway? He'll get his answers in time, they all will. For now, though, it was a victory. And his friends had earned a time to rest, recover, and celebrate. The blue hedgehog looked out to the horizon to see a glimmer of light as dawn approached. The sun was rising on a new day, and it was time to embrace it. Eggman, Salem, hope you guys are seeing this. 'Cause it's only the beginning. I'm gonna find you. And I will stop you. We will stop you. The blue hedgehog vowed to himself with a confident and hopeful smile. And this at the end of part 15 this what if. Hope you guys like it. Do not forget to leave a comment down below and subscribe to the channel.